Coming up today as markets trying to hold on to positive territory here. A little bit of a downtick as we get the New York Fed manufacturing index reading there at 8:30. -4 expected, comes out -31.8. So big downside print there on that number again. New York Fed manufacturing month over month. As I mentioned, though, a ton of Fed speak coming through this morning, including right now with Goolsbee. Bostic was on earlier. He'll come back then at 8:45, 9:15 Kashkari, and then all afternoon, more to come as well. Barkin, Bostic as well. 2 times. If you didn't like the 2 o'clock version, you get a 3 o'clock version today as well. So lots of comments coming through as far as what is expected from the Fed coming up. We're back into that period now that we've gone past the Fed meeting, past the CPI meeting, so we'll get a steady stream of Fed speak coming through as we kick off a brand new week. Bit of a choppy week last week for all 3 U.S. indexes. We'll get back into a little bit of earnings. We're on the backside of earnings reporting season, but still a few things moving around this morning. SoFi downside in a big way on a downgrade this morning. We'll talk about Tesla here. Some obviously very, very strong into the weekend on this Twitter news. See if we can't get some follow through today. Google as well, showing a little bit of strength back to the upside here in the past few minutes. But overall, pretty big week last week for big tech. We'll see if we get follow through this week. It's Monday, May 15th, 2023. TraderTV.live starts now. There we go. Positive board to kick things off on a Monday there. About 0.3 for the S&P, 0.35 for the Dow, the NASDAQ as well, 0.19, the only one that was positive on Friday on a weekly basis anyways. TSX futures here in Toronto pointing to positive open. Nice start to the week for Bitcoin and Ethereum back to the upside. A ton of weakness going into the weekend back on Friday. Didn't really do much over the weekend, but nicely higher here. Sharif here as always. On a Monday where it's a steady stream, as we said, of Fed speakers coming through. I guess that last comment I'm just seeing there from Bostic, not really moving the market, but more Bostic to come, and then all throughout the day we'll have to keep an eye on comments.
Yeah, and keep an eye which members are voting members and which aren't. It always influences, what the markets analyze going forward. I'm also keeping my eye on Chinese ADRs this morning, Brendo. Some interesting policy news coming out of China with respect to some easing there of their financial markets. So we'll see how that plays out for the ADRs.
We'll have, there was supposed to be debt ceiling talks at the White House today. It looks like it might have been pushed again to Tuesday now. So overall, the market coming off here a little bit, but it's going to be one of those weeks where we get maybe some headlines to drive the action a little bit more so than we've seen over the past couple of weeks with Fed speakers, guys, and this ongoing debt ceiling negotiation, which could come into play as well.
Yes, sir. Welcome. It's going to be a fun week, I do think. And we have a lot to get to, obviously, but you go for a perfect weekend. I know hopefully everyone had fun this weekend. It was gorgeous weather here for us, at least, man. Beautiful. And yeah, going to be enjoying this week to be sure. I think the speaker right now is a voting member. So right now I think it's Goolsbee is speaking. Goolsbee is a voting member, at least according to the website that I'm checking out, because I literally have to look at.
Yeah, I don't know all their names.
There's a few we know, but the other ones I'm always looking up. So Goolsbee is apparently speaking right now, and they are a voting member. Bostic will have a little bit later. Looks over Bostic. See, I don't see Bostic. Yeah, Bostic's not a voting member. At least according to this.
And then Kashkari, what does it say about that?
Kashkari is a voting member.
He is now, yeah, from Minnesota. And then at 12:30 we have Fed's Barkin.
Barkin looks it up.
We're just going through this list here.
Scroll. Nope, not non-voting Barkin.
Okay, and then we have what? Bostic again at 2 o'clock.
Why is he?
Man, and 3 o'clock.
How often you got to speak?
These guys getting paid per performance or something here?
Yo.
It's like, that probably is true. They probably are getting paid to speak at some of these events, but.
How much do you think they?
I would have no idea.
Wild guess. Well, when they retire,
I know you're probably about 50,000 an hour or so to have Neil speak somewhere. So I don't know how much these guys would be. But
I would imagine. I'm going to say, that seems a little bit. Do you think it's light?
I don't know what they. I don't
Think
know
they
what
can make
do,
more than
but,
that?
yeah, you might be right down there, Darwin. Death by 1,000 paper cuts. We're gonna wait to see here what happens today. It's gonna be a good day. I mean, I think Google's at some key levels there. At 118, we bumped its head off there a couple times, and I even said to these guys, Google's opening lower. Like a lot lower, almost down 1% here against the market. That's positive. Amazon with some more AI news. C3 AI comes out as well with a nice little prelim. So yeah, so far so good, man. Besides the Maple Leafs shitting the bed once again in overtime, but at least we got to the second round. And today's clean out your locker day here in Toronto. So we're going to be hearing. Starts at 9 o'clock actually, where there's going to be a lot of talk. And this is like the one city where the media is going crazy this morning because it's the last time they get to speak to these guys before the summer. And then so that should be a lot of fun as well. We're always in the sports. It's going to be a good week for that. People talking about, oh yeah, there's the New York Jets, of course. As soon as I say sports, I see the Jets. Jets. Maybe the NFL East champion New York Jets.
Come on, it's way too early in the morning for you to be talking that much nonsense.
Bills, Jets. You know, we should find out
if the Jets win the division, I'll eat an entire pineapple pizza.
Why don't we do a Trader TV Live meetup in Buffalo for when the Jets play there?
Yeah, so that all the Jets fans can feel the wrath.
Right, all the Jets fans can come. Well, there's always Jets fans at Buffalo. I mean, upstate New York. I feel like that might be.
My wife's in upstate New York. Well, she's on a flight to upstate New York today. She's going to. I was showing Sean the picture. Oh God. Do I even have it anymore? Crap.
Crap. Oh.
I think I closed it.
Randy, where's the other one at? Oh, it's over there. You're going bearish today, Randy?
What?
Oh, no. Oh, no.
You're bearish? Don't ruin the day, man.
He's bearish.
Why you gotta be a day ruiner?
Oh, man, Randy. People love when they see Randy here.
I'm not feeling that, man. You got to be on Team Bull until proven otherwise. Like the market's actually up a little bit, although, we're coming back down a little bit here.
How's it going, Randy?
These are very like.
Let me know when it's refill time. You just got it.
Looks so depressed. Like he's all squished. That's kind of ugly. I'm good for now. I had a dollop of almond milk in mine.
I'll take another one with a dollop of almond milk. Well, actually, when you're ready. No rush now. No rush now. We're just getting started here on a Monday. So
I know.
A little bit of talk there. Yeah, lots of names happening. We said C3 AI going as well today. We're gonna have to look at Lyft and a couple other names, but should be an exciting day. Apparently, Messi's clothing line got a nice little order from Sharif, and now it's way up. So, Sharif, tell us all about Messi's clothing line over there.
Putting me on the spot because until this morning I didn't know that MGOL was associated with Messi, but apparently it is, and it's doing well right now.
Yeah, nice double. Anyways, just on ahead of earnings. So yeah, they're going to report. This is it. MGOL, 49% right now, back to these levels from February. Yeah, this one just coming to market back in January, so we'll keep an eye on MGOL. You and I were just kind of commenting or trying to understand, is there anything, we have a long lineup of Fed speakers coming through today. Is there anything they could say that would, A, not be something we've already heard, and B, be overtly positive at this point? Yeah,
not much, Brendo. You and I were talking off camera, and you were saying, that there's really not a whole lot we haven't heard. The only thing that I can really see is for them to say there's a good balance between the easing of the job market and a slowing down of the economy, but not so much so as to create a recession. Obviously, they're not going to say it that way, and that's the point you were making. Yeah, and I mean, I feel like, they march these guys out every single month just to keep a bit of a hawkish cap on everything so it doesn't get out of control. Meanwhile, coming up tomorrow, guys, we'll get this, it looks like this conversation again on Tuesday with debt ceiling negotiations continuing at the White House. We also get into retail earnings, but also retail sales data this week coming through as well. So as I mentioned, we're obviously on the back end of earnings season, but retail names going to be in focus this week.
Yeah, we get the gamut of retail names. It's always a good litmus test, and sometimes the only time we look at things like Walmart on the week. But there's a couple. I'm not sure they report this week, but you always want to look for sometimes short interest in the ones that can move a bit. And I know Kohl's and Nordstrom's obviously have high short interest. So as we get earnings through, those are the two, regardless of whether they're going to be printing or not, I'm going to be paying attention to those two stocks just because I think they have an opportunity to get going. And again, it's not always about, okay, it has to squeeze because it has a high short flow. I'm just going to double check here because KSS was one that I wanted to be looking at. What do we got here? 20% short float, already badly beaten up in a consolidation. So you see any signs of strength out of the space, and then you can get some short covering, which quite frankly, that's not a bad way to look for trades. It's when you see a stock which is in a tightly bound range, break out a little bit, maybe you look at like a 21 or 22. It doesn't really matter in terms of who reports when. I'm just looking for anything positive that can give one of these a jump. The other thing just now, that MGOL, we can't gloss over this one because that IPO, I mean, yeah, that's not pretty. I mean, anybody, there wasn't a good point at which you could have taken this when it came to market unless you waited for several months. I mean, the day of, absolute rug, next day rug, day after that rug. For the first 3 days, all it was doing was creating bag holders. So, I'm happy for anybody that is getting a little bit of a bump here. I suspect if it gets back into, anywhere in that, it closed 460 on the first day. If it gets anywhere above $4, I think there's going to be a lot of people trying to get out above the $4 mark. So were this to do one of those double ups and start to get going here, just keep in mind how ugly it looks on that daily. And for those that invested in the first week, unfortunately, not exactly the best reception for the stock when it came to market. And of course, as I say that, it's already pulling back. But if it breaks to just that $4 level and above, that's an obvious bag holder zone where I think it would be a short for me. Locates were pretty cheap. If it gets up there, that's what I'd be thinking about. The 2 break seeming less likely now that it's already pulled back 30 cents or so.
Yeah, the interesting name for me today would be AI, just for a different name that I don't normally trade here. I mean, AI has been all the rage, and now today we finally get a chance to trade C3 AI. So, they come out with preliminary earnings, apparently between 72 to 72.5 roughly $million, which is beating expectations of just 23. So they're tripling up right now, which is really nice. I'm just reading some of the report that we have. Positive results, significant impact on C3 AI shares, only up 5% right now. I think it can go a lot higher than that. We're going to wait to see. This also has a 32% short float. So those of us that were maybe kind of defending let me get this. This is the imbalance locator right now. I actually just looked it up to see if I saw AI on here, and I don't. We'll be talking about Palantir at some point. But right now, there you go, off $21. It's kind of been this area that, Neil and I have always looked at 2021 on C3 AI. And it looks like today we can sort of complete that kind of a smiley face. It didn't get really down enough, but we'll wait to see here if it can take out 23, 24, 25. It could even happen today. Let's just wait till the volume comes in. 530 million, I feel, or 533,000. I feel like this will easily get there, once this market opens up. A big name with a big short interest, that is an AI name. So why not trade this thing through 21? I wanted to see it break 21 first, not just a day's high. We can break 21, and then we'll start to use VWAP or something as a gauge for interest on those shares. So, yeah, I like C3 AI here if you're going to look at a little name that we don't normally trade.
Yeah. A little bit of positivity here for Fisker this morning. I was kind of surprised. Not a lot of volume, to say the least. 0.82 to the upside. This thing's made a move already over the past couple of weeks, holding top end of the range. But yeah, they're going to ramp up production over the coming months. 1,400 to 1,700 vehicles by the end of June, which was announced previously. But over Q3, and their forecast in total now, 32 to 36,000 vehicles, which is an uptick. So nice look. We learned last week that the initial deliveries for both Europe and the U.S. coming in the coming months as well for the Ocean, which is good to hear.
That's the one I'm looking for, the Ocean One, which is the SUV. We know that Tesla sells way more Model Ys and Model Xs than they do Model Ss and Model 3s, and that's because SUVs are what's in demand. So that's the product you want to see from this company, and it looks like it's going to launch in June in the U.S. and Europe.
Yeah, nice move into the close on Friday for Fisker. I mean, the whole market kind of bounced into the close, if you remember. But Maybe a little bit of follow through if we can hold above 6 here for Fisker, guys.
Yeah, it's got a nice consolidation that's possibly forming, and you want to see a stock turn bullish before sometimes you go in there looking for everyday trades or aggression or something along the lines of make a strong long move. But you had the nice little breakout there. Now you're getting a higher low. I wouldn't say the chart's bullish yet. So you're maybe getting ahead of yourselves. You're still kind of rejecting the 200 period when you pull back a little bit, but holding that 50, holding that line like you said at 6, volume not fantastic, but it could be the start of something. I just want to see it break out that top, right? So holding 6 is good. Breaking out here past like that 660, 670 would be better, and then a close above the 200 period. That's when it gets spicy. I'm just gonna quickly double check. What do we have for Fisker? I think it's still 40. Wait a minute, that's higher. 41% short float. I feel like it was in the 30s the last time we checked. So I see 41% short float. For some reason, I thought it was a little bit lower than that.
it
I
was
had to
not
double check
41
it.
before.
No, yeah, that's actually higher. So yeah, it's starting to get a little bit exciting. I feel once you get above the 200 period moving average, if it breaks 720, 730 at some point, you're going to see the shorts really start to cover. They've been in control, but you're seeing a little bit of a sign here that they could be abating a bit. I'd still rather it break out. That's the thing about trading something that's where you're looking for a bit of a squeeze play. Well, it has to break up, right? Like it's not enough that it holds support. A stock holding support near its lows, that's not going to scare anybody that's short. It's when it breaks out and starts running some stops or people start trailing out of it or looking like they want to take that profit before it gets away from them. That's what you want to see here. That would be breaking 675 to me. I thank Randy for a little bit of a top up.
Cheers, yeah. Came a bit early, but we'll take it.
I'll take it. It's fine. Nice and warm.
I told him to throw in that almond milk.
Yeah.
I think he did. Yep, good, nice. I like that. All right, I'm going to go 1-1 here. I'm going to disagree a little bit because although I know I saw you sort of eyeing them as well.
Well, I was.
So I don't know. I feel like you're up 0.2%.
Yeah,
we could do an early poll. Why don't you do that, Bears versus Bulls? Let's put a poll up here if you have an opportunity to do that. And is that Gregory?
Look at the glasses. Say what's up, Greg. That is.
On the golf show with Dentonia. You guys going there tonight? Look at that. You even got sponsorship now?
I call him Kurt Rambis because of those glasses, but that's fine.
Yeah, look at that little hair in the back. I wish I had enough hair to do that, though. That's pretty wild.
Is it like alfalfa? What's the
Is
name
Kat
of it?
not in today? Is that what they're discussing there? I don't know. Hopefully she doesn't move
where's
her
she?
desk there. Yeah, I don't know. So I like that Fisker. I didn't realize it was 41%. I like that 650 level. Tesla was a mover, obviously, on Friday as well. I think the EV space is once again seems to be pretty hot. Lucid, I mean, a lot of these names right near the bottom. We do have some Chinese ADR action today, so maybe there is something to look at if you were excited about an NIO or something over the last couple of days here. Come on, let's go. Just waiting for the chart to load up. Not many. Actually, I'll take that back. 770,000 shares, probably pretty decent. I wonder how much of that was done on a couple single prints, but I don't see too many single prints here. So far so good. And this is what I want to talk about. It was trying to coil up a little bit down here near $7.58. Now we get above $8. So maybe an $8 break. That's been the bottom. So now we're right here again. We're going to have to watch NIO off the open as some of these Chinese ADRs seem to be a little bit better than the market here, up 1% versus 0.22. So we'll watch out for NIO today. I still think it's a short near this $10 mark, but that's 20%, 25% away from here right now. So far so good here for NIO in the morning time. Let's watch out for some Chinese ADRs. Alibaba is actually on my list here tonight, or today, for the sticky note trade, possibly bouncing off that $85 level if we get down there for Alibaba. It's up today as well on hopefully renewed optimism. I don't know why we're too optimistic about the debt ceiling, but tentatively set, as Brendan said, for tomorrow on more debt talk. So we talked about the last time in 2011, even after they came up to a deal, it wasn't really seen as a great one, and the market did get back down. I think it was 11% or so off of that, or maybe 13%. Anyways, we'll see what happens here coming up at the end of this week.
Yeah, Biden making some comments over the weekend suggesting that they could possibly get a deal done here and see this debt ceiling raised. Thank you, Randy. Randy with the, wow, that was quick.
Refill.
He didn't even catch you. With the refill, yeah, thanks, Randy. Here's a few other things of note so far this morning. Charles Schwab showing a little bit of positivity here. Not one we typically look at. I'm not entirely sure why. Doesn't really do a lot of volume on a given day, but nice upgrade for Schwab today. Here's SoFi downside, as we said. Wedbush cutting to underperform from neutral. And this Loop Capital, very busy in tech land today. So there's an upgrade for Meta, a downgrade for Google coming off of their I.O. event last week. I would think it should be maybe the other way around.
Yeah, $320 price target too for Meta. Oh baby, that makes me feel all sorts of for getting out early. But yeah, great upgrades today. See what that brings. We know Meta last week unveiled that Sandbox, which is the AI tool to help producers or developers, excuse me, kind of use their AI and use their API. So we'll see how that works out.
Here is the official, or a few anyways, to kick things off for Monday upgrades and downgrades. Meta, as we said, top of the list here. Google on the other side from Loop Capital to the downside. First Solar on here, SoFi, as we mentioned. Airbnb as well. Not really doing a lot of volume, but Airbnb, a couple analyst moves downside last week as well. Tapestry, DuPont, and Sun Life, meanwhile, also upgrade.
Yeah, so Airbnb was so weak the other day. Obviously, we'll probably talk a little bit about Meta,
3 days,
but
yeah.
Meta could be breaking out this 38.5, 39 zone, like that top on Friday. It was a top all week. I think you'll want to respect some overhead resistance while it's there, but if we get through, and I see it as like 238.5, 239, you get through that area, there's some runway to be sure. But Airbnb, this one was, I don't want to say it wasn't a rug, anything like that. You get the gap down, and then you try to establish support after that, which was right here at that 107 mark. It bounced nicely first day, came back in on Friday, and on Friday there was just no bid down there. Well, there was a bid for a bid, and then eventually it broke down. So Airbnb has been pulling back in. I think if we get down to that 100 level or just underneath it, you go all the way back in the beginning of the year, like that low was at 97.5, so somewhere there to 100. I like that for a buy zone on Airbnb. It just feels like they're getting a bit of a price reset here. So if we get that 100 move, I want to be down there looking for a little bit of a bid. If it's gonna try to play back up to that 107 area, I think about that as an area for sure. It's right into the supply zone, 107 and 108 on Airbnb. This one's gonna be on the radar one way or another. If it doesn't move down to 100, I'm not going to see a long, but I see a decent chance on a pop that it could be worth that short into 108 for Airbnb.
Yeah, we always talk here about the 3-day rule and stuff, so it's about time to get in there and start buying some Airbnb, but let's figure out what that downgrade does today to it, and we will have a quick look at that at some point. We don't really trade it throughout the day, but if it does hit that $100 mark or anything like that, Airbnb seems to be really nice. Meta, as you said, Sharif, leading the way today, up 1.2% on that upgrade, so that's opposite land here for Meta and for Google, which I don't know if I would necessarily agree with all of that, but I do think Google's well overcooked a little bit, and Meta I thought was overcooked as well, but at the same time, it made this bottom at 230, kind of respected it right there, and now I believe it looks like pretty healthy chart on this one, back down in, loop down, every single move down, has basically been bought up since the beginning of the year. So, monster run this year for Meta, and I still think it continues. So there's the last time we dipped, and obviously we get the report, and then we've just started to make a loop back in again. I just feel like it's almost time. And I know it has a PE of almost 30 right now, so it's definitely getting expensive. But as they begin to monetize Reels and start to put out some, new products, and then they're talking even about the headset. They have the Oculus, as we all know. So I feel like as Apple gets into that business and there's more talk about, sort of the metaverse, to be honest with you, this is, as its namesake, I don't mind it here. It's starting to loop back up. I feel like you can go long Meta with a 230 bottom if you are going to be ultra conservative. You could easily dip down through it could hit 230 today. The NASDAQ turns around on some negative Fed speak, and then boom, we could get dropped down as well. But yeah, definitely just the way we've been trading the last couple of days, Meta up here at 238 definitely seems like it wants to get broken. So if the NASDAQ is a runner today, this is probably the name we want to look at. It's very hard to stop this train once it gets going. So Meta in the first 15 minutes, we'll leave it alone, and then we'll see if it tells us to trade. So I like it up here at 239. I actually think it could be a fade as well. So let's wait to see the action that we get here for Meta. Nice upgrade, still up that 1.2%. I mean, if the upgrade doesn't come through, then you're probably looking at, you know, a 230 breakdown on this name, and that's what I feel like. It's a little bit top heavy, but as the daily chart will show you, definitely respecting it. This is the 50 period, still making moves at the upside, and Meta looks pretty strong, up 1.3%. The imbalance will probably come to the buy side. This is a name that's going to help carry the NASDAQ today.
Some positivity right now for crypto. Back to the upside. Markets coming off a little bit once again, equity markets, but crypto back higher as we saw when we came on this morning. Here's specifically the mining related equities are higher this morning, 3.5 here for Mara, Riot as well. Back above 925 here in this case, but not a lot of volume coming through. This is the way. That's Ethereum right now, back above 1800 and holding after we got that little bit of a flush out at the end of the week last week. Same story for Bitcoin, 27,400 coming into play. Again, bit of a consolidation underway here, but positive to start anyways for crypto-related stocks.
Yeah, keeping my eye on crypto, still below that 30,000. You brought up the mining names. We traded those, or we looked at those during the midday show last week. We looked at how they were still within a range. They give you great volatility intraday, but ultimately, when you look at the daily chart, still stuck within that range.
I'm very excited. I can't mention it yet, but working on crypto-related guest that is going to come on the show to talk about these markets in the coming weeks here, guys. So excited about that. But here's Coin as well, 2.5% back higher.
Yes, sir. Yeah, and we're always excited to bring new and exciting guests and in new spaces, you know, things that maybe we can get some more expertise, right? And that's what it's all about here. I'm not going to pretend like I said, we usually trade the equity. Well, we always trade equity, but you know, the day that we actually get on the platform, the ability to trade Bitcoin, ETH, it'll just be a heck of a lot of fun. A lot of good technical ways to trade those. Coin, I hate to be a broken record, but look, it's not exactly the strongest stock in the market, so we'll get that one out of the way. And if you look at what recently happened, like it just broke back down. It was in the midst of what seemed like a breakout. You had the 50 and the 200 got held. As a matter of fact, there was a golden cross on, it was somewhere early March. I don't know, maybe it was mid-March. It doesn't really matter, but you had that old golden cross thing. And then it turned bearish, like, I don't know, like exactly 1 month later. So you have the golden cross, looks like it's breaking out, quadunk to the downside. I know there was some news here, and of course, regulatory crackdown, or whatever you want to call it, has been ongoing for them. You're rejecting both the 50 and the 200 again just last week. So I'm looking short back into these levels. It's not, unless it's down at 50 or breaking out 64, let's just say, like breaking out above here, I think it's going to be look for the bearish move. That'll be a pop and fade today. 60 is a little bit tight of a level. Obviously, if it gets into those higher, the low 60s, I think that's a good fade zone for Coinbase. Just play the trend until it gets either to 50 or breaks out that top, as I mentioned. But that's all I'm going to do. Like, I'm going to be very patient here, sitting at 58.76. I don't really see a trade at this price, but certainly if we got up a little bit, I'd be starting to look for those shorts. Once you're through 64, I don't want to fight it, of course. You got the short interest there as well. So always respect the fact that it can squeeze on you with Coinbase.
I want to say a big love to Bob Curran out there saying that that both you and I make about $20,000 a day. So I was just going to say that that's fine. Those are great goals. I don't really make that much per day, but hey, I appreciate that. And the reason why I bring that up is I don't want people to think that like we're sitting here hitting these keys and just like going crazy.
It's so easy.
We're doing it. We're making some money here, but that's a great goal. And I don't have any problem with that. But imagine if you actually made $20,000 a day. I mean, that would be, I almost feel like I work at Citadel or something. If that were to be
apt.
the case. Because,
that work
I mean, $100,000 a week, I think I do this job for that, I'm pretty sure.
100 a week, that'll work.
Yeah, that'll work. Put some ice on the wrist for sure.
Then my wife then we could live at the place my wife's staying. I finally found it.
Right. Well, I don't know if you could live there, but...
My wife said some place called Mohonk Mountain Resort for a company retreat. I looked at him like it's way too damn nice.
Yeah. When's our company retreat?
When is our company going to go to a place like that?
Well, you're going to Paris next week that your company is sending you to. So I mean,
I'm going to
I'm
Paris.
sure your wife could be like,
Going
oh
to
well,
Paris,
this is where we're
son.
going in Paris. So.
You've been to Paris already.
Of course, I've been to Paris.
Exactly.
Paris is gorgeous.
I can't
But
wait.
yeah, they had that fire there at the cathedral, so
I
you won't
know.
be able to see Notre Dame. But you
But
know.
no, it's
We went
it's good to
into
have-
Notre Dame. That was amazing. Oh, is it back?
Well,
there might
okay.
be certain things because I think the top steeple there is done.
So they're in the midst of
Oh, okay. Well, I
like
hope-
rebuilding it, but I think some of it's
I hope
done.
you can get in there.
It's
It
not
was-
all done.
it was
I'd
amazing.
love to be able to see. Of course, we're going to see it, but whether or not you're able to get in, I'm not sure about.
Marissa does not prefer heights, so we did not go up the Eiffel Tower, but we did. There's certain levels.
We
to
got a
it.
plan.
Yeah.
So there's apparently some church up a hill or something, which gives a beautiful view of the Eiffel Tower. My wife wants to do
okay.
that
Yeah, there's
instead of
so many
instead of
things.
actually going up. But we'll see.
There's
She doesn't
so
want.
many-
She doesn't seem to care to want to go up it. She just wants to get a good view of it. And apparently, there's some other.
I would
place
go
you can
up it
stand.
if she was.
I'm just gonna do whatever she wants.
Yeah,
This
oh,
trip,
okay.
I mean, she's been looking. I'm excited to go. My wife is like, she's so excited for
Yeah,
it
you finally get
that
to go
I'm
somewhere
letting
without
her
the kids.
plan. Yeah, exactly. You know, we get to go for the first time. We're going somewhere without our daughter, actually.
Good. Yeah, I don't know. Yeah, we're going to Rome with the kids. That should be fun. All right, so I think that's just a shout out to Jeff Mendel from obviously OTC Markets, who's been here a couple times. If you don't know that, but here's GBTC. This is going to be a good name to trade, of course. And I feel like when Neil just talked a little bit about Coinbase, but if you did want to trade more just the Bitcoin itself, GBTC does do great volume, and you know definitely up to a level right now, $14, $15. You're going to get a bump from that today. We don't have the pre-market quotes right here, but if it does trade, some of them will show up. So right now, not too much volume happening, but you know you see a nice little move here. I think if you could take 15 back up to the upside, we all know the run that Bitcoin just had breaking over 30,000. So that gave us to $18 right there. But hey, this is a pretty liquid name, GBTC. If you did want to sort of go into the grayscale product, I don't know. You know, I'm not 100% backing this product. I've heard that there's some you know, possible liquidity issues, but I don't want to say that without, you know, any sort of facts. But I'm still in GBTC. I still do have a little bit of money in here and a little bit of money in Bitcoin itself, but nothing in any of the exchanges right now. Coinbase getting down to that $30 or $40 level seems interesting to me, but I don't want that to happen because I think that would be preceding a fall in Bitcoin itself. I still believe in Bitcoin, and if you guys do as well, this may be a nice bouncing spot, as we just talked about, a little bit of a rally in the coin itself. So we'll see if this weekend does spark a little bit of something in Bitcoin, and especially with this debt talk, you know, if that doesn't get resolved, I can see that being a little bit of a help for, you know, non-traditionary
I would say
monetary instruments, if you consider that to be crypto. Okay, Brendan, I know Arun is patiently waiting.
Yeah, we'll bring Arun in here for a look at the market. There was a move in Google there, just quickly, guys. Downside, we went through 116 and then came right back up. The Information just coming out with an article basically comparing ChatGPT with Bard coming off of the I/O event last week, essentially saying they're identical. So interesting price action downside here so far for Google. As I mentioned, let's bring in Arun, get a check of the overall market here as we kind of grind our way back towards flat here, Arun. What are you looking at to start the week?
Well, I've been saying it all week, pretty much last week. It's we're in a range, and we have to respect the market. If it's going to trade in a range, you have to trade accordingly. So here we are trading inside the range. We'll still work within the bands. You can go back to, May 10th, May 9th. I think it was roughly May 7th when we kind of started, and we tried to expand on May 10th. And since then, all we've done is just kind of establish the tops and bottoms of the range. So when we do trade in a market like this, you have to set your expectations. When you get a short on at the top of the range, know what your limits are towards the bottom until we get that break through the bottom. Then we can open up something. But for now, we're going to still work the ranges here. So 41.75 up top, 4,100 down below. Anything north of 50, 55 is available for shorts if you can find a reason to take a short. Remember, it's always about getting a reason to take a short, not just, oh, we're high enough, let's go short now. So find the reason to take a short. Market's coming back a little bit right now. This might open up something if we were to bounce back up to 41.50 and catch a sell side move. But keep in mind that we do have a couple Fed speakers right now. I believe Fed Bostic is speaking, and then we have Kashkari as well. So there could be some activity here towards the top end of the range if we were to go up there. And then, of course, if we get into the 20s, mid-20s, going down to 4,100, there's a possibility of a nice little bounce there as well. Again, needing a reason to catch the bounce. But for now, range trading, set your expectations until we get that range break. It's going to be like this. And so prepare your range trading approach or your strategy. This is the one to use in this moment. And then once we get the expansion, of course, we can move back to something else. But for now, range is wide, 4175 or 4100.
We're in first segment of the show brought to you by Surge Trader, where traders can get a funded trading account up to $1 million. Keep 90% of the profits. Trade stocks, indices, Forex, crypto, and more. The program has simple rules, no time limits. Go to surgetrader.com/TTV. Bottom of the screen there, TTV. Promo code gets you 10% off. Shout out to Surge Trader. As always, grab that if you have not done so already. Super easy. Use the QR code. Go to watchlist.tradertv.live. Enter your email address, and then it just shows up for free every single day. Everything you need to know in the pre-market. Let's go. Big tech on top of the list here this morning. As we mentioned, a few kind of minor headlines, but worth a note. Apple supplier Foxconn going to make a huge investment into plants in India. So we'll keep an eye on Apple. So far today, really not doing a lot, let's be honest. Wall Street Journal, meanwhile, over the weekend reporting that Amazon going to invest more and put more effort towards and implement more AI and in an effort to kind of streamline their delivery systems and notifications. Meta rising on this upgrade from Loop Capital. Alphabet, as we said, the opposite direction. Loop Capital, busy. I just like that name. Loop Capital
I know.
today.
I see them often when I do the upgrades and downgrades. If we can just have a look at the daily chart here on Amazon, they also announced that they're going to possibly provide opportunities for customers to pick up their own packages from local centers in exchange for some savings. So that should be interesting to see if that gets taken up. But look, this was the big move up on earnings. It retraced, but we're still steady moving up and back into those levels higher than we were prior into that 112. The next level I'm looking for, Brendo, is that 115 hold that we've been below for a while.
Yeah, tale of two stories, really, as far as individual names. Here's Alphabet, on the other hand. Google down 1 1/4, just took out that low, as we were saying.
Yeah, I think it was Ponzi Fonzie in the chat that was just like, the Alamo for Google is the 116 level. So I don't disagree with it being the big level. I don't know if I call it the Alamo. To me, like the Alamo is, like if you got to like a big dip to the downside, like down at like 110 or something, that's your last stand because that's the last place you'd go long and then you just like forget about it. But yeah, you're breaking down and it was the top end of this channel after the gap up. You held it for a couple of days. There's still always a chance at the open 116 holds. But when I see something like that, if this doesn't hold the level, you're probably looking at shorts back into somewhere in the 12 to 13 zone, if not like the 110. There's just a bit of a gap form if you are to pull back far enough here on Alphabet. So you need to see 116 hold the open. There's always a decent shot that you could see this break, which it already has, reestablish itself, and then suddenly we're holding that level at 935 or 940, and we're able to break out above it, and then the longs are sort of back on board on the way to 120 or 122. But underneath that 116 level, I don't want to be fighting this too hard. I want to think about the short underneath there, and it has to show me that bid is still there at 116 for the longs. Otherwise, you could be filling in that gap, as I mentioned.
Yeah, I'm going to put, it's too bad that Google's making the move down right now because I talked about putting on a short near, well, we all did, near that 118 level. So I'm gonna put an offer around there right now and see if we can get it up to 117 and change. We'll put an offer on Google. But the name that I had up here was Amazon. It's on the sticky note here today. As the other long we have is C3AI, and I think Alibaba, if it comes down, could also be a long here. But Amazon on some of that talk, I like it. It was performing really well the last couple of days. Obviously, we got a little bit of a dump in to start on Thursday, and then Friday was a pretty negative day. But Amazon off of their report, pretty good off that $100 level. Here's 109.50 coming in to play on Friday. I could see that holding here today on, again, some new ideas. Logistics is all the rage, and that's what Amazon does best. Amazon, Costco, we're going to see from Walmart Plus coming out this week. Walmart's going to, I feel like they're going to have a good quarter as well. Just talking more about their Walmart Plus and how that's working. And I know that might be negative sort of headwind or headwind there for Amazon, especially if Walmart comes out and maybe talks about possibly taking some of their business. But hey, they can both definitely win in this environment with the actual stores that Walmart has and the online presence of Amazon. So I think a dip down in here, like if we get to 109, especially if the day does get a little bearish here, like I don't know what, we were talking about this. I want to see the results in the Streamlab right now to see how that's going. But right now I feel like 109, 108.50, something in here would be a really great long. So yeah, we'll probably start to look at it around 109.50. But we had this Amazon short. It was my best trade on Friday. We had this very top because it was not breaking this 113 area. And we saw a top wick there of about 112.60. This is a 5-minute chart. So we actually shorted that and was able to cover it near the close around this 110 area. So we had a nice $2 winner on the short side of things for Amazon. So it's not that we're not able to take that short. If it comes anywhere near 113 again, I think that would be a decent area. But I do prefer the long down here on positive news today. So 108, 109.50, something like that should be taken for Amazon, and we'll look at it again. So hopefully in the first few minutes we do get a dip down. That's what I'm hoping for. Dip down in Amazon, base out, and then we'll take a long off that base. So just a few ideas we're working with: Google short, Amazon long.
All right, let's talk some AI. C3 AI this morning unexpectedly out with preliminary results for their Q4. They don't actually report until June 1st, so a couple of weeks to go here. But meanwhile, it's funny, Sharif and I were talking about this last week a little bit. Every time you see a preliminary earnings result, it's always because they're absolutely crushing it in their current quarter. So here's AI better than expected.
Yeah, I'm looking at that 22.5 level, Brendo. I mean, we've broken through it easily on times, but look at this peak over here back in August, and then the trading range that we have. I know we get big peaks up to 35, but that's not really the point. The point is, where is the stock spending the most time? 22.5, we're below it now, so interesting level if we get up there.
The preliminary adjusted loss expected to be 23.7 versus, or 23.7 to 23.9. That is down from their prior guys. So nice look here anyways for, I'm still watching Google here, nice look for AI.
Yeah, and look, there was that short seller report with AI.
It broke 21 already.
Right, yeah, and it did break 21, but it's kind of back here now. I just feel like maybe that's the reason, impetus behind it, is you get the short seller report, obviously after it was breaking out on all of the hype, you got through that supply zone. But look at how nicely it bounced off that 200 period moving average. Like that actually puts some strength on the name around that sort of 17, that the buyers step back into it. The question is going to become, can it get back above that previous wall of support? Like that 21 area was, 20 to 21 was just an absolute brick wall in terms of support, and now it's got to try to chew through it the other way. The 50 period's at 22, so I'm not sure you've even truly broken out of here until you get above. But a nice hold inside the supply zone would be fantastic. I'd be playing for, look, I'm playing for a squeeze. Clearly that would be the more fun thing to happen, where it's a breakout and start getting some of the shorts to cover again. I don't think that the shorts feel like they're probably still pretty confident, but after that little bit of a bounce, there's some shorts that would be in sort of this range in the 21 to 22 area that get a little bit antsy when we get back above that 50-period moving average. The 21 level, as Sean just mentioned, like it already broke and is pulled back in here. So I don't know that I care too much about that number at the open. Sometimes you get a nice little break off it. Holding 20 would be nice. Otherwise, I'll look for that 50-period moving average at 22 for potential breakout trade. If there's a halt play to be had, if I see it halt, I'll probably jump right on over to it and go for the reopen play. If it's an early halt and I can get the early halt at that 22 level, like just as it breaks it maybe, I'd try to get in the halt. But you got to be really quick to do that. You got to have it up. You got to see it go into that stage. And then just try to get on the bid if it's breaking that 22 and halting.
Yeah, we wrote it down, breaking through that 21 level. That already happened, and then it came right back down in. So that's actually good. I don't mind that when that happens. We can sort of see now what the action's going to be at 21. So 21 up to 21.30, pretty decent here. We're going to come up to view up at 20.50, coming through right now. It's done 1.14 million, so it's trading as if it's open. So I expect this to come down in and maybe even test this 20 and give us that longer period opportunity to go long off $20. So I still think it's a long 32% increase. As their shorts increases up to 32% on the short float. So I think that that's a decent enough reason to get going to the upside. I'm wondering if there was rumors about a pre-release and it just came out better than expected. Some traders, me and Neil were just talking, sometimes they do that just to see if there's going to be a pop in the stock before the actual report comes out. But let's just wait to see what happens here. It's 21.35 has been the high. I like it down here near 20. If we can get a bid that hits us, I feel like that's going to be a pretty safe trade against, even if you went against sort of the bottoms of Friday, or not the bottoms, but even the close on Friday of 19.50, 50 cents worth of a shot here around $20 seems to be well worth it. So C3AI today could go either way, but I don't see why it would go down unless it's just profit taking of people, you know, just want to get out. They got in, there's a report coming, so they're going to get out and not sort of fear what could come. I think it's, what is it, Thursday when they report? Hold on a second here. I was looking at Fisker, so AI coming up, and there it is. Oh, June 1st. Okay, so you're still 2 weeks away from AI reporting, and there's a 32% short float. So yeah, maybe it is a little bit early if people are worried about earnings to be getting out now. So yeah, let's wait to see what happens. They're out in front of their earnings report 2 weeks. Seems a little bit, you know, early to kind of come out with that, but let's see what happens here with C3A up 7%. I think it goes higher, possibly breaking this 21.50s could be a trade rate off the open. Then you use 20 as you're out. So if you can have about $1.50 worth of room, like I said, I still think we can get to 24.25 today. So C3AI, lots of juice today.
All right, meanwhile, here's Tesla just sitting on this support level from back on Friday when, if you zoom out, we faded off that initial pop that came from the news regarding a new CEO for Twitter that had been found and put into place. So absolutely just sitting here at 167 and a quarter, 167 and a half. Just be aware, Elon was at an event today in France with French President Macron as well, talking a little bit about the possibility of maybe some dealings between the two.
Oh, another European plant in addition to the one in Germany. From a technical side, though, I'm looking here, and there's reports that there is a significant amount of open interest for calls at the 180 level. So that could be a short-term area of resistance. Looking at the chart, come to the chart possibly here, series of lower highs as of late, Brendo, all rejections off the 200 on the daily.
Yeah, it was heavy selling as well. A lot of volume. If you go out to a daily chart on Friday, that took us back to this area. You can see versus, especially in the morning, versus what we normally get on a Friday for Tesla guys. But yeah, respecting that support area at this point today.
Yeah, and I think I'm looking at the week. I mean, Sharif just talked about the daily, which is just dead on in terms of being trend down, resistance at 180. On the weekly, you reverse trend, obviously, when we failed that 300 level going back into like fall of last year, and it's been trying to go. But when you've seen so many other names like make those highs and look like they're trying to break out and reversing trend, Tesla's been the exact opposite. Like it's still sort of in its downward trajectory, and you're hitting some support today, which is big. I think you're basically resting on that support. 166.5 has been it. There's always a chance. Look, if it holds this area here, I think you can make a press into 170, maybe even like a 170 break. But that feels, I don't know, like the way it's traded around this price when it's been here has been a lot of chop. If you look at each bounce, it kind of gets to 169 and then struggles to break through over last week. And then you had the gap up and we floated right to the same supply zone. So I wouldn't be shocked if we just saw 166 to 170 day for most of the day on Tesla. That lends itself to playing it in both directions off those two prices. So that's what I'm going to be looking for at the open. You're about $1.50 away from that bottom. You know, you got a couple of bucks to the top. So I don't want to do anything until it gets to either one of those levels. Whether you play a bounce off the levels, if we break down, I'm going to look short. If we break that level, that 166.5, maybe a 166 break even with a 166.5 stop, and then you're looking to fill the gap in. It's in a downward trend, so when it breaks support, generally speaking, I'm going to be looking for shorts underneath. So that's going to be the plan there for Tesla, flat on the day, but it's at a big level, and if that gets taken down, I'm going to respect the overall trend.
Try to adjust this. We have those stupid wicks on the daily chart, on the minute chart here. Okay, so Tesla, I just fixed it, so it's good now. Bouncing off 167. So yeah, maybe Friday was a bad call. Oh, yeah, we have some more bad wicks there, too, from Friday. But maybe it was not a great idea here to go long on... sorry about that. The charts are ridiculous there. Let me just call it up over here and pull down an e-signal chart real quickly here for you. Here's Friday. So, you know, you could see that it was... Let me just pull it back. I just want to, because on Friday we didn't have the greatest experience here with Tesla coming in. So there it is. Friday's the 12th, 13th, 14th, 15th. Yeah, so here it is right here. So, you know, again, we were looking one way on Tesla on Friday, and it was going to be long because I just thought that there was going to be a nice little bump and continuation from that story. And it just seemed like it just wanted to absolutely take down. We were down 2.5%, just kept on going to the north, to the south side, and didn't really find a base until the very end of the day, where we stopped around here, 167, 167.50. So the fact that we're above it right now is nice. You're obviously up on the day, but to me, we held that 167.50, and very, very easy for that not to hold again, or not to hold today, because if the NASDAQ does turn around, here's the base. This is a 20-minute chart. It's 167, bounces off there on the 9th, and then again on the 10th. And we didn't talk about the 11th, but there's that bump up. And then right there on Friday, disaster move down, and then trying to hold that 167. So let's wait to see. It looks like it wants to take it again. I know there's a lot of money being made on the short side for Tesla when this gets going. So good trading on Friday. Unfortunately, we were the wrong way. We'll try to be the right way today. I think a 167 breakdown for Tesla seems like the right trade.
GSIT keeps popping up in front of me here. Made a move late in the day on Friday. Not really doing a heck of a lot, but tons of volume here today on GSIT, already 4 million shares. So just be aware of that. SoFi, we mentioned briefly there to kick things off so far this morning. Wedbush cutting to underperform on a downgrade today. Under pressure as a result for SoFi.
Yeah, analyst David Chiaverini downgrading it again twice in the last 2 weeks. He downgraded it earlier in the month from outperform to neutral, lowering the price target from 8 to 5. Now, again, from neutral to underperform, lowering it from 5 to 2.5. He's citing possible shift in fee income and maybe an additional requirement to raise capital. It should be noted, though, guys, Anthony Noto purchased, he's the CEO of the company of SoFi. He purchased 30,000 shares last week, so some insider buying. It's got a short float of 12.5%.
Yeah, he's been known to dip his toe in there every time he gets a chance. Yeah, it's earnings, guys. On GSIT, after the close tomorrow, we'll get earnings on this, but lots of mentions on social media after that move back on Friday. Ton of volume here as well.
Yeah, the volume definitely it's pretty solid, this volume, but you've got somewhat of a double bottom that's going to be forming here. That's just, that's where my eyes are going to be. You see the kind of rug that happened after the earnings, quite frankly. It was in the midst of a breakout, and it definitely trapped some longs up here. So if we don't hold 450 today, that gets a little bit dicey for it, but it's bounced once pre-market. It's attempting to bounce in here again. It's kind of like a dip and rip strategy, I suppose. If it gets down into that 450 range, survives that at 930, I'd be looking for the longs. Underneath 450, there's room to about, I want to say 420. Yeah, this consolidation down here is about 420. So there's still only about 30 cents underneath till you get to the December lows, like your 52-week low, I think, on SoFi there. So I want to look for the long off it at that 450 level. It's not an automatic reversal, simply because you have, in theory, that support there at 420. So I'll sit out, just sort of being in the trade right now off that support level. Just look to see if it can hold. If it can't hold, no need to be stubborn about it with SoFi. But I felt, look, if the story has been with SoFi oftentimes that when it's breaking out on seemingly good news or earnings and that enthusiasm, they rug it, then when it catches a downgrade and everything looks just as bad, it holding support here would give the opportunity for some shorts to have covered there and then maybe a bounce to the upside. So you get that downgrade, and I think you could see a short covering opportunity if 450 holds.
It just really sucks because you see the same thing with Palantir and all these names. They get bumped up there, and then everyone thinks, okay, maybe they've got their sort of ship settled and straightened out, and then you get these sort of moves to the downside. So for SoFi, we'll be in there, but It's not something that I'm super interested in right now. It's nice that it's near that $5 mark. You do have some areas of concern, but I just feel like, yeah, I know that's what I'm looking at, Vincent. And Amazon's starting to get going a little bit. Google has some key levels today. And honestly, this next story to me is a little more important, and I feel like gives us some more coverage than SoFi. So let's go over and talk a little bit about this China story and see if we can find some trades in some of the big guys over there.
Yeah, we saw all these downside in a big way on Friday, trying to get back to basically where they all were on Thursday if you go out to a higher time frame. But worth noting, the Asian markets overnight were higher right across the board. So a lot of these stocks or ADRs anyways, just following what happened over in the Chinese session. There were some headlines pointing towards policy easing and the possibility of some stimulus even coming back into play over in China.
Which is funny because the Chinese central bank on Monday actually kept medium-term policy loans at the same interest rate, despite the fact that the recovery's lagged. So I guess what they're betting on is next time around we may get some policy easing.
Rundown brought to you by Trade Ideas. As always, guys, real-time scanning and alerting used on this desk by everyone you see on the show and a lot of people on the floor as well. See what's moving in the moment. Trade Ideas. Check out the link in the description or bottom right corner there. Trader TV 20. You can use a QR code. Get you 20% off from Trade Ideas. We mentioned last Friday when Michael Noss was on, there is a test drive coming up as well. I believe it's first week of June, but we'll talk about that more with Mr. Noss again, guys.
Yeah, that sounds exciting to be sure. I was always willing to get a good deal when it comes to that. Now, there's two names to look at today. The first one reports, we're going to get a report on, but I'm going to get to PDD first because I think if it makes this break, it looks pretty juicy. Here's 65.5 there for Pinduoduo. And if we break that price, maybe even a 66 level even, you can sort of see a tiny little gap there, just a few bucks, like $3 into that 69 level, and then you'd see how far you can go. It's not necessarily as clean of a flat top style breakout for Alibaba at these levels. It would have to travel at least a little bit. However, when you pop the daily chart up, if you get above 88, 89, even breaking this 50 period on the daily at that 89 level, it's got a lot to work with up above. So it's already found support at 80. It's already broken out of this 85 channel. The next stop would be, I guess, getting through that 89. So it's not quite as close to that breakout as PDD might be, but I would say it's almost a more significant one were it to make that breakout through that 89 level. So I'd let it, if it gets up there today, yes, it'll be another couple of dollars higher, but it's a pretty significant level for a break. I like 85. That was that previous zone here. I like that for support today if we get downside. Otherwise, wait for 89. This means I'm not touching it at 87 even. $2 in either direction. To me, it's either holding support here or breaking out there at 89. That's why I mentioned PDD, because off the open, I think there's a better chance that that could start breaking out first. Baba just has a little bit of a ways to go, but still a good breakout candidate if it gets to 89.
Okay, I just want to, yeah, we put that on our, on the sticky note here for Alibaba. We'll talk about that in a second. Okay, this is from Bears vs. Bulls. Thank you so much. Will the markets be bearish today? This is where we got right now. It's only, I don't know if this is, I don't know if this is 16 votes versus 13 votes. Doesn't seem like too many. But right now, Bear leading the way with 55%. So we'll see that. Thank you so much, Mr. Bears versus Bulls, to getting that to us right now. Okay, so Alibaba, I just feel like this bottom here at $80 is a great one. We'll see if it can come through. Reporting on Thursday night for Alibaba. I just think that they're going to talk all about these IPOs, and if they ever get approved, I think that's an awesome opportunity for them to come over to the U.S., dump some more of these Chinese names on us, and get everyone to pay up for Alibaba's parts of their business. I feel like they're going to talk about that off their report. And then if they start to set some dates or some ideas here, I'm sure they'll get asked about it. And if the Chinese government wants to start printing some money, again, why not do it through Alibaba and get some of that U.S. equity going through? So let's wait to see if they do come out with anything on Ant Financial. I mean, it's going to come out on Thursday night for Alibaba, and I just like that bottom of $80. If we're going to talk about the major tech players here in the U.S., I mean, Alibaba, PDD, they're all there. We even the EV names, XPeng, Li Auto, NIO, all making moves. JD is a big one, obviously, as well. But I really like BABA here down at 80 bucks. I wish it was still there, a little high for 87. So we'll wait to see some of those bottoms. It's already up 2.5%. Could see some profit taking. I like this name if we dip anywhere near 85. Let's have a quick look at these imbalances as we are now done the rundown and getting ready to start the day here. Both of us not in position right now, so we'll wait to see when that does open up. And what did I want to do? Oh, the imbalances real quick. Right now, let's just see what flew through. So Palantir's down near that $9 mark. We made a mistake on that, which sort of sent us tumbling there on Friday when we bought too many shares through 10 bucks. Rivian there as a sell, but other than that, there's really no big names at all on the NASDAQ that I'm seeing right now. Charles Schwab there as a buy. That's back above 50. That's looking nice for as far as these banks are going through. I thought I saw, no, I don't even see Pfizer.
Rivian's
AI's right there, but that's still $20. And there's Alibaba with a small bid as well. So nothing really to get me too excited here about the imbalance locator. So we'll minimize that and then just check out some of the trades. It's almost time to get that bell rung today. So 116, 116.50 right now on Google as it's making a nice move to the downside now. Let's see if we can get an opportunity to short this name off the open as well, as the NASDAQ could go red to start the day.
Yeah, and Rivian actually making a bit of a move to the downside. I just realized I have
here
to
we go.
pay for locates on that one. 3 days in a row, downside, it broke that 50 period there. Looks like it should be an interesting one off the open. 13.5 would have been a good level if it got back
You know
there,
we
but
didn't talk
13
about?
even is going to work. We didn't talk about chips, I'll tell
That's
you that
right,
much.
yeah, someone just said that in the-
AMD, I'm going to get to, oh my goodness, we didn't talk at all about the chip, but we
they're
got the
not doing
countdown on.
much.
But AMD is at a pretty big level, and yeah, Sharif's doing the bell actually. So in 3, 2, and ring it, Sharif. Actually, that was a little bit quick. But 93.5, 94 in AMD, that's a big wall. It rejected 100. I think it's at least $1.50 away from that big zone. Like that's kind of like one of those weird Alamo type levels for me there on AMD. So we'll have a quick look at that one. If it gets into that price, not sure it will be. Rivian was making that move to the downside on that the sell imbalance. Now it's already bouncing. So if it gets back into 13, watch out for that. 3 days in a row to the downside on Rivian and a bit of a flush there at the open, but now it's starting to recover.
All right, we'll take a small, we said we always want to wait to get involved here. So it's 9:30 and 30 seconds. So let's just get in. Yeah, no, probably a little too early on this one. But we're going to start it here because it just ripped up to the 200 period on the 1 minute. That's Google. Went the opposite way here. Oppo right now in the market. So yeah, boom to the downside goes the market. Upside for Google. So that actually going opposite of what I thought. So let's take advantage and take a small short right now. Hopefully we can get a little bit more in if it does go back up to the upside. I'm going to put a bid down here near 116 flat to see if we can get a piece out. Yeah, and that was the other thing, Neil. I just saw it was going to be Amazon or Google. So I was looking at both of these to start the day, and you could see Amazon. I mean, I don't want to take the sticky note right off the open, but there goes Amazon absolutely flying to the upside here. Up about $1. So we'll see. That's not absolutely flying. I feel like there's a lot more to come here today. Obviously, it's 9:31.
Coin's already down $1.40 from the open.
Coinbase.
I mean, like every single day I come into Coinbase looking for a pop and fade, and it just doesn't, like, it just never goes where you want it to in terms of finding the short. It's already getting absolutely smoked. So AMD is starting to head down into the level that I thought was, I don't want to say the Alamo, maybe that's the wrong way to think about it, but 93.5 and a 94 is that buy zone on AMD for me. It has to hold there. Yeah, Google really, it's holding that 116, at least off the open, it held that 116. Still some room to get into that top above 117 into 118. To me would be the resistance, and if it breaks 116, I think it takes it down. Well, at that point, I think you reverse into like a obvious short opportunity, but 118 would be that zone. Want to be a little bit patient for this as it is getting into that. Here it comes. Yeah, you know what? How patient are we going to be if it starts getting up there that fast? The market is slightly, I mean, it's flat. What am I even saying? Like the ES is slightly moving to the downside right now, but the NASDAQ flat after initial sell-off. I'm just trying to get this in here 117.5. Maybe I have to wet the beak on Google here to be able to get it. So I just wet my beak at a quarter. We'll see where else it'll go. I didn't want to completely miss out on this move. And Tesla, nothing happening on Tesla, nor C3AI. C3AI chilling out at 20.5. No break at the top, no flush. So patient with that one, as we thought there might have been a pop early.
Okay, so we are back. We're not back in. We're still watching out for Google. We took a 117.25 there to give us an average price of 92. It just went down, broke 117 right there. So we actually went back into the money on Google, but we're still waiting for a level up here of 117, 118 to come through for Google. And I know we're talking about the same name there, but it's a name that I like there through 118. So if we break it, we'll hold it for a little bit, but it looks like it does want to test with that. Let's just check out C3AI, another name that we've been looking at here today. It's not really doing too much. It did dip down into that $20 range. I think that was probably a good long down there. Came right into the 200 period, dipped down a little bit, but still not really having the action on it that I sort of thought we would expect from C3AI, so I'm going to stay away from that just for now. I still like that top break. I could get going for sure, but it's now 9:33 as there goes Amazon. Wow, still taking out the top, but we went short in Google and not long in Amazon, so we should have done that right now. And that's part of the problem with getting in too early on some of these names. Some of them start to go the way that you think, and some of them don't. So there goes Amazon. Hard to buy that at 111. That's right where it opened, but now if you did, you're well in the money on that one. We should have took advantage of what we were talking about on this on the sticky note. AI is all the rage, and if they like Amazon, they're probably going to like Walmart as well come Wednesday. I'll find out when they report. But look at AMD. AMD makes that bottom of 94. Now it's taking out the top as well. So as some of these names,
like 50 pennies,
it just keeps on going, man. And this market, despite going downside a little bit here to start the day, although it's not really, it's kind of hovering out. There's a lot of action on a lot of names, and it starts today with AMD and Google's really starting to go back up to the upside. Didn't even look at Alibaba yet or any of these Chinese names.
Not moving. Baba's not really moving just yet. It tried to break a little bit, but not a huge break. WYSA has broken out the top here. WISA broke this 250 level, and GSIT is already halted. Volatility halt for GSIT. It was a down halt on GSIT, but WYSA in the midst of a breakout 250. You've got a 285 over here that I think could be a little bit of a trouble for WYSA as it gets up to that price. So if it gets up to 285.3, I would think there's some resistance. I'm just in AMD, kind of off of that. Whoops, not AMD. Alphabet off of that top. AMD on the mind a little bit there as it got right into yesterday's close. Was able to kind of get a couple of fills in there. I'm looking for underneath 116 for first out. And then if we break that 117 for the first out, and then looking for 116 to potentially hold. AMD did get down to 94.5. I was waiting for 94 even. That's where I like the dip buy on AMD. Looks like a bit of a nothing burger there. Tesla, it's trying to go here to the upside. Not really a huge move off Tesla. I guess we got like $1, and that's about it off that upside. 170 would be the key break.
Okay, so here we go, man. We shorted AMD against 96 right now. Let's see if that gets going a little bit on the upside for AMD. We're here. We don't want to necessarily be too involved in this name, but we'll short it again against that 96. Amazon 112 still, and Google, man, that's the one that's really starting to go to the upside right now. So let's pay attention to see what Google wants to do. I'm seeing there at 117.75 to get a little bit more shorter in that name, and by a little bit, we have about double the shares sitting there at that 117.75 area against 118. But where it looks like we're wrong, man, the momentum still stays strong here in Google as it continues to go to the upside. That C3AI is getting excited as well now, trying to break that 21, and actually just did break that 21 right there. So nice C3AI, huge move to the upside, but now we got to dance with our pants off here with Google because it is starting to go back up to the upside right now. We just get a fill right now at that 117.75. So let's be careful here with Google.
And guess what bounced right off that 450? It would be SoFi, or at least close enough to it. So one move down, it bounced 452. Let's see if it can hold it the second time through. I'm looking for that long above the 450. Get out of Dodge. At least I get out of Dodge slightly underneath. 420 was also support for this if you go way back on the daily chart. This is a stock that fighting it and all that kind of nonsense doesn't really work. So once I see some buying in there, that's what we go off of. That 118 is now coming into play on Alphabet, so obviously I have to go over there. And C3AI, this could be taking out the top. So a few things are going to happen at the same time, I think it looks like here. Google's going to make a run at that 118. Zoom back out so you can see it. That's that high from last week. I'm short into it. C3AI is trying to take out the top in about 20 seconds. So we could be breaking out the top on 2 names, one of which I'm short, the other one I'm looking for a breakout.
Oh, that sucks. And we tried to bid an 08 there. We got a little fill. We got a nice little winner right now on AMD. It's funny that that's going to the downside here, and we have a lot of pressure with Google right now up to that 117.75 was our last fill right there. Our average price on Google's in the 40s, so it's not the end of the world here. But yeah, we would like to get this name a little bit downside here right away, like ASAP, if we can get it downside, because we're going to have to get out of at least 3/4 of this trade if we do break 118. We're just simply put in this name pretty decently. You're hearing some action in the back there, and I just wish we would have taken C3AI down there at 20 bucks.
Yeah,
We did talk about
good.
that as it did take out that top, and then just watch out. There goes Google, unfortunately, just taking it out there at 118. Wow, super, super strong. Good thing we have the AMD short to sort of counteract a little bit of this, but there goes Google. And again, in it, not really to win it, because our average short price was 117.50. So that's a 50-cent hit there on 2/3 of Google. So maybe it's the top, maybe it's not, but we are now out of a significant portion of that Google trade. Let's see what it does here now. We got out at 118.11. The high of the day is 17, so that's not great.
Yeah, it looks like, so I mean, I just got a little bit more on Alphabet, so it did the over-under thing. If it does fail here, then that's fantastic. I don't like the even dollar stop, so we actually, we're going to give it to like that quarter mark. There was no break on C3AI. I did put a stop in for the high of the day break. I'm just going to get some bids on Alphabet before I move on there. The C3AI was right to that high, and then it looks like it rugged it a little bit. I was just watching the level 2. Yeah, it got right up to 21.40, which was the top. Hit 43. My stop is to go long at 50 at that even, and then it pulled right back into 21. So it's still pretty valid for a breakout on 2-3i. Maybe we've dipped to 21 even first. It's just Google and SoFi for me right now. I've got that 57 long. I actually am trying to add to this, but I was trying to add lower. Now I'm going to look to add somewhere in the mid-50s and maybe even a little bit higher. I don't want to chase it too far. I feel like 60 is about as far as I would go on SoFi in terms of chasing this. I want an average price between 55 and say like 62 into that 450 area. So C3AI, no breakout just yet, but I think that is going to be incoming. I think we're going to get a break on that at some point. And then that GSIT, GSIT, that one's still, I want to say still going, yeah, it's not even open here. So probably a 10-minute halt on GSIT. It's been 7 minutes. So that down halt looks like it's a 10-minute one.
Okay, AMD, man, we're ringing a little bit of registers on that one, being up 50 cents on this trade. So Google not short, but AMD is short right now, 95.50. We had that trade. We'll see if it can come back up. And again, it gave it to us because we sort of did wick a little top there at 95.60. So a name that was red today, we decided to find out if, what it was doing early. We are out of only 30% of it, though. So not great right there for AMD. Well, it's still great, a great trade. We're now 50 cents in the money, but we did have that bottom tick down there at 75, which made that really nice. So we'll have to see what's going on now. C3AI trying to take out the top again. This is a decent level, of course. We've already taken out 21.40. That could be a good break long on C3AI as the volume's back into this name, 5 million shares right now. Okay, AMD's failing again, breaking back down below $95. We just need Google. We did short a little bit more Google right up here right now, so we'll see if it can still respect that top, and if it does, then unfortunately we'll get out and then just take the L on Google right now, and then also wait for a pullback possibly in Amazon. Ooh, pullback in Amazon is actually happening right now, so maybe that's going to be a good one there, as it is pulling nicely back in to 111 here for Amazon. So we can try that long. We do like Amazon down here on a day where the NASDAQ has been going downside. Amazon ripped off early. Now we can see about a takedown here at 111. It's coming down pretty decently now as Google's holding the high and Amazon's pulling back. I was not really expecting that.
So speaking of holding highs, like the market's starting to obviously dipping back in, but we're right in the supply zone for Intel again. I didn't trade this one on Friday, and I kick myself over it, even if it stays in the range. This is 29.15. This is a supply zone last I checked, so I'm going to be short into the top. If it breaks out, it breaks out. We work with that later. Gonna work into this position above 29 into 29.15. I'll stop out above it. Very likely a reverse zone, but with the market basically flat, you want to play inside if you can. There's another push into SoFi. If it cannot hold this 450, I'm just underneath it. I don't like even dollar stops, but I'm just underneath that 450 zone. If that gets taken out here on SoFi, the last thing you're looking at is the December low, last December at that 420. So 450, it needs to hold. I'll add one more time if it can bounce off 450. But even then, I don't want to be fighting in this forever. I do like the notion of trading that AMD, but it's not in the zone I wanted it to go for the long, and it's still $1 away from any bounce zone I would like. We'll be very patient. Now short in Intel, I feel like I have the exposure I want, at least in terms of the market, if it wants to head to the downside. Tesla is making a move finally. Is it going to break that 170? Looks like it's geared up to break that 170 level. I was only looking at that 166, 165, 166, and then that 170 area. The 170 break looks like it could come first. But this is into a weak market right now. The ES is actually falling and just turned red, while the NASDAQ holding up a bit. That's because you have a few individual names like Google, which is about to break the top, holding it up. I just got stopped out of Google. Probably had a chance to scalp it, but that's not really what I was going for. I'm looking just to play all the way back into 116. It doesn't. Looks like we're on the breakout trail for Google. This is how you get the NASDAQ holding up. This stock trying to break out. If this ends up being a wick high, I will jump back into it if it rejects this level. But for now, it looks like Google wants it the other way.
Yeah, I'm going to regroup here because, Google upside, same play as you got out of that one. We're going to wait to see, I just got out of Amazon as well. I'm actually feeling the short here more than anything else. The NASDAQ is trying to hold below this 50 period right now. Amazon, although went up, just came back down. I was going to try to defend that 111 area, but we just got out there for a small little profit there on Amazon, but not much as we continue to watch Apple. This is a brand new position for us. Unfortunately, I have to clear up those wicks, but right now, Apple to the downside, holding off of 173 right now. So let's see if it wants to hold the 173. I actually like this short a little bit better as Apple just turns red right now on the day. What's up, Sharif?
All right, guys, couple things. Nat gas futures up 5%, so keep your eye on UNG Boyle or the Nat gas contract itself. Another thing, Kashkari talking. Here come the comments. Inflation is much too high, though starting to come down. We shouldn't be fooled by a few months of good data, that kind of stuff. Keep an ear out. I'll bring more updates to you, but he's speaking.
Oh, there you go. I mean,
right.
That's fine. I don't think that's anything necessarily groundbreaking. We know that. We know what the deal is. So I just added here, and I'll show you why on Intel. So there was this nice little wick up. It tried to break back to the top. 29.15 is my out, not 10, which is a pre-market high. But once you start holding that consolidation, another wick up will give me reason to add in the 29 range instead of exactly at that 29.10 up at the top. Google is just, this is what's holding the market up. I thought for sure you get to that resistance level, it being a lot of inside days in a row, you'd have some trouble punching through. But suddenly, this might turn into a breakout play. If the market holds bid, this is already a strong name, and you're just thinking longs above the 118. I'm not quite there just yet, but we could get there pretty quick. SoFi is actually breaking down, so we said we'd risk about 5 to 10 cents on it. Looks like that's exactly what's going to happen. I have an average price of 455, so only better because it's so weak, right? And I'm just underneath here. I'm not stopping out usually an even dollar, but just a couple more shekels, and we got to give up on SoFi. Once again, I'll only be in one short at that particular moment. The gist of it is, it's GSAT. It's GSIT. It's not really GIST. But it is now back open, and it held 4 even. So pretty decent level if it's going to make a secondary break, like it gets above that 430 and were to go into an up halt, that would give you a lot of cover for a big run. So halt down, hold 4 even, and then break back out. I'll be looking, if it goes into an up halt, to try and grab this one and then see if it can get into $5. But I probably want to take it breaking out as opposed to just sort of guessing that it's going to hold 4.
All right, so yeah, we don't ever want to be guessing too many things here. A U.S. appeals court rejects Elon Musk's bid to end the tweet pre-approval requirement.
The what?
Contained in SEC settlement court. U.S. appeal court rejects his bid to end tweet pre-approval requirement. So he still needs to get pre-approval, I guess, before he tweets. So, okay, that was just what I saw it come through there, and I was like, okay, is there anything here with Tesla or not? We can look at that, but we take our first profit spot there on Apple. We're short at 70. We just got a 46 or 47 fill. So a nice little trade there for us on Apple. Let's see if this market does want to pull back. We did reload.
Google back under.
Google's back under 118. Okay, we did I'm going to take another out here if I can on AMD. There it is. We'll take another out right there at VWAP. But yeah, Google now back under after getting stopped out right there. It only goes as high as 50, which is still pretty good for Google. I think we'll stay in the Apple short and the AMD short, and I do want to get more short into AMD because we have a top there of 70. If it breaks 70, then we'll get out of that. But for right now, it's just hovering around. We'll see what the NASDAQ wants to do. I'm actually looking at AMD and thinking it may be strong right now. The short that I like is actually Apple more than anything else right now. So we'll have to watch out on that one. We mentioned Alibaba earlier, but you said it wasn't moving. It's still not moving really, to be honest with you. It got as low as 86, maybe an 85 for a long right there right now. But I'm kind of feeling this NASDAQ is not doing a whole heck of a lot. Kind of where we opened now. So we're down like 4 handles from the open. So let's see if we can't get this move going as we get a little excited here because we do see Apple trying to pull down a little bit. Back into the 40s one more time. I have bids at right here at 39. And then a break, which is the day's low. The day's low is 30. The day's low is not 165.79, but it's right here at 39. Hopefully we can get that fill, and then we're back in the 20s for even lower than that. As there goes AMD, back now sub 95. So if we get a print in the 80s, that's going to be a good take for us on AMD right now. That's the lowest it's gotten now, 85. Let's put another bid there.
Yeah, I've got my first bid starting to come in there. I actually just got to fill first bid on Intel. And just sometimes when the market is just so, it's all over the bloody place. And it's not necessarily that clear until now that we're getting to the downside with the NASDAQ heading toward flat on the session. So a little more clarity into the south side. That's why I jumped back into Alphabet underneath that 118. And if we're going to trend down, I like that supply zone, as I said, on Intel. Just sticks out like an absolute sore thumb. So on the way down to 28, 75, or 50, we'll start getting out every 10 cents or so. Oh, and guess what held at 450 like an absolute champion, walks like a champion, talks like a champion, needs to get past 460, and then I can say the rest of that as we go to Sharif at the desk.
Pac West, guys, an oldie but a goodie. Back on watch today, now up about 10%. Coming to that $5. No news specifically for it, though.
Well, I mean, look, Pac West doesn't need news to go up, right? Like, it's just shorts are going to be covering on this. Yeah. Anytime you get a bounce to the upside, I think it's good when it gets to that. Look, nobody wants a bank to fail, so a little bit of confidence on this and breaking 5 even again, because 5 has been an absolute monster level, is likely to get some shorts to cover. That said, the last couple of times, Thursday and Friday, that it got around that 5, you've seen breaks of the level without it actually holding above. So maybe like a 520 or a 530, and I'd have a little bit more confidence that that one really, really wants to go. As I mentioned, I did jump back into Alphabet. Just keeping, a lot of times I say this, get in on the back end, not the front end. Okay, so got in on the front end, right? So got in on the front end of the move up in Alphabet. That's why the 15-minute chart sometimes is a little bit better. And then it ends up rejecting that top break at 118. Now I'm back in it, but you're never in it as much. If you just get it on the way up, you're going to get everything you want. If you try to get it on the way down, you're unlikely to get as many fills as you want. So back into the short here. It is starting to work, as you can obviously tell. We've got a couple of names. They're both working. GSIT did not make that break up or halt or anything like that, so I'll put that on the back burner for now.
All right, you guys want more of these? So let's go, man. A couple bangs right now, going for AMD right now. Let's give it up for AMD. We at least talked about getting short there. We actually wanted more, and we just were not aggressive enough there in the 40s. We should have been. Darn it. If that does happen again, we'll take that, but we are now out of 70% as we'll try to hold. But we've got the big banger on board right now, and we'll spin the money for Apple. We've got some good trades on board today, guys. The only thing that was really, Neil just talked about Google, and for sure, my average price after all this was, much higher than where it is right now as we've fallen back down. Our big trade was at 117.75. And unfortunately, that's now lower than where it is. Patience always does pay. Please never forget that. But I see Kat behind us.
Hola. Like and subscribe.
For everyone watching right now, please hit the like and the subscribe button, because there goes Apple. We've been going short on Apple for a bit, man. I talked about that blowout quarter. Could have been the top there for Apple. And here it does, pulling right back in. Damn you, Google, because now I just regret, obviously, that trade. As you can see, look at AMD. Now $1 in the money as we try to have some diamond hands on this one. Let's see where the NASDAQ goes now. Just turning red just now goes down the NASDAQ. So here we go. We do not hold 13.4. We tried to hold that. NASDAQ now breaking a little lower here. So we'll see if it wants to continue that move down. I'm just happy as, sitting here waiting for Apple to continue continue, man. An apple a day does keep the doctor away, but if you're trading it to the long side today, hopefully you're out because it's now at day's low here for Apple. We identified it early. We took advantage of the pop. And again, look where the profit comes in, man. 945. Come on, Sean. Come on. Just slap a fail right there on myself. You already talked about it, Neil, man. Honestly, I like the Google trade. I don't have a problem with it. It went up too far, too fast, hit our levels, that took us out. Now it's coming back in. So we stay patient with the patient game. And just like patient zero, Apple today is being targeted.
Yeah, I think the market's now made a decision. Yeah. I think that's what usually you want to do. We always talk about this and say it over and over again. The easy way to think about it, to be patient, is if you're playing support and resistance, to work the trade on the other side of it, right? So don't sit out in front. Like look at Tesla, right? Gets to 170. If you're working on the other side, you're absolutely fine. It's the same thing with Alphabet. And it's exactly what was identified over there. Once I saw what was going on in Intel as well, it's almost like it's free money to get that short. It just seems that way. It's never always going to be that easy. One name that we have not traded yet is still valid. Higher low now being put in on C3AI. So breaking out the top is valid. It's now, it's not really it's not 21 support because it's underneath this a couple of times here, but it's a higher low with 21 as the area of support. If it makes that break, I'm just going long through a 2150 break on C3AI. If it halts, we'll cross that bridge when we get there. GSIT, not really doing a heck of a lot, but still holding the channel. It could also break out. Alibaba, a bit of a disappointment, actually still trending to the downside. So Baba falling. If it gets to 85, 85 is that first zone I would look for a dip buy in Baba. Now it's about managing those shorts, one of which, Alphabet, still working the top end of this crazy wick here. Down to 105, that's obviously not legit. So I want to play off that top once again in Alphabet. Lots of other names moving here. I see Dan Gilman in the chat talking about PayPal. Yeah, PayPal's been sneaky strong today. Not the last week, but today it certainly has been after that horrendous week that it had last week. In the midst of a bit of a breakout. Watch out for 65. That's a big, big resistance level on PayPal if we get there.
All right, I'm going to try dip buy opportunity now in Alibaba. It's not quite as low as we thought it would go here today. Not as thought we'd go, but where we were waiting for at 85. But it did get to 85.80. So where's my 1 minute charts? 20, 20, 21. Okay, I don't really see too much of a wick down here at all for Alibaba. If you go to the 5 minute chart, though, you do get a little bit of an exhaustion candle right there down to 85.80. So we're going to take a long right now in Alibaba against this price, 85.80. So now we're long into Alibaba, so we'll hit this for a new position alert right now for Alibaba. It's funny that your Intel's not moving at all. It's not really moving. You're still 5 pennies in the money or whatever it is, so breaking through 29 is good. AMD really did collapse, so we actually had, we're going to hopefully this fault flows through here, but we took out a last piece. We only have 20% left now.
It's the same move.
Is it? Okay, good.
The charts are pretty much identical.
Okay, good. So this one was 70 cents to the downside right there on a $95 stock. So good move there, but watch out for that top. We are going to try to average into it if it does come back up, but that's a play there. And then just Alibaba right now, trying to hold out for that high, right? I mean, I like the name. If the market does rally, Alibaba we went long at what, 11s? Where am I long here? 10s? And it just got up to 25 there. So I'm looking for a play back into
Tesla's
the 50s.
Dumping.
Tesla's dumping. That's not going to be.
It just broke that support.
Yeah, I don't like to hear that when we're actually short Apple and AMD, as AMD right now is almost $1 in the money as that's starting to go down. So yeah, I hope that Intel continues to go for us as the market right now, Neil. I think that's the reason why we are right now at the lows of the day. So Alibaba, man, 85.80. I've got you. We're going to watch out for that level.
So we're into, Tesla just broke 166, so we're now short Tesla on that break. There was a flat bottom breakdown, and we talked about waiting for that level to get going. 170 was look, 170, you can see the reversal that just got put on at that 170 level. But once that bottom breaks, I like it back into that half. It was actually 166 half. That was the flat bottom support, but I get it at 60, 66 even. I'll add to this one if we get a chance back to that upside. Always a decent chance that we can hold the level. Ooh, crap. I didn't get my Rivian pay for short, so I'll have to do that at some point. But the market here trying to get back in to what was a big level, that 13.3, 7 area where we ended the day on Friday. where it's trying to bounce right now. This is the NASDAQ obviously heading into the downside. If it breaks, don't forget 13.33. That was that bottom from Friday. I think if we see that one again, I'm going to respect it. That's where you look to cover some shorts, I do think, and maybe there's some long bounces that could come into play as well. But yeah, Tesla, what a reversal at that 170 level, and you can already see it starting to flush back down. In 165, 162.5, those would be obvious areas that I like for some outs.
Okay. Wow. All right. What else you guys want to look at right now? Any ES love? Yeah, not really from me. No, I'm more of a NASDAQ guy. You do have Arun covering the midday show. So it'll be Sharif and Arun doing the midday show next week. If you didn't know that, Sharif, now you do. And then, we're going to have Max come on to replace Neil next week. So we're really excited to have that coming through. So a couple banger. What a week it's going to be as Neil takes a vacay, well-deserved. And we'll have Max sitting in the hot seat next week as well. Yeah, Airbnb, that's a good name. Thanks for bringing that up to us one more time right now. I like Airbnb down here. I'm just letting it settle down for the next couple days. Well, this is now the third day, so I might have to dip some toes in and start to get some Airbnb. It just, if you do have that recession talk on a debt default or something like that, I can't really see a name like this that, does still have that huge PE, really do anything. But here on the daily chart, coming in, I still want to look at $100 for Airbnb. So nice move to the downside right now. Jumped off at 103.50. Let's see if Airbnb wants to continue to work here today. And he could even break that 106, which I do like coming through on that one. Alibaba, 86. Again, we're long at 10s. That's 30 cents. So I'm trying to get this out at 40. That's where I'm offering. So let's wait to see if Alibaba can get to 40. We don't want to take out profit too early on this name, although fighting the NASDAQ and not really working out too well for anybody today as that continues to go to the downside. So we'll still respect the strength in Alibaba being up 1% in case we do get a turnaround. But we are Dr. Disrespecting Apple right now because that name we're short 80 cents right now in the money here on Apple. So that one's definitely been a good little trade here. We'll get some more out at 72 right now because why not? It's a 70-cent winner there, and AMD 70. We got back-to-back jacks here, back-to-back 70-cent winners on both AMD and Apple. And how good of an idea was it? Sometimes we actually have these good ideas, and we wanted Amazon until we saw this, and I was like, nah, thank you. We do not want to stand in the way of Amazon. Amazon bouncing off 110 right now could be a decent trade. I'm going to wait a little lower at 109 to make sure we're right for that trade. There goes Alibaba now. Just stopped again up there at 25 cents. I'll put a little offer. We'll get, we got a little piece out. We got 10% out there on Alibaba. Any recaps before
AI just broke that high. I'm long at 54 on a 50 break, so we'll see if it goes. Nothing crazy right now. It's pretty much flat. I was able to get some out there on Tesla. 165 just held on Tesla. We added on the way down, so first entry. We get just shy of $1 on that first move to the downside, but we had added back into it. So we're going to work this back to 166.5, playing the short, but C3AI was the new position. It took a while, but finally you have a real sort of breakout on C3AI incoming. Probably cover some in front of the even as we go to the desk with Sharif for happening now.
All right.
Yeah, guys, markets selling off. All right, happening now, brought to you by Zulu Trade. Are you ready to dive into the world of investing, but finding it hard to keep up with the market trends? Well, listen up. Zulu Trade 2.0 has just been launched, allowing you to follow and copy the trades of successful leaders from around the globe, making it easier and more accessible than ever before. So what are you waiting for? Check them out using the QR code below on the bottom right. Guys, let's have a look at what markets are doing. The S&P and the NQ both in the red at the moment. They didn't start the day off that way, though. The Dow Jones also down a quarter point. The lone green spot in North America, Toronto, up a quarter point on the day. But, we'll see what the day ends up at. What's moving now? Meta. Meta caught an upgrade today. It got upgraded by Loop Capital with a $320 price target with a simultaneous downgrade for Google. To be honest with you, the Google chart was starting to look a little bit better than the Meta chart last time I looked. But here is Meta trying to hold on to the green. It's up 1% at the moment at 235. The other one, TCEHY, 10-cent music. Yes, this reports after the bell tomorrow. Excuse me, before the bell tomorrow. It is up 6% on the day with a 43.69 high. This trades on the pink sheets. It reports tomorrow up with ADRs. And then Nat Gas, the Nat Gas futures, Boyle, UNG, the futures itself, they're all up on the day. Good day for Nat Gas. Boyle up 5.6%.
5.6%? Is that? Oh, wow. Okay. Obviously, look, we don't always look at oil.
Our charts must be wrong. I see oil up 1%.
I don't think it's up that much. I see oil up 1%. So just,
oil
it's up,
is,
but I see it up 1%. Oh, Boyle.
Nat Gas.
Boyle. Okay. It's natural gas.
Yeah, because oil is up 1%, but still nice. Nice.
Yeah, so that's obviously we want to make sure we get that right for you guys. There's a couple of things here very quickly, but it's important, right? Because 5% on, if it was actually oil that much, it'd be like, what the heck? But yeah, so back underneath VWAP on Alphabet here. So I took first leg. Once it gets to that 118 and then broke and then failed break, we're shorting on the way back in. We have a VWAP break, so just covered some in front of that 117. Got 85 as an average price, but really not as much as when we're being aggressive on the front end. If we get to 116, that's still a pretty big level worth respecting, so we'll get a bid down here on that one as it continues to work out. C3AI is not really moving that much. It's not pulling back. Well, yet, it's probably going to pull back now. It got to 21.75 on that 50 break. It's only about 20 cents in the money. My first cover is not going to be till it gets to like 22 even. And if it can bounce back off VWAP at 21, I might even favor a reload off of said level if it were to get there. We'll see what happens. Not really doing anything with that GSIT. SoFi keeps on holding, but not really bouncing. So, we actually did another hold of the low there, and I said, okay, let me take something out on the way up to VWAP just in case it does the trend, and that allows me to then rinse and repeat and start working this bottom. 447 happens to be the low. The longer it holds it, the more I should be scalping in this range, in addition to trying to hold out for that support level.
Although the market is not green, trying to get there. Our P&L has been making a little bit of a green move here the last little bit, and I want to say shout out to the chat, man. I'm trying to watch the chat as much as we can to try to improve the show and figure out some different trading ideas. Thank you so much to Jordan there talking about that BOBA long call. Thank you so much there. And I'm going to take this right here. What's up to JJJ? Firm handshake of champions. So I shake your hand as well, Triple J right there. I don't know what it's for. Is it for the Apple? Is it for the AMD? Is it for the BOBA long? I say thank you so much to everybody as well. So firm handshakes back to you as well. All right, Alibaba, just because we're talking about it right now, we took a piece out at 25 and then another piece out at 35, but I'm still waiting for 45. So hopefully that can come through here for Alibaba. And if it does, great. We'll take out a little bit more as well, but we're only out now of 20% of Alibaba. So hopefully it can get going to the upside as it fights the market. It's a name that we like. I want to buy it into earnings. It's really that simple. This is not even a trade off of any levels or anything like that, because realistically I wanted the 85 bid. But we took 86 and change anyway, so here comes pulling back in. We have monster winners, man. We're $1 in the money on Apple. We're 80 cents now in the money. There's these chip names. Neil's covering Intel. I'm all over AMD as well for you. We haven't looked at NVIDIA yet, but we are all over AMD as right now, man.
NVIDIA just broke low of the day 2 seconds ago.
Exactly. Yeah, then look at the NASDAQ. The NASDAQ right now taking down lows.
Oh, yeah, Tesla just broke some. A bunch of names just hit the same level.
Exactly. So there it is, man. We've got some big trades on board. Apple now $1 right now in the money for Apple as that's going down. We just got filled at 79 there at that day's low, which is why we sort of knew that got filled up. Hey, look, man. If the BOBA trade doesn't work, we'll come back to this because I do like it. Like I said, we're only out of a little bit there. Oh, man, that's too bad because here comes 85.80 right now coming through. So that looks like it does want to break that. And if it does, we're going to get out of everything. But let's take advantage and buy a little bit more here on this dip.
Yeah, so Tesla just broke back beneath 166. I got the reload in front of 166.5. If it gets to 65, worth noting, that's obviously a nice little round number that people are going to be buying in front of very often. So I'm going to sit in front of it, not to go long, but to cover a little bit more in the short, and then rinse and repeat that price level. Shout out to Never Leverland. I almost got that one wrong for the super chat. Thank you very much. Can one of you say in your favorite rapper's voice, Kim's getting paid every single day. I'd have to think about, I mean, I don't really do voice impressions. Kim's getting paid every single day. Get paid, that's what it's all about for trading. And by the way, no one ever went broke taking profits. That's why I'm going to scalp inside of these zones. So make sure you do that. I'm not an impression type person. We're now possibly breaking through that support on the NASDAQ. So I do like the shorts to reload. I reloaded Intel there, reloaded Tesla. Google's beneath VWAP, so it wasn't at a reload zone. And I think that 13.3 is going to come into play for us. It'll be bad news for SoFi, which continues to try to hold out. I might lose that 5 or 6 cents. It's still kind of flat for me right now. C3AI is not really breaking out like we wanted to, but all of the shorts at this particular point are printing, which is what you got to be able to do. No, it wasn't really Ice Cube. There, Jim J. I wasn't really doing an impression. Maybe it was Rakim, if anything, because that's technically my favorite rapper.
All right.
Can't do really impressions, man.
No. Well, you do impressions when you do the raps, but it's just in your own voice.
Yeah, so I'm saying like I'll do someone else's lyrics, but I'm not doing an impersonation of them. Leave that for like the Jamie Foxxes of the world. Get better soon, brother.
Yeah, Kim K is getting paid every single day. And a shout out to Dr. Disrespect there as well, because that is the firm. Yes, that handshake, that Lakers bet.
Money.
Brad and I were talking about this earlier, man. That's $5 into 60 real quick. Not real quick, but I don't know. Can the Denver, I have to look it up. I have to look up the odds of Denver. Denver scares me a lot. A great team, obviously. So we're going to, I think we get out of that bet now, cash it out early, and wait to see what happens in the first couple games of that series. And you can also hop back onto the Lakers if you do need to as well. So that was a great trade right there. Or great trade. Great. Yeah, I guess so. Whatever. Great trade. If I get out of it, great bet. Not like the Maple Leafs were a great bet, because they were an awful bet right there. Although making money in the first round, gave it all back in the second round, and that's what it is all about. Okay, so right there, 109 and change coming through here as Amazon. If this is not the trade of the day, then I don't know what is, because we could have, well, I have lots of other ones. We're $1 in the money on 2 names right now, but we saved ourselves a lot by just getting out of Amazon and just saying, you know what, it's not moving in the way we thought it would on this news. So it came upside, got blown out to the top, and this is exactly what we're talking about, where you could be wrong. An aggressive name that we wanted to buy on dips, right? Amazon came in and just, no. I was like, get the heck out of this one, because when the market ripped up, not even ripped up, went up, this stock really did fall, and we only were able to take 20 cents. Then the move downside, and now you're back into 109. I actually really like the long down here at 109, but we're going to wait for that to come through, and when it does, we'll be out of that real quick. If it does take too much lower than like 108.90, something like that, let's be patient as we can be with Amazon. Apple, we just took another out. So we'll ring the register again on that one. That's not the register. The register is somewhere. Oh, we have a gangster register. There it is right there. As we'll ring the Fisher Price register as that's coming down to the downside. And then just like, I'm not even checking Intel. I know you're on that. $1 in the money for AMD, but it just kind of bounced off 30 right there. We only have 20% left. A lot of outs here in the 50s and 60s. So, AMD, my number one stock's going to be Apple. We took, quite frankly, we had 2 fills on Apple here, so we had double the fund there. We only have the 1 fill on AMD, so looking to get some more short, but we may just get out here as possibly the market's turning. Oh my God, we're at that 13,360 again, which has been a very, very key level here on the NASDAQ for a minute. So let's wait to see what happens, although this is... I guess because the range is so high right there, we've got to sort of zoom back in and out of this right there. But there it is. We're right back into these tops of 13,350, 13,360. So this could be either a hold, right? So you may, if you're short, you may want to get out, which we've just done on Apple and on AMD. Or, if you did like this as a breaking spot, 13,350, watch out. We're not too far away from that. In fact, we're only 11 handles. What did we just get more of? Oh, we got out of some Alibaba, guys, as that just took, wow, good reload there on Alibaba. We'll do a little face slap as we told you we were reloading it. So there it is right now. Again, firm handshakes, Alibaba.
Yeah, Gene, I was actually just about to talk about GSIT. It is halted 539, but the tap is 540. So it looks like it's going to open up pretty much flat. we're sort of mentioning this one. Okay, if it goes into an up halt after holding the bottom, it's a good long. I don't have it. I missed it. Would have been like a $5 maybe breakout, or you could be sitting in the halt. I'll look to see it open up in a couple of minutes, and if it holds above that $5, could be a long off of that. Tesla got to that bounce zone at 165. So we take some out at 165 and then play the next pop up. 166.5 is our reload zone. That was the flat bottom break. So we're working this range about $1 to $1.50. If it breaks 165, I think you have at least $2.50 more here. But we're going to work this range until it breaks. 166.75 would be an out on my reentry zone there for Tesla. If we get a reload on Tesla, C3AI, it's still holding the line here. Actually bounced off 20, not quite 21, but close enough to 21. I'm still long on the breakout. Has yet to take 22. If it does, I will take a quarter out in front of 22. I'm looking for it to break this 50 period, get into the 23, 24 range, take a couple of legs out there, hoping it can halt to the upside. Ideally, if it's going to squeeze, ideally I'd like this to halt at some point to the upside. It just hasn't happened yet. Alphabet is back beneath 117, at least temporarily here, but Alphabet's been a tricky one, right? And now it's starting to really motor with the rest of the market. 116 was the Alamo this morning. I am definitely covering some in front of 116. That is a flat, it's not really a flat bottom break, but it's like a top end consolidation break. You could call it a flat bottom break. I want something on board if it's going to break that level, but I got to be covering in front of 116. Too strong of a level up there. SoFi somehow manages to keep on holding on for dear life. But if it can't bounce a few cents here, I mean, I'm just trying to get 5 cents to get something out. If I'm risking 5 cents, let's see if I can take 5 cents on a bounce. Just hasn't happened yet. It's good that it's holding the bid down 10%, but at some point you want this sucker to move.
So what's up to everybody that's with me on Alibaba? So we'll go some bangs right now for that one. Huge move back up to the upside. We've taken now back everything that we lost on Google has now been brought back, so that's going to be a nice positive day for us here on this market as, of course, AMD continues to drop, man. We are now $1.20 in the money for AMD as that's starting to go to the downside, even more now as this is really starting to go to the downside for AMD. And then, of course, we have Apple, which is trying to come into the building as well right now. We just got a 50 fill. I don't know. I know you're on that Intel, but like this AMD really coming down. We talked about NVIDIA as well. Moving much more aggressive than this market as a whole is the chip sector here. And there goes AMD. We're trying to, we talked about this, man. We're trying to get a little bit better on where we're holding these names and what we're looking for on a move down. So there it is, man. AMD really down into 94 now. This is a great trade here. I feel like we want to hold this. Let's sort of, if we zoom back out a little bit and look at a 20 period, we've been down here before to 94. That little bottom's 93.50. I feel like we want to look at 93.50 for this play. So we'll wait. We're still, I mean, do we take a piece out at 94, guys, and ring the register right now on AMD? This is a big trade for me, so we could possibly do that. We also really do like our Alibaba trade. Man, I just like too many trades, and that's a problem right now. But Alibaba's up into the 40s. That's exactly where we thought we'd get our first piece out. So 30 cents in the money on Alibaba in a tanking market. I think I'm going to take another piece out. We'll just punch out some more there. We now have 80% left as we punch some more out there at 37. And I do have an offer on Alibaba at 43, which is basically the high of this move. It just missed us last time. So, hey, let's stay strong on that. Any longs you like right now? You're in. Oh, that SoFi should be good.
SoFi and C3AI really,
Okay,
but
good.
that's C3AI is not following the market. I don't think it matters if the market bounces here. I don't think it can hurt. SoFi probably needs some help by the market as the other one, but I just looking at GSAT there. Or GSIT, sorry, it's not GSAT. GSAT's an actual stock. GSIT, I was very close to like put a stop, basically going long and putting a $5 stop in, but it can't seem to hold that halt price at 540. So, my finger was on the trigger, was kind of locked and loaded, looking for it to hold a bit above there, then just put in the long and give it the stop underneath. But unfortunately, it is looking weak for now. I'm sure what's going to happen is the second I take my attention away from it, it might make a bit of a breakout, but I do not want to be fighting that stock. If that's a rejection of the halt up, then we want to get away from it. Tesla keeps on getting pretty darn close in this consolidation, but I'm not getting filled up here in front of 166.5. So we've gotten a couple of shorts in this price to 165, but you're not getting it. You're in the supply zone, but it's not popping up enough above 166 to get me out. And I have to respect the fact that the market bounces here, Alphabet's got some buyers. So Google, you've got buyers. They're starting to come in here at about 117. It was all red on my 3-minute. Breaks VWAP, I took some out underneath there. Now it's holding 117, kind of first green candle forming. I'll get another leg out on that one, and we'll see what happens. I wanted to make that GSIT trade, but I feel like that one's not going to go. I don't want to be spending too much time on it. Rivian, by the way, you want some relative strength and a potential mover. Rivian's top, at least in the afternoon on Friday, 13.15. Shout out to Tynus in the chat there mentioning it. I know it's broken 13, but have a look at where it resisted in the afternoon on Friday. 13.10, 13.15, got a double top up there. That's what you want to see break. It has to make that move up. It's got a nice wick bottom, but it's still showing that supply zone resistance. That's exactly the same resistance zone that is working on something like an Intel. It's right in here inside the pocket, so you're short in front, into the low, and then if it breaks the top, you want to reverse long. I think it's more extreme on Rivian, obviously, but similar looking chart there. C3AI, I don't know why it's taking so long for it to break, but there's not a ton of buying on this breakout. I guess the shorts aren't covering till past 22.
Softy acting softy. Yeah, I'm going to stay away from Softy for now. I haven't just been on that name, so we'll take a little piece away from Softy. But like I said, this is the thing. Some days the strategies work fantastic, and some days they don't, right? And today we bought the dip in Alibaba. We bought it twice. We were very, very patient. We waited for this move to happen. We knew we wanted the long. We know we want that long. There's the dip down. We could have bought it there at 86, missed that opportunity, took advantage the second time, and got an 86.10. Then it broke down, and we got basically 86 again, but we got 85.95. Talked about punching that against that bottom of 80. So this was like 97. So I think we got in 96, 97. Where am I long right now? 04. So that's an average price. So if we had long 04s there, or even if we just talk about that trade, that's a 96, 97. Our out is going to be 80. So you got like 20, 30 cents worth of risk there. And now you're in the money 60. So yeah, we are going to start to clean that up a little bit. AMD is bouncing off 9. I don't know if it is or not, but I'm going to put a bid down here. Apple, yeah, Apple, I'm just really short on Apple, but I've been getting out of Apple. So we got a 50 fill there on Apple as well. So we'll try to ring some registers now because we have the long. The long is in Alibaba, and we have that. So that's fantastic. Neil was talking about relative strength. We found one there as well. So that's good. And then I'm just going to cancel I'm waiting for 95.50s on to short again on AMD, so we don't have to worry about that. But right there is the money fill, because there it is. There's the fill on AMD. So we just tweeted it out. That's $1.50 in the money there, 85 cents in the money on Apple, and things are looking pretty good on this side. So let's go over to the other side now with Sharif and figure out what he's all about.
Yeah, Sean, we're looking at these small cappers. There's been a lot of them today. A lot of them have been halting, haven't been able to stay open. The one that has been able to stay open, though, is this one, ORMP. ORMP. This one's starting off the day at 285, getting up to 4, just actually a penny shy of 4, 399 high. Now actually breaking down below VWAP, trying to hold that $0.50 level. So we'll keep an eye on this one. A lot of them, there's really no news catalyst on a lot of them. A lot of them are technical breakouts. Here's the one that really can't stay open. EFSH hasn't done much in the way of volume, only about 4 million shares for this $1 name, now halted at 143. And then the other one that's halted at the moment, WKEY, up at that $2.97 level. That one making a move as well, guys.
WKEY. I know that name. But yeah, it didn't get a fill in Tesla. Don't really mind it, though. I'm not going to compromise on price. I want that fill above 166. The money fills to me are 66 to 66.5 on Tesla. And when I say money fills, it's essentially the even dollar's at 66, right, but support was at 166.5 of the last week or so. So I want that nice little pocket to the downside. That's what we're rolling over right now, but you are getting a bounce in the market. So if the market's going to bounce from here, I don't want to compromise on any reloads of any of the shorts that we're watching here. You're getting a lot of support in a few names here. I'm just going to mention one of them because it came up by Stevens in the chat. PayPal was making a strong move. Disney's making a pretty good bounce, not off 90 because it didn't get to 90. Alert to that level, by the way. But 90.5, that's pretty darn close. We make one more leg down. Disney 90 support on the daily chart is pretty significant, but you have a relatively strong name forming in there. I'm about to get the reload on Tesla, I feel like, and I think I'm going to make a bit of an adjustment on C3AI here. If it gets back to the high of the day, I might take a little bit off and start playing inside of the range on C3AI. The breakout doesn't have as much juice to it as I would like, so a bit of a disappointing move on C3AI. I thought you break out this high and we'd be into a halt or hitting the top again. It hasn't lost, and it's barely gone against me out of the money, but for an explosive move, it's not exactly doing anything. So we waited for Tesla for the overfills. This is where it comes. So 166.5. I just got my reload, my average price now 30, giving it back into here VWAP on Tesla.
Yeah, much appreciated there, Rob, telling us he ordered 5 new keyboards for us, so that's good. And some of them are in. What the hell? Right now, let's go, man. Oh my God, because there goes Alibaba, the trade of the day here for me. Alibaba, we're making more money on Apple, but this Alibaba trade was an absolute banger there. We waited for that reload, and there it goes. It just took off, boy. So right now today, we have 3 trades that are $1 or more today, and that's great. We also have an L to talk about in Google, but so far so good. If we don't have Google, wow, this day, but we had it, so we can't talk about it. There's the short on Google. Unfortunately, this would also be $1 in the money, but it did take out the high, so at least we're sort of the right way, just the wrong time there, and we should have waited till, hey, what a surprise, 9:45, where guess what? Banger Central happened. There's Apple, boom to the downside, guys, $1.50. AMD is $1.50 right now in the money, as we took that one a little early. That was a 9:35 trade right there. And then Apple, AMD, Amazon. How about Amazon right now coming up to the building, taking out 109.70. That's where we're long. I'm actually waiting. This is not very many shares. We're waiting for a lot more if we can get anything around 109.50, waiting for that one to dip down. Wow, there goes Alibaba. I mean, this is the banger trade right here. And again, if you guys, take your own for what it's worth. We have Google short here at 118. That right now is $1.20 in the money. Amazon long, we're trying it. C3AI long. Tell me about that trade. And then there's Alibaba long, the biggest and baddest of them all, coming in right there with Alibaba. We like that. We'll see if it can hold it out today. We're getting a little bit better at trying to hold things into the day. So it's 10:30 right now. We still have some shares on Apple. We'd be getting out of that, though, as it comes down. And then we're just going to watch out for Alibaba now. This name could really take off here. We're not even back to like sort of where we started. So really happy to take out the 200 period. Good holds, man. We didn't take dimes, man, on this. We took more than that. So good hold on Alibaba, but I have to take something out when it comes up to $87. So far, so good on all this. Alibaba $1, AMD $1.50, Apple $1 right now. We're working. Oh, man, I keep on just glancing by Amazon, but Amazon's actually working pretty well now as well. Amazon, 25 cents. Let's go in the money. We're waiting for 110.20 to get out of Amazon. So far, so good here today. It's 10:25. You got an update there, Sharif?
Yeah. House Speaker Kevin McCarthy saying debt ceiling negotiations are still far apart. That's not what we heard from the Biden administration this morning, who said that staffers had made headways with congressional negotiators.
So, I mean, I don't know. I wouldn't be I'm not too worried about those types of updates, because you're not you're not going to hear that there's progress until it's pretty much like a done deal. Like, that's how it's going to work. You're going to hear that it's over before anything else. So I'm not going to read too much into it. It doesn't seem to be pulling back the market, that kind of a headline. I mean, if an update comes and the market decides to tank it, then let the market dictate to you that it's going to be bad news. Yeah. So SoFi, it tried to hold 450. It just got through that low of the day. I had my stop on just underneath the bottom, gave an extra 3 cents. I had a 52.5 and would get out at 47. Again, I thought the risk reward was going to be good. I mean, I wasn't really offering till it got above that 460 level, so I was kind of being greedy, looking to take more than 10 cents. So I actually wanted to cover at a little bit better than 1-to-1. I felt if it bounced, it had a chance to see 5 today, on the notion that you were going down when it was good. It might still hold this level, and if it does, I'm willing to get back in above 450, but I can be patient about it, right? It has all day for this to be a bit of a mover. Patience is going to be a sort of a virtue here with Tesla as well. As I said, I was able to get that reload. 166.5 has been that level for me. It might break out here. If it does, and the third time isn't necessarily a charm, but you got $1 a couple of times here. If it gives it a third time true, that's great. But if this gets above VWAP, and say the NASDAQ goes back to green, this move is backed into 170. So it's playing this pocket until either breaks down, and then we're working a different short, then we're holding a 162 or some random number underneath. or we're just getting out if this cannot hold above VWAP. Google is a bit of a different story than Tesla. Tesla's down 1% underneath VWAP for the short. Google, it's maybe down 0.5%, but you've been holding this support level and it was breaking out earlier. This looks a little bit stronger. I understand you're underneath VWAP here, but we already tested the high. It's a relatively stronger name off of these bottoms. And if you look at the daily chart, Tesla's been a trend down. Google is in an upward trend and could easily still break out of this trend. If the market turns green above this top, Google needs to be respected as a long. So I'm a little bit more aggressive getting out inside of the range here. As a matter of fact, I might get flat in front of 116, and I'll only short 116 once it holds beneath it. So a bit of a different story. I'll hold through the bottom on Tesla, but I'm going to get all out in front of 116 on Alphabet, as that's the Alamo. Not a heck of a lot going on here. Going to continue to play the range over here on Intel. If it makes a breakout to the top, I think it's a reverse long, much like Rivian would be a reverse long if you're playing that one inside of that range. And C3AI, I hate your guts. There's just there's no chance I expected C3AI to hold a consolidation and hold 20 and 21 on the bid, break out the top, and do nothing. But I'm long at 54. It's at 48. It's like for the short interest and the activity, I would have expected more there. GSIT, mind you, if I actually took that break instead, it's now halted to the upside again. So it halted down, consolidation, broke the top, and it now halted up twice. This is the one. Congratulations to that. I picked C3AI of the two because I wouldn't really trade two of these at the same time, generally speaking, but it looks like GSIT is definitely going to be the one here today. Indicated open of flat because that's how it's been. It doesn't mean it's going to open flat, but indicated right now, 587 open on GSIT. That is your small cap runner of the day.
Yeah, for sure. It's all about stock selection. There's really, like that's another example. You're trading small caps. You want to be looking at the right names. That's an absolutely huge runner. And I feel like the same thing here in the chip space. Like AMD up to 95. This is now $1.70 in the money right now for this name. So let's just check out what NVIDIA is doing quickly right now. You see, like, so NVIDIA is a nice move as well, but that's even from top to bottom. If you're still holding it, that's great, but it's trying to base out a little bit right now, and you can see what AMD is doing. It's actually making lows. So, you know, AMD, really the aggressive move to the downside. Neil's on Intel, and NVIDIA is another name there. Micron's a little different than all the other ones. They're all different. So Meta and Disney looking good. Ooh, Disney, okay. We can have another look at Disney quickly here because that one off of 90, okay, I was gonna say off of 90 probably respected, but not much else after that. So we'll have a quick look here at Disney, as there it is, yeah, 90.60. Good little bottom there on the daily chart as well for Disney. We actually went to 89.90. Okay, so there was a break there, or maybe there was or was not. We have 90 written down as the low of the day, but that wick, I don't
90.50 I saw.
Happen. Yeah, we have, it's just down here to 90, but we don't, that was not a real trade. So here's the chart there on, no, not even close. Here's the chart here on Disney, so we didn't touch 90. The lowest we got to was 90.70 there on Disney. So a little look at that stock maybe when we get back from the crypto update with Sharif at the desk.
Decent day for digital currencies today, Sean. BTC up 1.5 and ETH up 1 1/3. You have MicroStrategies as well. Let's go to the chart. Up also 2 3/4%. The decent day for the mining names. Usually they're up 6-7%, especially if you have a 1.5% move on Bitcoin. They're up 3 1/4 and 2.5 respectively, both Riot and Mara. This is the chart on Riot right here. You also have GBTC on the pink sheet. Shout out to Jeff Mendel. That's up 2 1/3 today, guys. No specific news though for digital assets. Oh, Kashkari said he wasn't a big fan of centralized bank digital dollar. He had to be convinced otherwise. So whatever that means.
All right.
Well, I mean,
it's
interesting. I don't know why you'd necessarily be against it. We already have, like, digital currency and crypto are two different things. I mean, technically speaking, you're pretty much already there. So I'm not really sure what he's getting at by that. But Who knows? I didn't hear the full comments on it. I said I would change a little bit here on C3AI, and what that means is I was waiting for a break of the high that they'd take anything else. What I'm going to do is take a quarter out here, just wet the beak, ring the register, because if it's going to just barcode off of this and it dips down, I want to be adding at a better price back into VWAP. So I'll add to this if it gets back into the low 21s. I want to respect the fact that, hey, the breakout's still very much valid. It's just not really accelerating. So the last time I got nothing out when it hit the high of the day and didn't add to it as it played the range, think I'll just be holding the long and said hopefully it goes to the moon. Hasn't happened. Could still go. It does have the short interest behind it, but I'll respect what's going on here. There's always a 22 that I can add. If it goes into a halt, I can add that way as well. So just a couple of things I wanted to change there on C3AI. I was able to just, ugly wick. Was able to get some out on Tesla as it just got a little bit of a dip, and I have this wick here too, 160, 177. I'll clean that one up, but I'm going to continue to rinse and repeat, short it into VWAP, and then cover on the way down to 165. It'll be tough to see because, quite frankly, that wick is kind of disgusting. Yes, SoFi, it's bouncing a little bit here, but you have to have a stop. I mean, I gave it past 450, but I'm not going to infinitely give it past that level. If it bounces here, then the price area was right, and maybe I can find another spot to get back in. But my stop got hit. I'm not going to jump back in until I see a little bit more strength. Maybe a retest of the low and a consolidation can get me in at lunchtime, but I'm not going to force getting back into SoFi just yet. That Y key, I think it's Wise key, opened back up and is now into another halt again? Oh, so it's still in a halt. Okay, never mind. I thought I saw a print there, but it looks like it's still in a halt. It's been 20 minutes now on W key.
W key, okay.
Yeah, it's Wise, I don't know, whatever it is. Doesn't matter. But 20-minute halts, okay.
All right. Just an update. We got out, so we are holding literally 10%, so we'll get out of 5% of that. Well, we get half of what we had left of Apple. Our best out was all the way down there when it was just absolutely cratering. So we'll take a piece out when it finally breaks that 50 period. We probably should have waited all until it did that. But that's what I'm saying. If I wait until we break, then we don't have any of these ticks all down here. So far, so good. We will take out another piece of that. Oh, by the way, Alibaba gave us this fill at 87.20. So that came right in there. We took another piece out as we're trying to hold higher. And again, all of these positions are getting very, very light in the blotter right now as we continue to really hit the market pretty strong here and pretty well. So good trading so far today for sure. We only have very, very light pieces left of AMD and of Apple and of Amazon. I mean, I actually took this out at 110 for half of what we had there. We actually get a 99 fill. It bounced up there 2 or 3 times, didn't break it, and it's where the 50 period is. So I decided to sit down at 50. So that's our long is 68. 73, sorry. And then so we're going to wait right there where that bottom wick is at 50 and then try to take it down here to 109.25. If that breaks, then we will be out of Amazon. But we're still in it and made some good money on Amazon. We only have one red name today, and that's going to be Google. And it was a short at 118. So, obviously we don't wait long enough for that, but that's fine. We are going to adjust our share size and not get into so many so we don't have to get punched out right there. And I don't have to ever get punched out. I punch myself out when we take that high, and unfortunately that did happen right there. So one losing stock today for me would be pretty awesome. So that's what we have on board right now. AMD, Amazon, Baba. You're still in SoFi? I know there's some talk about that.
No, I got stopped to bottom. We just mentioned it a couple of minutes ago.
Good.
Oh goodness, my chart's gonna crash.
Okay, that's fine.
I got these crazy wicks. I tried cleaning them up there, but there it goes. Let me just quickly do.
What's Intel doing?
It's right at it's back at the re-entry zone for me. I can do this for you. It's right at my re-entry zone. So I've basically been we take it up here, 29 and 29.10, play the supply zone. I think it's an all-world reverse at 29.15. If it gets back into the bottom, fair enough, but the market is making its break. It was a similar chart set up on Rivian, but until it gets above, basically you're working the shorts on the over above 29 even, and then you're scalping out underneath. I got my bids down here, you can see, and then if it breaks 29.15, I do think it's a long. Tesla's the one that could also break out as well. The market is breaking. I got to do it this way until I get the chart back. The market is breaking up. Tesla was a flat bottom break at 166.5. We've scalped it several times, but if it doesn't hold here, the bottom end, obviously you could see a much bigger move back into 170. So I'm not going to risk $4 on Tesla. I'm basically giving it about 40 cents plus a little bit of slippage as we go to Sharif.
Yeah, guys, W key. Neil messaging me about this in the chat. This one was halted to the upside. It's also up 50+%. Here's the news item on this one. Discussions at the Choose France conference between the Wise Key CEO and Elon Musk on how to launch more low Earth orbit WISE-E satellites using the SpaceX rocket. So that's the news catalyst for W Key.
And this is not a name that, I mean, a lot of times, I know I don't like using the term small cap crap or whatnot, but if you look at the chart, it's not a bad looking chart. If anything, you know, you could call it a bullish chart. I mean, I don't necessarily want to go that far for any kind of small cap, but look, you're holding the 50, you're holding the 200. You got higher lows, at least in the short term. You're breaking out a top at about 320, and you got a decent news catalyst, let's just say. So if it holds $3, I do like this one. I just grabbed out of Tesla, as I said, was not going to give it forever. I think if it breaks 170, sorry, if it breaks this consolidation here, you could easily head back into 170. So I was playing 166.5. That was a big support level that turned into resistance. If it wants to go the other way, I'll wait till 170 re-engage. If we end up holding the bottom end, fair enough. But when I see what's going on over in the NASDAQ, if you're working to short off the bottoms, oh goodness, where'd that go? If you're working to short off the bottoms, then you want to respect the fact that we are getting a bit of a breakout back to the upside here on Tesla. And the overall market as well is trying to make a little bit of a break. The ES about to go, I don't want to say it's going to go green, but you're getting a pretty significant bounce on a 15. You got a couple of nice green candles in there. So you can rinse and repeat if you're still within the range. Otherwise, just be a little bit cautious. C3 is at the high. Not really making too big of a move. Again, it hasn't really ever threatened us. But as I said, not following through on the breakout. So he takes them out this time. So if it dips into VWAP, I'm now picking up VWAP and continuing the trend to the upside. I want this one, as long as we're above 21, I want to be long this thing until it upholds or gets to 24. That's the level on the daily chart for me. So I'm willing to be patient with C3AI. It's never really been bad. Again, it just hasn't been as explosive as some of the other names that you've been seeing on the small cap level.
Amazon taking 110 again.
Awesome.
So that's that's just another 30-cent winner that we have right now. And then honestly, man, I'm just watching the net just continue to climb here because Alibaba bouncing off 87 again and now going to 87.20. So we've got 3 trades that are $1 right now. But Apple, good thing we got out because that's coming back up to the upside right now. And I did want to talk about a future trade that I'm going to be putting on. And what about VWAP right here on the 1-minute chart for AMD? AMD, nice move to the upside. Again, my number 1 stock today is going to be Apple pretty easily. And then number 2 on that board will be AMD. Well, actually, it's Alibaba, followed by AMD. So we're going to try to stick with names that we've been really trading quite well on. And that's, quite frankly, a nice short there. And we're going to try to get it again, especially now that the market's ripped a little bit here. I do feel like that 94.50, 94.60 could be something to look at for a short for AMD. It can rip though. So if we do get into that, we're going to get out probably 10, 15 cents of a hit. So if that does come in, that's great. Too bad we didn't get that Amazon reload. And honestly, I do want to step back into Google at some point, but it just bounced off the 200 period. That would have been one of those points to get in if you did like the long. I'm not convinced on the long market right now, so I feel like I just want to try to play some shorts if anything's bumping up. Square's making a nice move back to the top as well. And then the other long
PayPal.
PayPal, that was a
Coming
good
back
one.
down.
And then AI was the other long idea that we had on the board that we're not in. I know Neil's in that one, so that's good. Okay, well, without any further ado, man, these segments are coming fast and furious, so let's go over to one of them now with Sharif.
Yeah, Sean, we're going to look to see what each sector is up to. But yeah, the NQ knocking on the door of 13,400, looking to go green on the break of Friday's close. Let's see what's moving in the sector world here. What stands out green-wise, Western Digital up over 7% on the news that it's fast-tracking its merger with Kioxia. That's bringing up the sector. First Solar catching a downgrade today after last week it announced the acquisition of a new company, which initially was bullish. Micron also up 2.5%. The banks doing well today. Schwab catching an upgrade as well, lifting up the too big to fails, and the regionals all doing well. We saw PacWest, KeyBank is up, Zion is up. They're all doing well. This downgrade though on OneOki, this was basically a bad earnings miss coming out this morning. So that one down over 6% on the day. Bit of a mixed board, guys. Some green, some red as we look to go green here on these indexes.
Yeah, and finally, you're actually at that 22 level on C3AI. And this is sort of the thing about when you're looking for a breakout trade or an explosive move, you got to remember like the higher time frame that you're watching here. So, there's so much room above. Like really, 23 to 24 is going to be where we want that eventually to get to in terms of like a resistance zone. And you're still trying to chew through 22, which is a 50 period. So that's that 23, 24 that I was talking about. You have to give it a little bit of time room. You're now at that 22 even. There can be a re-entry that isn't a dip, at least for me. Like a reload could still involve playing longs off 22. Just has to break out and continue to go. I will put an offer, actually have an offer now out in front of 22.5. We get that break. We're going to take at least one out. So some out 22.5, some out 23, and then we'll look for that 24, which ideally, if it does a fade off 24, even into 25, I'd want to be shorting it, but you got to cross that bridge when we get there. Hasn't happened just yet. Tesla might be rejecting that top, that 166.5, but we're still in the pocket where I don't want to jump into the reload just yet. The market's still kind of trending back up. The ES is trying to go green. The NASDAQ's basically actually just 1.03 to the upside. So if we do get a bit of a curl, this is the price area I like to short, that 166.5 beneath 67s, but I just want to see it go down a little bit first. Is it going to make that move down? We can be patient with this. I think you're at a point where the market bouncing, you want to be patient getting into any shorts that you do want to grab. I was going to mention PayPal's now weak. It was strong early. Looked like it wanted to break out, but you got to keep things in context. Good, strong move if you look at the opening candle, but compared the last few days, PayPal barely bounced here, people. I mean, it's not really, this has not broken the downward trend, even with a nice little couple of dollars against the grain at the open. The downward trend is kind of intact here. So failed breakout on PayPal. Looks like that short trend could be continuing. One which has been paying you off pretty handsomely. If it ends up breaking the lows, I think we look for that 60 level ultimately, but has to get there first.
So I, at least I don't have to put up with, you didn't follow your sticky note today again, because, I mean, we just, honestly, we don't spin this enough, it seems like. Alibaba, wow. Yeah, now this is $1.50 now in the money, and we got to take it out if it comes right back to day's high. So that's going to be a good one there for Alibaba, as it just coming right back up here, hitting 87.40. I was waiting for 87.50, and I kind of got a little carried away right there and just took out a 40. I was like, you know what, forget about it. I'll feel so horrible if it doesn't get back up to exactly the high of the day. But Neil and I putting on a lot of bangers here, man. Intel's there. Neil's back into Google. Right? Google's up to 118. Okay, we'll look at that.
No, it's not.
Oh.
No, it's not.
You're not in that? You are in that?
I am in it.
You're in that, but it's not there. Okay,
it's
sorry.
at once. It's $1 in the money. It's down underneath 117.
Well,
but it's not moving though. It's sideways.
That proves my point even more, man. Hit the like button for these bangers today. That's a great trade. $1 in the money there as well.
Oh, we just turned.
What happened?
13.4.
On
the
NASDAQ.
NASDAQ.
Oh, on the NASDAQ.
On the NASDAQ.
Okay, so that's 13.
This could be a turn.
Good one, man. So that's AMD, Apple. We could reload Apple short maybe, but hit the like, hit the subscribe button, please, if you can do that. As we approach 400,000 subscribers. We're probably past that, actually. I'm going to have to double check it. But yeah, hold the peace, Reliable Rudy. Yeah, you might. I mean, this is why our chat is so important to us, man. I mean, Reliable Rudy, I've been watching you for a bit too. Same as Dan McIsaac. Thank you, Dan, man. We smashed the sticky note today. Thank you so much, Dan, for that. We have that trade on that Neil has on board right there, the 118 short, but unfortunately that is my biggest L there, so I need to just, take a little less shares and get maybe a little more aggressive on the outs and be out a little earlier. But we did well, man. We didn't have AMD on the note, but that's going to be a good one, and then we're watching out for Amazon. I want to get longer again at 109.50, so hopefully that can come in. But yeah, Google, yeah, that was a good hold there. It's at 117. Okay, I don't mind a 117.50 short on Google, because I was looking at, that's why I was like, what? It's right back to Neil's price, but it's not. So right there, 117.30 or so for Google. To me, where VWAP is, if you're going to take it, I believe that's a decent short there. But we haven't been right on it, so I'll wait to put on real shares up here near 18 if it gets back up there. But I will, reliable Rudy, hold on to a piece of this Alibaba now at $1.50 in the money.
If the NASDAQ breaks this 13.4 level, Google's getting back to that top. I'd be shocked if the market was able to hold green on the NASDAQ and Google, as strong as it was, doesn't break the top. Shout out to Renata in the chat. I don't know if you're in Palantir. You're saying you're shorting Palantir. What do I think? I mean, the gap fill, it's kind of on. It's not a huge gap, but look at 9.5, right? So we closed at 9.5. You did have, after things settled down, you had a 940 bottom. I think that was on Wednesday, I want to say, middle of the week there. So shorting into 950 would make some sense. But just look what happened at $9 today. It bounced exactly off $9. So $9.25 to $9, it's a weird risk to reward. I think I don't know, like if I was shorting at this level, I don't think I could hold it to 950 because you're exactly 1-to-1 at the periphery. It would need to break 9 even. So if you think it's that bearish, go for it. But then it almost needs to break 9 even. I'd let it drift a little bit higher is what I'd be thinking. If the market's trying to go up, I'd almost let it get into there, that 950 level, if you're looking for the short. Get the actual price before you load into it. Like, that's the way I play a supply zone. Like, allow it to get there before you're really leveraging in. Like, when it gets to that price, for me here, I'm looking at Intel, because you look at supply zone, that's 29.13. So it has to be getting right in there and then breaking out, and that's where you look for that short. So you only short it right in front. You look for the break if it breaks out. I think Palantir has at least 15 more cents that it could drift to the upside for it to go. So I'd be very, very patient with that Palantir. $9 hold, it's almost too obvious of a long off that price, and there's got to be some people looking to ring the register a couple of pennies higher.
So I know Shreef's a busy guy there, but Microsoft and Activision can now finally go to bed together, it seems like.
No.
As they get EU approval right there between Activision, Blizzard, and Microsoft. So moves higher after EU antitrust regulators clear its deal with Activision. So there you go. MSFT right now.
Oh, but it was UK that, remember.
Yeah. So that's what I mean. They're getting closer.
The UK hasn't approved.
Yeah. So EU right there. Both share sets moving higher there. So there's Microsoft right now up to 310. But I mean, this is obviously a play as well, just on Softy. Softy has been an absolute animal. I don't have to tell most of you that, I wouldn't think anyways. Since its earnings report, nice upside move here for Softy, and it's continuing again today. And too bad the charts look like this, but you are taking out the day's high. And then if we zoom back over to a 5-minute chart, you still got a lot of work to go. If anything, I may think about this as a short. Right now, it's 10:59, so I don't. I'm already in my positions right now, and I feel like we've made our bed today as Alibaba and Amazon still working. I want Amazon long. If anything, for a long would be down here around 109.50. So I think that's coming in pretty good as well right now. So Amazon, AMD, Apple, yeah, they're all pretty good right now. That is the news, yeah, so we have to watch out for that. And we already do have some super chats. I think we just talked about those. I jumped into Top on Thursday. They halted the stock until Monday, May 25th.
I'm sorry, what?
Did they release that? That they were releasing it? What? Is Monday not even a May 25th, I don't think. That doesn't make sense because today's the 15th. So, okay, we'll double check on all that, Nicole Harris. We will find out about that. I don't have the best news source right in front of me, but we will get that. And what's up to Avi Rupp? You quit your 9 to 6 job. That's good. Normally 9 to 5, so they already got you on an extra hour there. Trade full time, but I work in pure AI field, which have greater future. I live in the Hong Kong district. What do you suggest? I would say if you're working in AI field, I'd stay there. The trading market, this stock market's not going anywhere, and it is an exciting time. But I don't know the company you work for or anything like that. I always think that, and Neil and I talk about this often, there are traders around here that also trade and, of course, have part-time jobs, maybe in the evening or depending on where you're in Hong Kong. So depending on what market you want to trade and so on and so forth, that could be something for you to look into too as a part-time job. And then just put your trades to work as right now. We just got a reload upside. Yeah, actually was to the upside, was AMD. So let's just get a pieces out here at 37. We just got a 45 there. Okay, all right, that came a little bit into the blotter there. 40s, just got some out at 35. Let's wait. We are waiting. We ought to be patient with this. But the market, as we've indicated, is taking off, not taking off, but taking out that 13.4. So this could be a trade for us. We didn't mean to panic to get out of all that. That just popped in there. We did see the profit, and we did take some, as this is coming back in just a little bit right now for AMD. So we're short on that name. Let's see if it does want to take out some of these levels back to 90. For short AMD, let me just give you the level before I throw to Sharif. I know he's got to go because he's got to get ready for the show. 94.60 we'll get out of AMD. That is where VWAP is. I just wanted to double check it on the 5-minute as well. That VWAP is 94.60. Let's just respect it on the 1 minute. AMD can absolutely end your day if you're the wrong way on this name. So we'll take the short right now. 10 cents in the money off that last fill. Without any further ado, it's the man, the myth, the legend himself. You've seen him a lot today. You're about to see him a lot more on the Midday Show. He's a hardworking guy. That is Sharif over there.
Thanks, Sean. Yeah, basically the EU is approving the move, and that comes after last week. The UK's top competition regulator actually blocked the move, and it's slated to probably be blocked in the United States as well, as Lena Khan takes the helm at the FTC. All right, let's see how currencies are doing. The DXY down the day 0.2%, and the Euro, the CAD, and the GBP all gaining on it from 0.18 up to 0.43. The Canadian, the Loonie, having the best day of the three against the greenback. The Australian dollar also up 0.5% against the greenback. And BTC and ETH all having a decent day. The ruble down again against the US dollar after having a good little bit. That's 3 days in a row against the greenback that the ruble has had trouble. All right, let's see what's slated for earnings. It's not the biggest list on board after the close today. You have Nubank, Rumble, and Grindr after the bell. And then tomorrow we get the initial retail earnings, starting with Home Depot. We'll get that before the bell. We'll also get some of these Chinese ADR names, Baidu and Tencent guys, and then on running as well.
Yes, sir. Look, I mean, obviously, you know, we talked about it being a bit of a play this week for some of the retail names, but you're not really getting. You get Home Depot. It's going to be tomorrow. Rumble sometimes makes moves. Baidu as well can sometimes give you some moves. PaySafe. I don't know that that's volatile anymore. I feel like the short interest might not be that big. But I wanted to get to. So Nicole Harris, you mentioned that top with the halt. So I found this at Seeking Alpha. And there's a couple things that are wrong in this article, but I'm just going to show you exactly what I'm reading here. It says suspension lasts from Friday till May 25th. That's a Thursday. So it looks like, maybe you mentioned Monday, but it is May 25th, which is Thursday. However, they said they would bust all trades executed between 9:30 and 10:09 a.m. on Friday. So if your trade's in that pocket, then and you didn't see some kind of a change to your account, I would contact your broker, because that's what they said. I remember hearing this on Friday, that they said they would be busting trades in that time frame. So if you got in between 9:30 and 10:09, as far as my understanding is, then you should have, like, that trade should not exist. The other side of it, that seller, they're not, they didn't get the sell, you didn't get the buy, but it's only between 9:30 and 10:09. Again, this is a Seeking Alpha article. I'm not here to tell you. That's all I can do is read you that as the news. And if you are in that time, I would contact your broker if you think that you shouldn't have that fill or that it should have been reversed. C3AI just cannot seem to break out at this $22 level. It just wicked the top again. So there's it breaking 22. It got to 22.09.5. and pulled right back in there. So it's still working. I tried for the dip buy in here. You can see it never got to VWAP. A little bit of a frustrating one for me. I should be taking some out when it does that, so that's what I'm going to do. If we do not break out, then just take the win it's going to give you. Like, it is what it is, man. If you're being pitched low and away, then go with the pitch and hit a single or a double down the line, right? If it doesn't want to give you the home run, then you have to be able to accept that. This is the other problem. Higher time frame, right? This is the 50-period moving average. So yeah, maybe it's having some trouble at 22. If it holds above 22, I've got the option to work longs above that price. So hold on to half of it, see how far it can go. I did get a reload in Tesla. I'll get to that in a quick second. So it's still working. I'm being frustrated about it because it's not exploding. But we're now breaking the top on Intel. So I'm now out. I'm not reversed just yet. I do want to see the volume get to the upside. And then Tesla's the last one. I always go to the loser first, and then Tesla. We just grabbed the reload at 166.30. It's already back to 165. So we're back in. Could not maintain the break on Tesla. We've been shorting it in the exact same pocket. right back to the low of the day. Tesla is not looking very bullish, down 1.5%. It feels like this is on a collision course for that 160 level. But just if you're long in C3AI, it cannot get past that 22. That 50 period on the daily is legit.
All right. Yeah, we talk about, stock selection all the time here on the show. And I mean, we just it's funny because I thought you were going to say that Intel went to the downside, but like we just reloaded AMD there at 94.50, and we'll have another banger on right now as AMD now takes out the #1 spot here today for profitability on a name as AMD down. Not super aggressive, but it is downside. We just faded it off VWAP right there, so we talked about that. So that was a good short into that, and we just covered it at the 50 period, 27. We actually have lower than 27s here. We've got a 24 and a 25. So first cover there at 36 for 15 cents, and then now some more downside pressure here for AMD as we'll end the show, man, with one losing trade. And we put on lots of trades for you here today, and it was just our first idea at 940 got cracked with Google as there it comes down to the downside. And like I said to you guys numerous times before, I should just be lower. Wow, AMD, okay. I should just be lowering share size, on earlier on, so then I don't have to punch out of that trade. But it's all good. We are very green today, which is nice. There it is right there, AMD. And we talked about this as Neil just stepped away to get ready for the midday show. Is that I don't have a problem. You guys know when I'm wow, AMD is really printing out some sick profits right now for us. You don't have to wonder if I'm ever green or red. You can simply ask, and I'll have no problem letting you know about everything that I'm doing over here. So today we are well in the green, and if we don't have that trade, it's a banger. Look at what AMD's doing though. We always say stock selection, and I think you had a perfect example today with Intel versus AMD. The chip space, not necessarily super weak, but AMD is giving up the money here today off of, again, some of that talk with Microsoft last week, and then we had some tops here in AMD having a hard time trying to break through that $100 mark. And then we really noticed it early, man, as we just got an 18 fill. I feel like, you always feel like you need to put more shares in there when it works, but it doesn't matter. We absolutely destroyed Alibaba today off of the sticky note there. What's up to Ricky Bobby as well? A nice move to the downside there for AMD. Nice move to the upside for Baba. So that was, look at what the hell is happening. I mean, I'm wondering, I'm like watching the net and I'm like, okay, we'll take some of this, but it's Alibaba that just ripped up right there to 87. Like it was down here at 87.20. We just ticked out to 87.60 right there. So a shout out to Reliable Rudy as man, today is a print factory. I hope it continues. I mean, we've got the big guy coming up next. $1.50 in the money for Alibaba. Amazon, unfortunately, we waited a little too low for that, but we're still here at 109.50. Maybe we do get a bid. You know what? Scratch that. I'm already super happy with trading here today. I'm going to cancel all of my Amazon ideas and then just wait to see what's happening right here with everything else. As NVIDIA, all right, people talking about that. Oops, NVDA. Let's just go over and have a quick look at NVIDIA. 283.50. So that's what I'm saying, man. It is all about stock selection because NVIDIA bouncing around, trying to get near some of those highs. AMD trying to go lower. So, let's get some more out on AMD because it's acting. We'll bid 29s right there, so we'll take that out. It's acting just a little differently than the rest. So if it ever plays catch up, we would be in trouble there. As there goes Intel moving to the upside. Like Intel green today, AMD very red. So, all right, the professor's ready to rock and roll. Thank you so much to Bears vs. Bulls. Neil's over there as well. It should be a good midday show. I'm hopping back on at 12. Sorry about that. But for right now, we've got the guys over there ready to rock and roll. Thank you so much for watching on what was a fantastic opening trade. Now let's make it even better on the midday. Ciao.
What is up, beautiful people? Welcome to Midday Show. I'm Sharif. Neil is setting up beside me. He is here early today. Good for you. You got here on time, actually. Awesome. Not to blame you. Obviously, you come from Like, you have to come up from another show. Just making, usually they don't do the 2-shot. Usually you just do the 1-shot, which is different
Give me
today.
a little bit to set up there.
All right, guys. I'm just trying to log in here and figure out my elbow from, my rear end, as my uncle likes to say, but
I'm sorry, what?
my elbow from my rear end.
Okay.
Mahad liked it.
I've never heard that before.
Yeah, well, there's a first for everything, baby. So let's keep going here. I'm watching Meta come bounce off that 238, and I'm watching Amazon do the exact opposite. So Meta looks like it found a bit of a top at 238, while Amazon looks like it found a bit of a bottom at 109.25, and it's bouncing back up here with the market. I'm having trouble with my data feed here, so I'm going to have to log out entirely and do this over again. As
That's the old IT solution, man. Log out and log back in. That's how it works. Is that like your interactive brokers thing?
Yeah, it is.
Yeah.
So it's a bit of an issue. Usually, my mic. Okay, so there we go.
Okay, I think unless I screwed something up. Oh, I don't have my chat open. There we go. Now I can see and talk to you guys as well. So I've got my chat open, and oh my goodness, no way! You're finally a couple of things I have to do on my end, but everything's good to show you guys. Just I didn't finish completely setting things up there, so I can't really see my order log properly just yet, but I can go over and execute a trade if I need to. But C3AI, it is now continuing its breakout, so I got 22.5 as my next out. It's been a slow grind to the upside for this one. It has been going up all day. It has not been exactly, screaming. Up 15% in about the most calm and collected that you would ever see. GSIT is one I know a lot of people were watching. Ultimately, like I like the levels. I'm going to always trade around levels a lot of times. This was a halt. I think it was a halt trade. Quite frankly, you get a halt to the downside, consolidate holding the halt level, then a breakout. So your trade was either it getting through the next channel, which is a breakout at 5 with a stop underneath, or just playing the up halt. And the up halt did work for a trade. I was elsewhere. Well, I was sitting down. I could have taken it. I decided to trade other names at that time. But then that was your re-entry point. It would have been off the halt, either holding that halt or reestablishing above the halt level for the next breakout. I think there was one more halt to the upside. Now $7 this sucker is at. Do I think that AI will get to 23, Jada? Well, I've thought that all morning long. It's just been very slowly grinding up. If it gets to 24, I'm actually thinking short. Oh, that's right. My daily chart hates me. So I can zoom out to 15, and it'll probably show you the 23 to 24 is going to be a resistance level. It wasn't too long ago, so it'll probably backfill in here. So I think we can get there. I just feel that above that price and into 24, like this, that's where I'm looking to short the top end. And if it breaks out at 24, 25, fair enough. But I'll be on the offer here. If we get another dip, I'll play dips probably to 22. And then rinse and repeat all the way up to 23, 24 level. It has not been super explosive, but to me, you broke out the bottom of the channel today, and there's a pretty decent gap. First, we got to get here, and then it just opens up above 22.5. Speaking of it, we just rang the register in front of 22.5. So it has been a good one. You just got to be patient with it sometimes. Quite frankly, it wasn't like 21 was very clean as an even dollar level. But really, if you look at that, it held pretty nicely the top end of this range the entire morning, right? So once it broke the top, you were never really in that much trouble. It just took a while to get going there. But now, suddenly, you're getting that dollar move that you want to get.
All right, some small cappers moving here. Heard Neil talk about this a lot this morning. GSIT coming off that 7 level at the moment. We're at about 6 3/4, 37 million shares of volume. That's way above the 1.78 million average. So multiple times our vol there. What's the short float on this one? I know you probably mentioned it, but I'll just tell it out anyway. 18 million share float, what I see here on my platform. The daily on this one. Now, let me duplicate this bad boy here. Now, I'm having some issues with my platform today, so I'm going to have to use these dark charts for a minute. I will fix it as the show goes on, because then I'll be able to log back out. But the daily on GIS, this is the chart, the daily on GSIT, guys. 850, we top a little bit more than 850 actually, about in the mid 50s. We top out at. We haven't been at this level since January 2021. That's the last time we were about 8 1/4. The time above that $9 level, you got to go all the way back to March 2020 when you get up into that 9 area. So, you know, you're wondering how much volume was done around then. It's nothing compared to what was done today. So it's not even showing up on this chart. So the volume that was, yeah, like it probably bears worth showing here like this. This is today's volume up here. You can see almost 100 million shares. And back here where the last time we were at these prices, there you can't even see the volume. So the idea is that you probably don't have a lot of bag holding in and around here because there wasn't too much volume done around there. So keeping my eye on this one, it's rejected 7 nicely. Now it did have a moment in the pre-market, yes, when it was higher, and on Friday it closed. It closed much higher than that, but the official close is that 509. But in the aftermarket, it got up all the way to 8. Let's go to this 15-minute chart here. No, it doesn't show. We got to maximize. Okay, well, it's not. Yeah, no, it's not showing the aftermarket price action here. I guess it cuts off at 415. But yeah, it moved all the way up into that $8 level. So that is a level to be careful of. Should we make our way back up there? $8. On decent volume, too, it should be mentioned.
And that's the thing. Volume actually matters. So you want to make, anytime something's breaking out, you want to make sure there's volume there. As a matter of fact, like there was a question of what do I think about AI to the long side? Well, part of the reason it was continuously good for the long is that the volume was actually pretty solid. So while it was kind of slowly grinding to the upside, you still had pretty good relative volume the entire way. The market is making a pretty decent bounce, but it's, like this 13.4 level on the NASDAQ, it's kind of funny how we get to these prices and then the same thing seems to happen over and over and over again. This is a 60-minute chart, by the way. Sometimes I like to have like a higher time frame look of it just to really make it stand out. And you can sort of see, like in the afternoon, we were right at that 13.4. On Friday, that is, in the early morning, that 13.4 rejected. Then late in the day, we rejected 13.4. So on this bounce, we're getting right back into that 13.4 level, putting in what might be a lower high. If it's a lower high, I'm still sort of favoring fading some things up here. And by fading, I mean shorting. That's the way to go. Someone had asked, Tesla, is it a 165 a big support level on Tesla? Yeah, 165 is a big psychological level on Tesla. However, like the notion with this trade is that you've been in a downward trend in Tesla on the daily chart in every form. It rejected a high on Friday after the Elon Twitter news, obviously. And then this was your sort of flat bottomish breakdown at 166.5. That's where we've been shorting the entire way. So you have a tight cluster in here, 166.5 to 165. So while it's bouncing off 165, we've been sort of scalping it into it. If you put in a lower high here, I mean, you've broken it, you've come back. If this ends up a lower high and we settle underneath 165, this short becomes shorting 165 and under on the way down to, you know, who knows where it can go. But we're at a decision point with the NASDAQ.
Yeah.
I've been shorting it at 166.5. So that's where I'm going to wait for it to get to on this little bit of an upward move. If we get a bit of a curl there, I can short it again. If we break VWAP, I can just get out. So I'm being very patient, waiting for a reload on this particular name. There definitely could be a heck of a lot more. I see Cody Norton mentioning GME is moving.
Oh, baby.
Charm Snare. Holy Affirm runs. Really Affirm strong today? I could believe it. Well, I'm a little surprised, but I can believe it, I suppose. I've seen Affirm do this a couple of times recently where it's had some decent moves on a flat day in the market. So I'm just going to double check it here. What is Affirm doing? Okay, up 3%. That's not bad.
Yeah.
It's not bad, but
so is GameStop.
13 break on Affirm, man. Like it needs to, here's Affirm. Like it breaks this top, squeeze time.
Oh, yeah.
But it hasn't really broken that just yet. My daily, again, does that thing. But it gets above 13, things get pretty interesting on Affirm. Still a $0.50 to go until it gets to resistance, though.
Yeah. We were looking at this one last week, right? Because they reported.
Yeah, and it was
last week or the week prior?
It was trying to break out. I thought it was last week.
Yeah, I feel like it was
last week.
Yeah, and Upstart, usually they do that duetto where they both report on the same day. I'll never forget, Neil, there was a time where they knew they were going to miss so bad. This was last year. This was when I was doing earnings. And they asked the exchange to halt their stock upon the release of earnings. And so right at the bell, I'm sitting there like a schmuck trying to enter the position, and it halted. Nobody understood why. And eventually, 45 minutes later, 445. It opened and it did exactly what was going to happen anyway, which it huadunked. It did. It qualifies. I think it dropped like 25% anyway. So what did you prevent?
Nothing.
Prevent?
Let it trade. When in doubt, let the market set prices. That's how it's supposed to work in the first places. Like, it just, I don't know, it doesn't make any sense. You have some weird stuff that goes on where like some things get released early, or a firm actually, I'm reminded of that one every single time. No word of a lie, when a firm had their leak that one time of earnings before the bell, it was in the late afternoon at some point. I was stopped out of an Affirm short like 5 minutes before it happened. Then they released, the earnings got released, and the stock just immediately was like tanked to the downside. I'm like, you gotta be kidding me. Like, if you're never sitting in that thing when it happens, like the right way, but you could have just gotten rugged on it. Not rugged, but just got squozed. We're now continuing to move higher here. We'll see where we go on this one on AI, but if it gets to 20%, I'm gone. Because you've now broken the next channel to the upside. I think 23 is the next test. Do 23, I slap a trailing stop on it and want to see how far it can go, because it looks like it is going to be a wild ride here to set upside. Racer X9 just said still looking to reload it short on Affirm. If it got to that 13 level, I'd probably go pay for some locates if it gets close, because I think I want to be shorting it at that price as well. Google, with the market, is trying to make a bit of a bounce. I've already scalped some out here on Alphabet. This is all about the channel. So there's 116. That's the Alamo today on Alphabet. 118. I got in front end. You always get in on the back end of a resistance level. So I got in front end. I added to it. It got stopped out. I then jumped back into the trade. It's easier to get filled when it's coming to the upside. I got some on the back end when it retook 118. That was the only fill I got. If it gets back up to that 118 level, I'll wait till it gets to the top to put on a short. And this time, I will wait for it to get that high reverse and then get back into the trade. If you don't want to, because you slap a fail on it when you know the area that you want to trade it at, but you don't let it get there. Like, there were two prices. Look at the flag. 116, 118. It's just so easy to get that FOMO as it's starting to come. Like, oh, it's at yesterday's close, and an offer shows up. So I was just as guilty as anybody of popping that short in a little bit too early. Alphabet's still, in some ways, relatively strong, but the channel speaks for itself, this $2 channel.
All right, the market starting to move here because it just made a newer high on my 5-minute chart here. Let's look at the chart here. We make that low 13,350. That's the low of day today. We print up, we retrace above VWAP, come back down, and then make a newer high. So that's what you're looking for, a higher low, a higher high, and now we're trending to the high side. Now, where are we going to be level-wise here? So there was a lot of pre-market action at that 13, you want to say the top, 13,450 was the top of that range. So that's what you're looking for, I guess, of a break. 13,450, that's a pre-market morning range, which we curled up on, actually. So that's an interesting, I'd say 13,450. Maybe you're looking for a short in and around there, possibly, actually, rather than a break. Well, you have to see how it trades, right? I mean, no biases. Let's see what it does in and around that area, 13,450 on the NQ June contract. So I shall put a notification about 5 points or so above that to possibly start monitoring it more. But this market definitely curling. You have a general market curl on these big caps, Meta curling up, Amazon curling. Amazon's been weak, but it's curling off bottoms. Apple's also off bottoms. You're seeing Google curl off bottoms. Microsoft very inside. It should be said, very, very close to Friday's close. Only 50 pennies off that 309 close Friday. So very much inside, but the market's printing up. There's no question about that. Let this move up. I'm going to keep saying it again. 13,450 is what I'll be looking at. Now, GSIT. This one did its little retracement. It didn't come off any key levels for me, so I didn't have a dip buy. Why would I get in at this 633, 650 level? Maybe the 650 dip, but again, it's just the $0.50. There's no specific area of support there that I could have looked at. So it's curling for now. It's still below 7. I'm seeing good buying here, and we're seeing 90 here on the tape. Oh, here comes the book. The book is up at the high 90s, and it's stacking up. There's some size here, but not a lot for $7. At that $7 level, see how it trades and what kind of icebergs we get to that will appear when we get to that level, because that's how these small cappers are. You're not going to see the full size on the book, and that's just the way it is. Anyway, market curling, GSIT curling to that 7. I'm in nothing, and yeah.
Would you take the break on GSIT?
No, I'm not taking these 7 breaks. I just don't believe, because we saw that last week and we talked about it. Like, where in the cycle of small caps are we? Are we in the continuation where you're taking it 300, 400, 500%, and therefore, because you usually have 3 or 4 of these a day, or are you getting to that point where we're getting to the highs and you're fading highs, right? So it's like
that's fair. That's
fair.
And
I don't know where we are at the moment. So let's just see what this week brings. It's the first one of the week, and so yeah, I'll watch them. These small caps are so they're so cyclical. So at least that's how I see it.
No, I don't disagree with you, man. So I'm watching this market come to the upside. It's like I got Tesla here, and it's kind of bucking the trend for now. It just made a crawl off 166. I just had to make a decision to not add to a short in here because the market is kind of holding 13.4. The Nasdaq's 0.2 to the upside at this particular moment. So, I got AI that's working to the long side. I know Tesla's still working short, but it doesn't feel like he can last forever if the market holds out in the green. It is a big move happening. I just want to go over to one name because I have an order still from this morning for PDD, and it's about to trigger. I feel like any second now. So here is Pinduoduo. This is at 66 level for a bit of a gap fill and a bit of a breakout. I like it all the way back into 66 half here. So if it does a dip back into the supply zone, I'll go for the long, but it's about to break out that top, and I've had that stop order sort of sitting since the pre-market and about to fill any second now. I know Meta's making some power moves as well, so I want to get to that. GameStop.
GameStonk is looking okay.
So just very quickly though, Meta is at that top end resistance. Here is 230. There you can see there's 238.5. That's been a big wall Thursday and Friday, same double top. So Meta about almost $1 away, just under $1 away from a big resistance zone here on Meta as it is headed upside. What were you saying, GameStop?
Yeah, it's not looking bad. I mean, come to the chart, Mahad. Decent looking chart. I mean, the liquidities, it's just starting to build up. We're only at 900,000 shares, but the liquidity is starting to come in now. It wasn't a 930, big move where you have the majority of the big candles, volume candles, that is, right at that 930 to 940 level. No, they're coming in now. So let this one continue. 2150 is where we're knocking on the door. 2149 the high. I'm not seeing anything specific on my news blotter to account for this. It could just be a general, market pump. But again, I have to tell you guys that my news blotter has not been working well. And it continues to lag and unreport very, basic things. So sadly, some things I will miss until I get a better news blotter. I know we have more accounts for Icon. We have a web account for Icon that I could probably.
We do, and I'm pretty sure we can get that for you.
Yeah, which is awesome. I'm joking by Weasel, by the way. That's just, all right, yeah, people in the chat saying Meta strong. Yeah, it is. It's at highs. 238.14. Let's bring in the Meta chart. Where is that Meta chart? There it is. Now I will be switching to these ones after. Let's bring in Meta. This is the 3-minute on Meta, guys. The 3-minute on Meta. You get a bit of a double bottom off the 200 on.
HKD breaking out.
Hey, what's up?
HKD's trying to break out too.
Oh, baby.
Oh, man.
Here we go.
A rising tide lifts all ships today. There's HKD. It's looking at that 7 mark. And again, this is one that's a very, 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 very tiny float. So what goes up can come down. It has been holding here for quite some time in this 650 to 7 range. So it needs to hold above 7 even. And then, more fun things can happen. But always zoom out. The break is good. If you, for whatever reason, if you're holding this consolidation down here, that's fantastic. But chasing the move, I want to see it hold above 7, maybe even go into like an up halt or something like that, and then break out from there. There's lots of room to get to $9, but chasing that move here, maybe not the best course of action. It hasn't even done 1 million shares yet either, so just be very, very cautious here. You want to see better volume, or at least continuing volume through the $7 level. But yeah, high of the day break there on HKD, so a lot of people talking about it.
Yeah, here's the Meta chart. Let's have a look because it's coming to newer highs right now. 238.14, a newer high. Double bottoms off that 235.50, which also just happens to be the 200 on the 3-minute. But here comes a new high, 238.50. Is what's standing out. Let's look at the 15 and see what that shows us. Okay, so what was the price action? On Friday, we topped out. This is in the pre-market, it should be noted. This was pre-market action on Friday at 238.5. Prior to that, Thursday, the top was 238.25. And okay, let's move a little bit back. Let's go to the half an hour here. All right, so that price action comes back into play. Back on the 4th, we also danced with that 238.5. So, you know, that 238.5 is interesting level. You think probably that 240, maybe even that 241.5, that comes into play as well. But the thing is, we're seeing higher lows across the line. Like starting May 5th, when you bottom out at 229, you have a higher low the next day at May 8th at 229, essentially 230. The day after that, it's 230.5 and 230.75, and it's higher and higher. And so we're about to break over a new high here if we can take this 238.5 out. So this will be an interesting little move on Meta. Again, they had a nice catalyst last week with respect to Sandbox. It's an AI platform for developers to kind of utilize the platform and their API and everything. And then, you know, you get that Loop Capital upgrade today for Meta and the simultaneous downgrade for Alphabet. For Google, you know, make of that what you will. You know, it has a micro effect intraday. We're seeing Meta today up 1.88%. We'll see how that fares, Neil.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. We talk about upgrades and downgrades and take them with a grain of salt.
Yeah.
The timing of them can be interesting. Like, and again, you know, it's not to say certain things, but I heard a couple comments. I know Steve G was in the chat talking about SoFi, the Wedbush downgrade.
Yeah.
It's like, okay, you know, you're going to make that move when you know they're short, when they're very likely in a short position, and it's right at a pressure zone at the low.
Yeah.
It's like the timing couldn't be, you know, like they dropped those and the timing is a little bit suspect. They just hit a significant level on the on the daily chart there on SoFi, and then they got slapped a few days after strong earnings with a downgrade. At the moment, it's on support. So you're now, like at this point, I'm really, it's about what's going to be next here. So the NASDAQ is getting to that top end of the zone. If you got the longs, you crank them. As we get into that high, chasing longs, not going to be the cup of tea. You're either in it or you're not. But Tesla's now holding. So I didn't reload it just there because I wanted to see what happened as the market gets higher. But this is starting to feel like, okay, let's go back to taking that 166 half fill if it gets up there, because we're basically sitting out the move this entire time here. I see Sidesh Kale, guys, I'm clearing all my positions today worried about the debt ceiling. Okay. I mean, everything is time horizon, right? Like if you're, like for my long-term account, who cares? Like whatever. Like what difference does it make if you're holding something? Like I'm not super young, but I'm not that old that I need the money in the short term. So I'm not really selling everything right now. But if you're like let's say you're swinging things, and you feel like that's too much risk, always take risk off if you feel the need to with shorter duration positions, because that can be true. A lot of times, what happens with the debt ceiling is they're not going to default, but when they come to a deal, you have to look at the nuts and bolts of it. If there are a bunch of cuts, which is likely to happen, and you're in a recession, which we likely are, then quite frankly, that can be a bit of a drag on the market. So the market can end up selling despite the fact that you get a deal. So I don't necessarily disagree with it. Just always remember, time frame is everything when we're talking about it. In the long term, if you're holding for 30 or 40 years, what do you care if they get a deal done?
Yeah.
It literally doesn't matter. If anything, that dip gives you a long-term buying opportunity. I did grab my break on PDD here, so waited more or less all day for this one. If it does want to come back into the 65.50, this is off the 15-minute chart, so I'll show you the trade there. And again, it never really got down to a support level. You could argue, I mean, if you're willing to put up $1.50, maybe $2 on that trade, go for it. Not really how I was willing to play that one, but the breakout is kind of ongoing. I think there's room up to 68, 69 here if it wants to continue. We've seen the Chinese ADRs do this. So I got my long. I'm looking to add to it if it does a little bit of a dip into 65.5. George Freeman, check out OMH. Okay, we got him over here. I cannot pronounce what is the name of that company. I cannot. It's about to go into a
home.
Oh my home.
Yeah.
Oh
like
my
literally
home.
all three
Is it
words
own
stuck
my
together.
home or oh my home?
Like oh.
Oh no, we
H.
saw this one last week. No, never mind. I remember seeing this one last week.
This is violent.
This is no. I remember this. It halted like a bajillion times
Spread
last
is
week.
$1.
But look at what happened from $5 to like 39 the other day, and then it kind of grinding back to the upside. When it does this, just remember it rugged it above 30 back into $9 in a matter of a couple of days on this one. So, oh my home, yeah, now this one comes to mind. I don't think I traded it. I'm pretty sure the locates were way too expensive to think about the short, and it never set up along. Because by the time we were looking at it, I'm not chasing that move. Nice little bounce off $10 if you happen to kind of catch this like double bottom here when it pulls back in. But be very careful chasing moves like this, okay? Like, yes, maybe technically breaking through 30 looks pretty good. If you find yourself a $2 stop or something like that, your risk reward isn't terrible. But if it goes into a halt, it could open up at 25 bucks. And that's, like, you can have a stop all you want at 28 even, but if it breaks down through it and goes into a halt, suddenly you're just getting out wherever it opens with a stop order. And that is the risk with these. Trading from halt to halt is very dangerous. So we got a couple of good shorts, couple of good longs. At least I hope one of them is C3AI. Oh goodness.
Oh, baby.
Yeah, so it just got another leg up and then rejected. I don't want to say rejected. Rejected is a strong word. But it just kind of turned around here to 2280. Now you're getting a bit of a lower high. I still like a dip into VWAP, but obviously that's going to continue to be a bit of a moving target here. We got the one entry point. We've been looking for a dip into VWAP that hasn't really quite got there. So I feel like if it does come down, we're now separated far enough that I'll just look for the consolidation somewhere above on any dip back in.
Meta is an absolute rocket ship, and so is NVIDIA. NVIDIA is now almost up 1%, coming off that 281.5 bottom. It's now at 286, just broke through it. It's been one series of green candle after another. Let's go to the chart. This is the Meta. We'll look at Meta. We already looked at Meta. It's broken that 238.5. In fact, 238.60 is a high. We'll see. We talked about this being an important level on Meta on the half an hour, so let's see how it trades in and around here. But NVIDIA, this is the other one that's really going. Look at that. It's at day's highs. Okay, so let's go to the 5-minute on this one. There you go. It's just been one series of 5-minute candles after another. Let me look quickly on my blotter, even though, you know, I don't really trust it, but I'm not seeing anything at the moment on NVIDIA. Maybe something general and microchips. I'll have a look to see what else is moving. Where is AMD at percentage-wise? AMD's, no, it's flat, up 0.1. Micron is the one that's moving 4.4%, and good volume, too, on Micron.
Micron's at a big level on the higher time frame.
Oh, I see.
Big level.
Okay, so what's the reason for this moving? Analog device for me, city's top pick. For chips, okay, so I can't trust my news blotter, but anyway, it looks like something Micron related, and maybe NVIDIA is a sympathy here, because NVIDIA is only up 1%. 286.5 top, 286.44 the high. It's a V-shaped retracement. A lot of support. You got to think at that 283.5. That was Friday's close, just a little bit below that. So we'll see. If it comes down to that level, but a big move up for NVIDIA and likewise for Meta and this market. The ES is not as strong as the NQ today. Definitely the NQ looking stronger, up also 0.25%. The ES 0.08, and the chart pattern on the NQ looking a lot more bullish as it takes the previous high out with more vigor than the ES. The ES is just marginally higher than the previous high. So 13,400 got taken quite easily, and now we're looking to retrace into the pre-market high here on the ES at 13,447. Retracing off that 437 off that last 5-minute candle. So keeping my eye on that. Let's see what GIST is up to before I send it back to Neil. I'm going to have to load NVIDIA on another screen because this is going to become tradable soon. Meta is already up. GIST, a bit of a double top here, possibly forming at 7, and then moving back down. So we're already rejected the whole dollar level. Now, where is the next area of support that we have to break? Well, it looks like 6 is going to be, because there was a good area here where we rejected off it, and it's a whole dollar level, and we're moving to it quite quickly here as we take out the low of this trough. The low of this trough was 633. We make a newer low at 6.25 on GSIT, now up 25%. Again, a double top possibly forming here on GSIT. Let me look at this one real quick on the 5-minute time frame. Yeah, it's harder to see the double top on the 5-minute. Let's see what the 3-minute looks like here. Yeah, more discernible there, and definitely a lot clearer on the 1. Neil, what do you got, NVIDIA?
No, I'm going to talk about NVIDIA a quick second, but I didn't really see anything in particular on MU either. But 64, look, 64 has been a pretty monstrous level on the daily chart for MU for quite some time. But quickly on NVIDIA, because it's really tight to the level here, 287. It's right in that last little ditch zone where, if you make a curl between 86 and 87, that's where I'd look to maybe fade it with the market getting to that high of the day. So that's first things first. I don't know. We might have to use your daily chart for Micron because, quite frankly, mine is not really. It's not really filling in there. So if we can,
Absolutely.
whenever you get a chance, because Micron's at 63.5 here.
What would you like? 15?
No. Give me a daily.
Daily?
Just give me the daily on Micron. There you go. So it's pretty obvious to see. Once you get to 64 on Micron, it's been failing the 64 to 65 level for quite some time.
Oh, yeah. So we got to go back a ways, June 2022.
Right. And it just recently did it off earnings. So they had the earnings move into that level. It was a fade once it got there, so you want to respect it. So you're about 40 cents away from getting into that supply zone on Micron. I think it's a big one. Decent chance that NVIDIA gets to 87 before that happens. So I would think NVIDIA could be a trade before it ends up being in Micron's level. But if it gets above 64, I'm thinking short into 65. It's worked every single time you've done it. Obviously, that's the kind of thing that works until it doesn't. And if it doesn't work, you're always willing to take an L on the level that good.
Level.
Because quite frankly, it's just a fantastic one on the daily.
Look at this. Can I show this on the daily as well, Neil? Because I didn't zoom out. Look at this.
Yeah, keep zooming out.
Yeah, no, well, this is fantastic. Look at this. Double bottom off there, and that's the bottom of the trough. It's a recyclable level, man. Absolutely recyclable. No, I have to agree 100% on this level. But it's good here. If you're looking to swing this, I just want to make this observation real quick. You're seeing a series of higher lows with a flat top. Usually those resolve in the direction of the trend, or so the book says. So if you're looking for this long term, eventually we get those plays, or so the book says. You like that?
I'm saying the flat top. That's a good looking flat top.
Yeah.
Right? So like a good looking flat top is what you see there on a chart for a nice little awesome breakout. It's a good tradable level. A bad looking flat top is what I had on top of my head in grade 8. So that's, it is what it is.
Set that up nice, bro.
It's one of those,
nice.
If you look back, I know a lot of people always attribute that to like Will Smith and Fresh Prince of Bel-Air.
Oh,
It's
for
not.
sure.
It's not. It's kid
not,
and play.
yeah. Okay.
It was kid and play. Like you saw it, everyone else had it. I'm like, yo, that ish looks really cool. Let me put that nonsense on top of my head, and I'll be exactly the same way. And quite frankly, I keep it short ever since, because the rest is history. So look, if Micron goes another 50 pennies or so, it gets into the zone for me. Yes, house party, that is legit. Bears versus Bulls knows what's up. So I'm not really taking anything out on PDD till it gets about 50 cents in the money, right? Like if you're playing this breakout to the recent high, you're putting up 50 cents plus slippage worth of risk. So if I'm covering for 20 cents, 30 cents, 40 cents, that's fine. It's profitable, but risk to reward, that doesn't actually work out in the long run. So I need this to extend a little bit further on PDD. In the money, working, but we don't ring the register until it makes sense to getting through the roof. And it is a high top fade. There's lots of things you can call it. Cameo is another way.
Okay.
It's also called a cameo. Flat top. I don't know. You can throw whatever name you want at it, but you buzzsaw the sides. And mine was, I want to say almost an inch and a half, 2 inches.
But it came back into style for a little bit at end of 2000.
It did.
Or like 2009, 10 era. I remember Danny Welbeck, the Arsenal striker, had it.
People still have it from time. There was a dude in the NBA.
So did you see what happened on the weekend with the Prem? You saw my guys?
I know you're
looking
fine.
Yeah, so my guys lose 3-0 at home.
Say Milski.
Yes. 3-0 at home, Neil, to Brighton. They're a good team. No disrespect to Brighton. Yeah, that's the least of what we should be concentrating about, because we really took it on. We took it on the chin.
Yeah.
It wasn't good, and it was like, you could feel that they weren't playing with heart because they knew City wasn't going to let up. And anyway, City's going to take it. Better luck next year for us.
They're great.
The good news is, though, at the end of the day, we're going to attract a lot of talent. We're back in the Champions League. We're top 2. We were competing for the title the entire year. A lot of people want to come play at Arsenal. They want to be in London. So
were you competing, though?
Yeah, we were.
Well, you were there, but were you competing?
We were competing.
No, I'm messing with you.
Yeah, no, we were. That's the naked truth.
NVIDIA's here.
NVIDIA is there. Let's go.
Here.
What's up?
Here is 287. So 287 just wicked in there. Let me go to my 3-minute. Is that going to be? Oh, no, it's doing that. Oh, crap. It's doing that thing again that my keyboard is screwing up. That's really annoying when it does it. So there it is, 287. I can't show you my 15 or my 3-minute because that's doing some weird things over here. So we're into that, I guess, resistance zone from last week. It was really just Thursday and Friday because the up top here was like the 90s. Sort of into like 91. But the lower high was right here at 287, so we allow it to get to that zone. It just wicked to 287.12, so the high today is just above. I just grabbed the short in here at 91 on the way back in. As usual with a zone like that, because I'm taking the curl, I'll give my stop to that high of the day or maybe a couple of shekels above it. But yeah, NVIDIA gets to the top. I'm always looking for that. Like, you're not chasing the move up here when it gets into resistance. If it holds above and continues to break out, it's got another $2 or $3 at least. But waited for it to get up to that zone before we shorted it. Tesla is also at a resistance zone. This is all while the NASDAQ
Curling,
is
baby.
it's right up at that top, right? So you go to like the overnight highs or the early morning, whatever you prefer to call them, that is resistance. If you zoom it out a little bit further, it also kind of works as the top end of the zone that we didn't spend much time up there, but the top end of the zone for late last week. So the market wants to break out. Then you have a bunch of individual names that are going to be at levels like this. So NVIDIA is obviously at one here as we speak. So I'm playing the short, little scalp trades there. Once we get back to 286, or at least down toward that bottom, we can scalp some out, which looks like it's already happening here. So I have a bid to try and grab the first 60 pennies. Again, we're risking about, with a 90 short, you're risking 25 to 30 cents. We're getting about 2 to 1 if we get those 30s.
Yeah, Dan Edmonds making a good point today, saying there's been really anemic amounts of volume in the futures market.
That's how it's been.
Yeah, the NQ has only done about 275,000, a little bit more now, 278,000 worth of contracts on the day. Just look that one up. But let's go to GSIT here. It's back at that $6 level. You get a couple of touches here right above 6. And then you get a nice bounce back up 6.25. So if you were scalping that 6 level with size, you probably got filled. It was good action around there, good amounts of volume at that 6 and just above level, but you have a series of lower highs here. So we're definitely knocking, excuse me, on the door of 6, looking to break it to the south side, but no biases. Let me see what goes on at the 6 level. We earmarked this level for support given the trading action that took place between 10:25 right after that halt at 10:26, the 10:32 time slot there, popped up, got into 620 or so, moved back down into 580, then broke through 6 eventually. So we'll see. Knocking on the door again of 6 there, but Meta continuing to knock on the door, high of highs, 238.60. It's back at 238.45. Is Meta looking to make that newer high? It makes a higher low there, continuation. Let's see if we knock on the door of that whole dollar level at 239. As the market continues to uphold its highs, 13.434 now on the NQ. Again, I'm looking at that 13.450 as a possible area of resistance. What's up, Neil?
No, someone just said Neil reloaded NVIDIA long. I am not long NVIDIA. Just
we have
yeah, the position board's
no,
correct.
it doesn't
I'm
show
not,
that.
I'm not long NVIDIA.
No.
I'm short NVIDIA off 287. I actually just got some out there, so I'm short NVIDIA off this 287 level as it got to that top. I showed you guys in the 15-minute chart, just in case. We never want anyone to get it twisted, right? Like we're not here. I'm not here to try to pretend something, be like, oh my goodness, this stock is so incredibly bullish while I'm shorting it, or bearish while we're longing it. No. If you guys don't want that misconception out there. I know what you're saying. Randy's like, oh, you reloaded your long at NVIDIA. Look, your time frame, again, we're day trading here, so when it gets to a level like this, like I'm going to look scalp zone off that 87 where the risk to reward is going to work. I'm not even thinking of anything past 285 here. Get some out on the way to 86, hold some for a home run down to 85, but even then, I'd only be holding a piece. So that's the way I always approach a level like this. The futures are at resistance as well.
Yeah.
If you continue through 87, I look at that level and say, okay, above those quarters, there's a long up there above that 287 quarter for me. But at this time of the day, I like playing off of that short level. You're at VWAP now for Tesla, so it's at the decision point. Again, I'm still holding a piece of this. Been short pretty much the entire morning once you broke down beneath 167. However, I have not reloaded this until I see a few signs of weakness here. This is not one where I'm going to stand in front of VWAP. I don't use VWAP as a level like that. But if we reject VWAP here, I would look to maybe add here. But I need to see some weakness beneath that level for it to happen. Upstart, I know you mentioned Upstart, right?
I just mentioned it because we were talking about a firm.
This is the big mover today.
Oh, wow.
This is the home run today, I would say. Because 16 to 18, straight shot up. Okay, that's a really crappy pun, but it is what it is. But look at what's happened here. You always talk about getting that massive sort of like breakout style trade, let it settle down, and when it pulls back, allow it to hold a bid. Well, the 50 period's at $15. You finally made a bottom on that pullback, held 16, holds a higher low, and then holds the higher low the second time. So there it is. You want to see it get to a level that it bounces on that big deep pullback. You see it hold the higher low. It then showed you the same thing again today and then broke out from that range. That's a great looking setup. I love that when you get a gap retracement setup or a gap down. Either way, like allow it to make a bottom for you. Once that bottom holds the second day, you're looking for a long, either on a breakout. So congratulations to everyone that got that. I mean, I wasn't really looking at Upstart. We played that setup on several names, but quite frankly, that's one I wish I had had today, looking at Upstart. So congrats if you got it. We'll see what happens with NVIDIA. It's nice in this little channel here. If it does break out, I know there's plenty of room to still go to the upside. But as long as the futures are in the pocket, I'm going to continue working with it. I still have Google from earlier, just to quickly show you. But, I mean, the market, so Google's kind of sitting this move out, which is weird to me, as it's basically flat on the day, but it's holding a pretty strong range after gapping last week. And that's 116 to 118. There you go. So 116 to 118 it's been holding, but not participating in this move. That's a good sign for the Alphabet short here that I'm still sitting in. I lost on the way up. We got it on the back end for the rest of that for the second time.
Nice.
But yeah, it doesn't seem to want to continue with the market. So I might be adding to this underneath VWAP. 116 is the Alamo. I need to see that break, and I think it's a different trade beneath 116. Like that's a big gap up that it's been making. And then 116 for 3 days in a row has held. Once you're beneath that price and holding, I think you got yourself a separate short. The 18 short and the 16 short, two separate trades.
Speaking of back-end trades, perfect segue there. This GSIT, bottom at 6. I didn't take the initial dip down, nor did I take the 6 hold. I waited for newer highs to come in. I got a newer 5-minute high. It's not a done and dusted trade by any means, but we're trying our hand here for at least a retracement into the $0.50. That's where the peak is here. You figure, well, if we're going to encounter resistance, it'll likely be at the $0.50 before we fail. So that's why I've got some here low 40s to get out. I'm long at 23s. So we'll see how this trade ends up panning out. But yeah, we'll see how this one does. And then, obviously you're looking for that 7 test, but you're going to get a big chunk out. At least for me, it's a scalp trade type situation. That's why I've got a resting order there through the break of 40. We're encountering resistance at almost like every 5-penny level. There we go, into the high 30s. Let's see if we can get momentum into the $0.50 here on our friend GSIT as it makes a new 5-minute green 5-minute candle to make a newer high. Simultaneously, I'm keeping my eye on these futures and specifically Meta and NVIDIA. I know Micron is the big mover, but I'm keeping my eye on NVIDIA because technically the chart looks fantastic. I'll get to that in a second. But yeah, Meta 238.60 high, NVIDIA 287.12 high. They're both nearer highs at the moment as these futures continue. And by futures, I'm talking about the NASDAQ. NQ. Yes, thank you. 13.42, 423, 423. Yes, 425. Same thing. In and around that level, the quarter level. So we'll see if that continues to go. And I'm keeping my eye on GSIT here as we're like 10 pennies in the money, but looking for that $0.50 test.
GSIT, just be patient with it. Why not?
Yeah.
I just saw a couple of things. One, apparently the C3 AI CEO might be on another channel.
Okay.
So I mean, it's worth monitoring. I'm still in it. It's still working, but again, sometimes you get little bumps off of news like that. I was about to mention Palantir because I know it was just a question about Palantir and 950. But you're slowing down a little bit. There was just a decent volume spike on C3AI. It's not quite at 23 even. Once it breaks 23, I look for the trail. This is a on the daily chart. Now my daily charts are just fine. Thank you very much. It's about time. So you're broken that 50 period on the daily. Now you're into this 23, 24 zone. Once it gets there, I think it's a separate trade above that 24 area on the daily, but the breakout is still ongoing. I want to slap a trailing stop on it at some point. You just have to be patient with this. Make decisions where it makes sense to make them and not in other places, quite frankly, if you want to be patient with it. But yeah, 23 even about to get tested now. If it ends up being a bump because there's some hype that it's being talked about, then maybe I get trailed out after it breaks 23. Now we'll keep our eye on it. Just what else out there? I was about to say Palantir, but I also want to shout out Nicole Harris. Pepe was lovely. Now it's HUS. You're up 380%. Okay, another crypto token mover. Hey, and if you did well with Pepe, congratulations. Congratulations to you. Congratulations! I don't know anything about that one, so I'm not going to sit there and pretend that I do, but no one ever went broke taking profit on those. So it's a very momentum-driven game. So make sure you're taking your profit when you get that opportunity to take said profit. I'm going to go quickly to Palantir because I got to get back to NVIDIA. Palantir is trying to fill in this little bit of a gap overnight. Over the weekend, I should say, that 950 zone. Oof. It got in on the break and then could not quite get to 950. So earlier, I'm trying to remember. I think it was Renata was asking about a short. One was at 25. And I said, well, you got to wait for it to get tighter to 950. If you're waiting for the close of Friday to be your supply zone for a stop, then you got to at least try to get there. So it did curl, maybe not perfectly, but it did make the curl rather nicely. NVIDIA. Yes. I just got my second out. So this is what happened in NVIDIA. Right, I just got my second out, I held a third of the position, and then it broke out to the upside. So as I was saying before, at that key price level, I'm willing to play the curl for the scalp trade. That ends up profitable, but only because I took these fills on the way down, and now you're on the breakout path. So at a level like this, I'm always willing to short in front of it. If it does hold the breakout, there's room to like 90 or 91. So willing to play this one in both ways, as we're doing right here.
All right, GSIT kind of bamboozled a little bit, makes a new 5-minute candle to make a new high, and now we're red on the subsequent candle. So the break of 6 will be my out because it's a bit of a bottom. So that will also be a new low. So I've given myself a bit of buffer zone in and around that area of the break of 6, but it has to be mentioned. Meta is an absolute rocket. It is at 239. Exactly, that's a day high. Now it's dancing in and around there. A few pennies below. I think we're 98s here on the ask. Here comes a test of 39. We're still at 39 high. No, we got up to 03s. So breaks that high of day. Also, NVIDIA made a new high of day as well, 287.39. And the NQ back up at that 13.432 as we get continuation here on Meta. As it breaks through that 239 decidedly now and knocks on the door of 10s. Oh, baby, Meta is moving. I'm just going to look quickly at my news catalyst to make sure that there's nothing going on here with our friend Meta.
Quickly, Tesla's through VWAP, right? So I got out on the 167 break. We've been playing only one area on Tesla. This is not like NVIDIA where I would automatically reverse because it's been relatively weak. But yeah, you got to have your out. Nice tight stop there. As we are getting back into the upside, we're testing those highs. Dang. We'll see how far we can go. Google's close to 118, but it's not there just yet. So 118 on Alphabet is still a top I want to respect. You're now through 23 on C3. So I'm going to slap my trailing stop in just a little bit here. You do not want to get caught. Well, I don't want to get caught sort of giving it up, but the CEO's probably done talking by now. It didn't get much of a volume bump, but there was a little bit of one to get it through 23 even. But you're now in the pocket where I feel it could be making its turn around that 24 area.
Yeah. All right, here we go. We're at right 1 penny below our profit-taking area on GSIT. I'm sitting at 42s. I see here comes 42s on the book, but we didn't cross. And right now the spread is 2 pennies. So yeah, and there's the big flush down. I was going to say Claude, but I held up there. Yeah, no. So we're going to dance with that level. It looks like I'm not getting the fill quite yet. Long 23s, watching this one do its thing. Also watching this market. Keeping my eye on the NQ and seeing how it trades in and around here. 13,450 is that level that I've kind of earmarked to see how it trades around, and then maybe we'll look for either a long or a short, depending on what it's doing at the time. But Meta, man, holy rocket. Well, what qualifies as a rocket in this market, but I will take this, no question about it, up 2.3% on the day, 239.22. It's just going. Now there's really no point looking at the levels on Meta because usually when we're in a consolidation area since earnings, it's been kind of sideways. Oh, for sure there's room. Of course, there's no question. But it's like, what's the top after earnings? So the top after earnings, we topped out at 245. So we have a bottom of 230 and a top of 245 subsequent to earnings. This is the daily on Meta, guys. This is the daily on Meta. Because I know it doesn't show the name, so I like to repeat. Now, Sean says AMD is taking 96, so keep your eye on that. We were talking about AMD earlier, and it was flat once we saw Micron and NVIDIA were making a move. Anyway, Meta at day's high, 239.27. We got up to 47s. Did we? Hold on. I have to check the futures positions. Did we get up all the way there? I'll have to check in a second. But
yes,
we did, eh? So you got that, Phil? Yeah.
The futures wicked the high.
Okay, cool. Yeah,
futures wicked the high.
We're good. We're good on that one. All right. So yeah, that's it. We're looking to see how it trades around here again. 13,450. The level on the NQ 13,447 and a half. The HOD on the NQ June contract. Keeping my eye on that and simultaneously keeping my eye on GSIT Neil.
That stock, but like, so you're getting out on the offer of GSIT? Is that offer there?
That's my offer right here at 41s. Yeah, 42s, excuse me.
Because I feel like if it breaks that, like it could make a bit of a run.
Well, that's not the entire piece. That's just a piece.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah, it's just a piece.
Okay. No, I was just having a quick look at it. That's what it looked like. But so I'm back over here just because you see all those chip names going. I look back over at Micron. For some reason, it's not really moving anymore. But it is at that resistance zone. I wanted to get to 64. That was the key level. I said NVIDIA would get to 87 first. It did. It's now coiling at that 87. I've added once. Well, I reversed, but I had not added to the position, which I don't know that I want to do just yet. I want to see it carry volume above there. Micron doesn't seem like it wants to go, but this is, I can't ignore this. Once it's at 64 even, we're mentioning this on the daily chart, 65 is going to be a hell of a break when it does, if it does happen. Well, when? I mean, at some point, Micron's breaking 65. Next year, next week, I have no idea, but it's going to happen at some point. But this is the one chip name that I know a level that I would short 100% and 10 times out of 10. That being said, we're probably working longs into it. I think NVIDIA has $2 to $3 worth of room up here. Were it to get to 291, this was a rejection. It was a rejection heavily. It's easier to see on the daily, so I'll just leave it there because I have wicks on my 15-minute. So this is 290 to 291. It had one wick above there, but otherwise it's held pretty much every single day. There's still $2 of room to go.
Here comes the $0.50 on GSIT. I'm sitting at 57s, waiting to get filled. We got the 42 fills, and now we're at that resistance level that we spoke about, which was the mid-range area of the trough off this slanted double top. I get the fill at, there we go, baby. Now we're moving into the high side, into the 60s. I'm seeing 59s come in here on the bid. Sean hitting the bangs as we move up on GSIT, but the Huadu could be coming in any moment. It is a small capper, and you know how these ones can act.
But not yet.
Not yet. Well, hopefully. We're dancing with the $0.50 now, and we're looking for continuation. You got to assume if you get good continuation here, you test the previous top, which was that 7 level. You may not make it all the way there, but in and around that area, if we could, that would be just be aces as we are long 23s on our friend GSIT. What was the news catalyst again on this? I will look quickly here again because this is, my news blotter's been not good. Why Neo Games? This is not
that
Neo
one.
Games. I'll have to look again,
that's a different one. I actually don't remember the catalyst on GSIT to be honest with you. Okay. I don't remember that one. It was from last. It ran in the afternoon. It was like right at the end of the day. Like that much I remember because we were talking about it literally at 4 o'clock. Like that's what I remember about GSIT. And sometimes it doesn't even need. Those don't always need a catalyst. So Upstart is, it's almost at $20 at this point. Like UPST. And when I say like if this gets back to 20 to 21, I mean, it's just, it almost has to be a short. I actually don't even know if we have locates on this. No, we don't. So this is going to be a pay for short situation, but another couple of dollars on Upstart, and it's just, it almost has to be one that I'm going to work for. Oh My Home. What? Why did you laugh?
It's just come. It's
I
funny.
said it
Come
correct.
On. You did. It had nothing to do with you saying it incorrectly. It's just funny.
No, I got it right for the first time.
Oh my home.
So this is about as tricky as it gets. It just halted at the high of the day. So this is, oh my goodness. Like you, if you were playing for a 33 break, then it's going to either open above that gap above, which the indicated open says it's going to, because I see an indicated open of $39 right now on Oh My Home. So it's halted up at the top here. It looks like if you're waiting for a double top breakout, it doesn't quite go. Halts right underneath it, which is hilarious to me that that's actually how it would work out. And then if it opens at 39, it's a bit extreme. Good luck if you got it. I feel like this one is going to be pretty violent. The last time it turned, it was, I mean, multiple halts to the downside earlier, but if you look at the daily, this one was up here before and ended the day at $10. So there is room to go. If it opens at 39, then that'll mean it's trying to fill this entire gap in. I think that's unlikely. Likely as we get closer to the open, it'll be down around that mid-30s or something like that. A lot of times you see as it gets closer to the reopen time, which should be just after 12 o'clock, it'll get a more reasonable price put on it. I just don't really think it's going to gap all the way to last week's high.
All right, Neil, we did break that $half level on GSIT, but now we have to recognize that this is the resistance level that we talked about, and the flush could be incoming. Now, I had my stop set up through the break of 6 for the full amount. That obviously is not relevant anymore as we are out of 50% of the position, so I will have to adjust that by going and typing as such down like this, and then we're going to get out of the full position. So just give me a moment here, guys, to organize myself. Yes, with Sharage, and now we're good to go. And now we have to enter in our next level here as we break the $half level. Look, I'm going to look to get out a little bit in front of the $3/4. I won't sit right at 3/4 because I have a history of not getting filled at nearer those obvious levels, so I'll set a little bit below it. But we are dancing with the $half, and I think we are maybe here accumulating to go up, which would just be aces. The market is also going up 13,447.5 on the NQ. Looks like we're moving right back up there to test those levels again. You're not seeing a great move up on the ES, so if you're bullish today, your focus should be for the moment on the NQ as it continues to print newer high, or get to higher highs. But we also have to be cognizant of this level that we've talked about, which is that 13,450. Yeah, you know this level. You talked about it as well.
Well, we're very cognizant of said level.
Oops.
Oh my God.
I had to cancel that one real quick. Hit the wrong one. Yeah, but the 13,450 level, Neil. You know, I don't have a bias either way. But it is a level, and I'm going to be watching very closely to see what the trading action is like, which is what I'm doing at the moment because it is at those levels. So watching here intently as the NASDAQ comes up to those levels, but I'm also keeping my eye on GSIT. Again, like the only two things that I'm really doing here at the moment, which is fine. Don't want to spread myself too thin on, you know, what is kind of tough trading conditions. Would you define the current trading conditions as tough trading conditions, or?
Whenever you're in a range-bound part of the market, it's always like, that's the tricky part, right? Like, because you're separating like the wheat from the chaff, or whatever you want to call it. It's just, you're trying to find those opportunities that are key price levels and from the ones that are not, right? Like, that's why, by the way, I put my trail in on C3AI because it just did it again. So it tried to break 23 once, came back in. It just tried to break 23 again and is coming back in. So I have my trailing stop just underneath this 2260. But there are some names that are at those key price levels, as I mentioned. I'll go back to NVIDIA here. I am reversing this one. I was out of the short and into the long. I'm just going to zoom in so you get a better look at it. Risk about 50 pennies on this to try and capture a move into 90 to 91. That's going to be one play. And then I'm back over to PDD, which is a different time frame, obviously. These are always better if they break early in the session. because you're looking for, like, this is 66, room up to about like 68, 69. So you got about $2 to $3 worth of range in here and work back into 65. So your supply zone was this top end of the range over on Thursday. Ignore the gap down. Not that you ignore the gap down, but there's not a lot of information that you care about down here because they're not holding it $2 or $3 against you. So then the dip, I just got some dip in PDD, and we're looking. I'm not really offering until it breaks back out the high of the day, right? Like, there's no scalping inside of the range here. I'm playing for this entire gap fill. So just to draw some fancy lines in the chart.
Fancy.
They're not really fancy, but it's not that difficult to sort of see. Like, there's your supply zone above. It makes the breakout. I give it back into this zone here. I don't cover till it's kind of taking out this gap into the upside. I always think it is better if it breaks it early because you have more time for the move to work, but we still have half the day here for this one to go. The other one I wanted to mention before I have to get out of here apparently.
Oh yeah, you're overtime,
It's already
baby.
noon, but that's fine. Micron just wicked the high there, but like I love Micron in this area for sure, but it's not there yet. So we're still 20, 30 cents away from 64. And then the other side of this coin is your short's not wrong till it gets almost to 65 even. Like all these wicks, like it's broken 64 pretty much every time it's gotten here. Like every time it'll break that high and then eventually turn around before it gets to 65. So you've got to be willing to give this some room above 64 even, which means I'm not entering the short until it gets to 64 even or breaks 64 even. So I'm pretty patient here. I do know I'm going to get into this and start getting in above that 64 even, but it's not there just yet. I thought who was the other person we had? There was another Fed speaker this afternoon. No.
So many.
No, it was what's his name was coming back and talking again.
Kashkari?
In the afternoon. No, it was Bostic is coming this afternoon.
Okay.
So I think he's the last thing we have to worry about in terms of Fed speakers today.
Is
I'll
he
double
voting?
check it. Bostic, no. He's speaking twice today. He already spoke this morning. I think he's speaking at 1 o'clock.
Love these guys.
But outside of that, there isn't a heck of a lot to worry about in terms of news that we're expecting. Always got to keep your ear to the ground when it comes to debt ceiling stuff.
Yeah. When I'm up there
because
too,
one headline can move the markets in that way.
Yeah, no question about it. I want to complain a little bit. GSIT got up to 73s, and I was sitting at 72s. But the fact of the matter is, the cross wasn't good enough because it was very illiquid there. And, it did cross my entry, and I didn't get filled. Now we're moving back down. So a bit frustrating on GSIT now moving into the 30s, but we're still not beyond the area of a regular pullback.
See Meta?
And Meta's rejecting off those highs, 239.54, Neil, 238.99 now. We're dancing with the whole dollar at that 239 level. So we'll see if this ends up being an area of support. For Meta, we found a bit of a top here to be expected. We knew that we were going to be a little bit, we knew there was going to be a top at 13,450 on the ES. On the NQ, excuse me.
This is obligatory.
Go.
But if Coinbase gets to 60, I pretty much am always trading it. So this is one of those setups that, okay, like Coinbase is ripping faces off to the upside, kind of the market is, but it just wicked 60 even. I mean, there's no ifs, ands, or buts about it.
Yeah.
Like to me, when I see that, and again, this is not kind of random, but like this is a $60 level on Coinbase. Look at the short off of 60 previously. When it broke out for like 2 days, it was bounce support at the long. It gaps underneath it again. So underneath that 60 or failing at the 60, I'm always looking for shorts at that price. I did wait all day long. Kind of thought maybe you tested on the open if there was any kind of a push early. It never did. So you're coming in here on the back end of it, but that wick top entry is one I'll generally be taking every single time. On the higher time frame, it's still relatively bearish on the daily chart. Maybe not as crazy as it was before, but there's a rejection of the 50 period and the 200 period moving average as it has been grinding downside. Oddly enough, I almost want to say Coinbase has been, it's not as volatile the last little bit here, so I'm not necessarily thinking it's going to have like 10% kind of days, but I'm short to the high of the day here on Coinbase. It's just I waited for it to get to 60 all day long. It just so happened to do it at lunchtime.
At lunch.
Why not?
Yep. All right, so GSIT retracing, and now I'm going to have to start considering whether I'm going to allow this to go to 6 or whether I'm just going to take my profits and run on this bad boy. The thing is, if I'm going by technicals, I have to give it to 6 because if it breaks 6, that'll be the lower low. But sadly, I'm not in at 6, I'm in at 623. So then, that poses a problem. Then you let half the trade go against you, 23 pennies. So that's the issue I have to contend with at the moment. And we are at a crossroads because it's coming right into my price. And I'm just going to leave it.
You love that crossroads.
Mm-hmm.
You're like an
I'd
undercover,
rather not be at these crossroads. I'd just
undercover
rather.
Bone Thugs fan right there. You are. Just keeping it real.
Fair. Let's see. We're getting a retracement, but ideally you want to see it hold above the $0.50. But the other side of the coin is, the bearish side is that now you have 3 lower highs. You had that peak. Did we actually get that peak? Yeah, you got that peak at 716. Then you got another test of 7. Didn't quite make it up there, 696. And now we have that even 3rd lower high. I'm getting out of this. There we go. Break even. 3rd lower high at 671. Or 673, actually. That's not true because it did cross. So I get out of the rest, break even. Actually, I made a couple of pennies on that last little out there. So that's my out on that one. Profitable trade. Could have been better, especially if I had been filled up here. If I had had my, maybe my profit taker 1 or 2 pennies lower, would have been an even better trade, but profitable nonetheless. I'll look to recycle this $6 level. Should it make its way down here and hold, we shall see what that brings. And now I'm also watching the futures at 13,450 as we're now back into 13,437, but within that range that we talked about at that resistance level. I want to see how it trades around here. And maybe, yeah, we'll see. We'll see. Give it some time to develop, and we'll talk a little bit about that.
For sure. So I'm just about to, I see Sean's going to make way over here. I'm just going to make sure my stop orders are good to go because I have to log out and then back in over there. But I'm going to get away from here, give you guys to Mr. Katina for the next hour. We're back at 2 o'clock, and I believe Max will be filling as well. Actually, Max, not just doing that last hour, but when I'm away in Paris, Max is going to be doing the show with You're
just
Sean.
going to skim over that little tidbit right there that you're going to Paris?
No, I've said like multiple times.
On the midday show?
Oh, maybe not. Okay, fine. Fair enough. I might not have specifically said it on the midday show, but you can't.
Tell us a little bit about it before you go, real quick.
So this is actually, it's a fantastic sort of perk. So the owner and producer here, if you've been with the company for over 5 years, there's a company funded trip to several locations. So there's Paris, there's Rome, there's Budapest, London. I think there's even a couple coming online. So the first time I was going to get a chance to go on one of them was going to be. Was to be Paris, and COVID happened. So my wife was really looking forward to it, and then obviously it didn't occur. So I'm going to Paris. I'm pretty sure Brendan's doing Paris this year. Sean's doing Rome this year. He's already done Paris. So it's a heck of a lot of fun. I'm leaving on Saturday. It's only for a week though. So we can't wait. We're excited to go.
Those are just some of the perks here.
No, it's a great
Trader
environment.
TV Live. But to be fair, you got to be with the company for how many years?
5 years.
5 years.
Obviously, Sean and I, we've all been here longer, but they just started it recently. So that's why, everyone that was past that mark was able to do it. And so I look forward to
some of the perks of working here, guys. It is one hell of a place.
No, it's fantastic. Producer, he has a really good he's a strong passion for travel. And that's one of the things that he wants to, sort of pay forward and have people enjoy. So I was about to log out. I'll see you guys back at 2 o'clock here.
Thanks for coming
but I'll log out and let Sean get over here to join the professor.
Yeah, and as Neil does that, I am very pleased with my out on GSIT because there is the big boy dip down. But here, now look, 6 getting bought up. So where did we get down to? Would I have got stopped out? Yes, probably not actually. I had my stop at 95. Looks like it got to 96s. I didn't want to give where my stop was, but now getting bought up, 6 holding, 6 and VWAP are the same on my side chart here. I know VWAP showing a little bit lower. That's because it's anchored from a different point. Shout out to Brian Shannon, who will be coming on May 24th to talk about his book, Anchored VWAP. And Michael Noss has been doing a little bit of a running segment on that Anchored VWAP. If you want to learn a little bit more about that, go to the Friday show for the last, I would say maybe month. He's been doing it. The Friday show usually around 8:45 or so. Michael Noss usually comes on. If you're able to locate that, you can get his little mini series there with respect to anchored VWAP. And there's a book up there with my name on it, baby. And it's written by Brian Shannon. It's called Anchored VWAP. So I will be reading that and reporting to you guys on it as I read little tidbits here and there. And obviously, we want to adjust that, Sean, for the intraday trading aspect of it.
I'm going to be talking to him about
yeah,
that.
Sean is going to be talking to Brian
I
Shannon.
started reading it this weekend.
You started already, so I haven't started
but I
yet.
probably won't get too far about that. I want to look at the
that's
fancy
fine.
pictures. You know. I was waiting for the audio book, but if it's going to be a chart-based kind of book,
There's
what I
probably
was
already an
going
audio
through
book
it
on
there,
there. AI probably does that right
yeah,
away.
that's just being lazy. Yeah,
Yeah.
I mean, I would think that that would be the case, but yeah, I'm excited for that. I use VWAP. I mean, we've had videos about VWAP forever on this, so you can go find those on our channel as well. But yeah, no, I'm excited for it as we get ready to log in and
Rock and roll, baby.
We had, honestly, man.
Am I ready to hit this?
I mean, where's the trophy? I mean, I could raise the trophy up here
can
today.
get a trophy if you
We've
want.
done, nah, it's okay. We've done really well today. We reversed on our AMD. I have lots to talk about once everything gets set up.
I'm very happy.
Yeah, no, today was a very, very good day for many, many reasons. And,
Good.
Alibaba, we're still $2 in the money on that
Isn't
one.
it nice to start off the week that way? You come out swinging like that?
Yeah,
Green?
yeah. I mean, I'm always,
You know what I
I'm
mean?
always swinging.
I know you are,
I'm
bro.
always
I know
swinging.
you are.
Today is just another day that ends in Y for this guy. Because this is what we're trying to do. No, it's just like every day I feel like I love coming. I mean, Neil talked about some of the perks there, and yeah, I mean that's the kind of environment that we're building here, right? Is that you do have to take a little bit of time off. And it's part of that. Did I tell you the story where there was, I think it was 2 or 3 years ago, I didn't get paid my vacation days because they thought that I wasn't putting them in the system, but it's because I took 0 vacation days.
You're kidding.
So they thought that I had misrugged the system there.
Oh.
But and then I
Sean,
got a nice paycheck at the end because
Can
you
we
got to pay
talk
out
about
you can talk about whatever you want, man. This is your show.
NQ because OMH, Sean.
Yes, sir.
Oh My Home
Yes.
is now halted.
Oh my God.
At $43.44. Sean, it opened up at $32.50, and now it's halted at $43.44. It's up a whopping 135%. Oh baby, let's see where the tap is. It's at $44. Okay, so we halted at $43.44. No, now it's changing. $45.61.
Oh, the tap is working.
So it's a running tap here. We're at 47. So this one's changing. No point updating you guys every few seconds. Needless to say, it's higher than the halt level. So you're looking to open up higher. Bullish at the moment. Sean, we took out the high that we made on May 8th. That was at $38 level. We are now well above that as we take out the $43 level, halted at $43.44. The tap is now 55.
Ayo.
Oh baby, this one, all the smoke right now. Neil's face.
Nobody
Neil's
has
face.
this,
Yeah,
right?
yeah. I don't know if anybody has. You have the manager's account. You have.
Yeah,
a look,
I can tell
but-
you it was the
yeah.
worst stock for us today.
For us today. Well, yeah, these ones are usually like that, Sean. It's feast or
There's
famine on
other
these
stocks.
bad
We're
boys.
we're making a little bit of money back on this.
Good.
move.
Okay, so it's
Right
coming
now.
back.
We're making
Okay.
some money back.
Well, it's halted very nice.
on this.
69.69 the tap
Ayo.
on OMH. That was not me trolling. That was real. I read that. I promise.
I stole that AO from Mike from True Trading Group. Remember, he was on, and
that's
everyone in the
right.
chat was
Okay.
like, AO on that one. But I'm pretty much set up. What I do is here, I got to get my e-signal layout all scratched
Yeah,
out here.
we're chatting.
And do that. No, I love chatting. I mean, that's, some people say I like to chat, possibly.
Yeah, you can talk about
And I was at an
storm, but-
engagement party. My cousin, born in 1991, engaged now, and that was an absolute amazing opportunity to go there. Some of my family members were there, and it was great.
He was
to see
obviously
everybody.
young, and you know him
he's
as being
young,
young
and
usually.
he's marrying a Lebanese girl.
Oh, very
Yeah,
cool.
so that's very
very
cool.
nice.
Lots of friends, and
Good
she's
girl?
all, great girl. She's all fancy like.
Oh yeah.
Like so,
Super
it was.
fancy.
It's going to be it's going to be quite the party. So
Very nice. Very nice.
Yeah. If my wife won't come, you can be my and one.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. My wife's going.
Come on, Marissa. You got something better to do that day.
Yeah, I don't know when that's going to be. What is this doing on my desk right now?
Oh, what is that?
Oh, not this.
What is
Not
that?
my desk. This desk. I don't know what that is.
I don't even know
Is
what
this
that
like
is. that a
Like anime character?
Renata's all into that. We'll have to ask Renata. Renata,
Show her
who
to
is
her.
this person?
See back? Who knows?
Tough to show. Renata
Blue
will know.
skin, red hair.
Yeah.
Right there. I don't care. You know, they say red hair. I don't care. Okay, so let's go. We just reshorted Apple right now. Apple has been the. Got to get off Neil's
Doesn't
screen
know.
here. Doesn't have enough bangs going on right there. There it is. It's been
you
a banger
go.
today, man. It is going to be actually the number one stock's going to be AMD. I'm going to talk about that. We've got all of them on right now. We've got BOVESPA, a big trade for us. AMD is the thing working. There it is. Okay, good. So you can
Bang.
see the Apple short. We just reshorted it here at 28, but realistically, we've been playing this short from 173 upside. Good trades all the way to the bottom, and then we just reloaded this Apple trade right here at VWAP. Got a little spicy, but we did have an out. So that's exactly the way I want. Wow, AMD is starting to go back up to the upside as well.
NVIDIA too.
Let's get out a piece of AMD here at 99, and we say celebrate the Wayne Gretzky man himself as the Edmonton Oilers last night. Well, we won't talk about Canadian hockey right now, but there goes AMD, nicely done to the upside, and this is another trade. The one thing that I can tell everybody, Sharif,
Yeah.
and I say this a lot,
Okay.
and this is the biggest thing. So you saw Neil was on Intel.
Yes.
That was a loser. It was going to the upside,
Okay.
right? NVIDIA, a little tricky to trade today.
Okay.
I really feel like when you find a name, and it is, Neil does well on Intel all the time, I feel like you got to stay with sort of the groups that you've been trading. And everybody
Right.
knows that AMD has been a favorite of mine
Oh, yeah.
recently. So is Apple. We know we love Microsoft and Google and all that. But we've sort of misstepped a little bit on some of those names. Google lately, Amazon's been, I don't think Amazon's been tricky. We get some revenge today, and we'll talk about that. But stock selection is what I was getting at.
Yeah.
You know, like Intel was kind of not doing too much. Meanwhile,
Yes.
I had a $2 short on AMD while Intel was kind of just hovering around, right? And so they're completely different businesses and different business, not completely
Yes.
different, but different business models there with the foundry and so on and so forth. But it's all about making sure that you trade the right names at the right time. And that's the hardest part about this job, man, because we can all hit buttons.
Yeah, for
You
sure.
know, it's just a matter of
lose
making
money
sure that
real
you're looking
quick,
at the
too.
right thing at the right time. So there it is right now. And just to talk about this AMD just real quick, we flipped up our opinion. That's what I was sort of getting at, is that you got to obviously also have the ability to sort of go from shorts to longs. You know, and the minute we broke VWAP here, we were short against VWAP, broke it, got out, hit the long. Then we hit the long here at 94.70, out here 95. Then look what happened. We were long 95. We're still long, and then we
And
we
did you
got
add?
more.
You
Yes,
added.
I added on the break of the
See,
day.
that's professional
Breaks.
right there. See,
Well,
that's
thank
where
you.
I have trouble, and I don't add to my winners, and you just add.
Well, you'll get. I mean, we've already
Yeah.
talked about how much time is
I'm
required.
here for the long
yeah,
run,
exactly,
baby.
right? And
That's
so
the
it's
thing,
not.
yeah. I'm not
and I don't do
expecting-
that all the time.
Yeah.
Most of the time, I'll add to my losers.
Well,
not
you
add to my
always
winners.
hear what the ideal trader does. It's
Right,
the ideal
right.
who cuts his losers quick, somehow has these infallible instincts and adds to his winners all the time. And
We can all make the wrong decision at any time. So, but right now,
Sean,
we
I just want to talk about
AMD is
OMH.
ripping 50 cents of the money.
yeah,
Let's go to OMH.
NVIDIA. NVIDIA is flying to the high side too, guys. 288.33. It is at day's highs. It's lifting the NASDAQ with it. I'm sure AMD is probably making a very similar move as
AMD
the
is
chips.
ripping.
They're all ripping. So OMH is going to halt to the downside, it looks like, Sean. 39.48. We're accumulating here. At this level, do we halt? It looks like it's incoming, and there it is. You have a down halt, 39.48.
No, it just frustrates me because what often happens here, and I don't know what anyone's doing behind us or whatever anyone's doing at home, but like when you get those OMH trades like that, there has to be a point where you have to either get out, you know, take, or just say, you know what, like this was $20 in the money, but I'm going to be happy taking 10. You know, don't let it go all the way back down, because I saw some traders today talking about MGOL. Oh, is that what it is?
That's the Messi thing. Yeah,
Is it
MGOL.
Yeah, it is, right?
Yeah.
And they were saying like, wow, it's such a great move up. You know, but if you look over here, I don't know if this is going to, it might be too, I was going to say here, because I don't want to give Mahad a heart attack here, because the thing is that if the chart is, okay, right here. So it's like, it's great if you're down here.
Right.
And this happens.
Right.
But I saw a lot of people, Sharif, in the chat saying, well, that's good because I'm still holding the bag from its IPO day. You know, because you rip up, you come back down, then the very next day, you know, maybe you open up, you get to $7, $8, and then the next day you're down here to 4, then the next day you're down here to 3, and you're like, oh my God, there's a couple bounces here on some wicks, you think it's coming back, you think it's coming back, you get a day like today, and then maybe you say, oh, it's going back up to here. So it's not like, you never see me in these names. So
I wonder, we don't have the data on it, Sean. Well, I don't, but I wonder how many retail bag holders we have there because they're fanboys.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? And that's the
because
tough.
of messy.
Yeah, of course. You know, I'll buy a couple $100 shares. It's messy.
If
what
you're
could
buying
go
stocks
wrong?
because of a soccer player, I feel like that may potentially be the wrong form of action, but that is, as they all say, to each their own. You know what I'm going to stick with?
What do you got? Apple? You got money.
I'm going to continue to spin the money.
What are we doing on Apple there?
What are we doing on Apple? We're doing
shorts
this.
on Apple. Look, I like
Are you following the program here?
I got it, man. I got it. I just didn't know where you were taking profits. I knew money was flowing in. I just wasn't sure from where. And
I'm trying to be more disciplined with midday trading.
I see.
You know, everybody knows that, you know, if there's any like trading fiend around here, it probably would be this guy. And over trading can be a disaster, especially when you are at this time of day. So with that being said, we'll put another trade here. Now I'm just playing with you about Apple. It's not really moving. The bigger one would be AMD. I mean, I'm happy with the short in Apple here. Why? And you know, this is the short early. This was the biggest trade. This is why, you know, we're really quite happy with our net so far here today as we get that back down in, and then we just reloaded it off VWAP, and it's not really doing anything. We just got a couple outs for 10. There it is again, another 10 cents. So this is just small trades. But like you mentioned, though, in the middle of the day, like when the NASDAQ is doing this, unless you're trading Mogul, OMH, or something a little ridiculous, it's going to be tough to find a winning trade, especially when we have Fed speak coming through over and over and over again. So we're still in this one. But the trade of the damn day,
time of hands,
in my opinion,
what do you got?
Is because we reloaded it. Not only that, is Sticky Note Nation stand the hell up once again. So because the chef is in the building, and we are barbecuing. By the way, I got a new barbecue last fall.
Okay.
And tomorrow's garbage day, although I have a friend. There's guys that go around, I kind of feel bad for
So
these
you're getting
guys.
rid of it?
Yeah.
The old one?
Yeah. And it's all stainless steel, and it's beautiful. It's still really good. But
why are you getting rid of it? Why don't you sell it on Marketplace?
Why am I getting rid of it?
Marketplace, baby.
I mean, because we want to have some more of these. Have some more chicken dinner winners. I mean, it's like, why did you get rid of your vehicle?
I wanted
still
a new
working?
one. No. I said, why don't you just sell it? Why are you throwing it out?
I have a story. That's what I was getting at.
Go for it.
So there's guys always that walk around our neighborhood, and they're looking for scrap metal and stuff like that, because then they load up their truck and they take the scrap metal in, and they get probably ripped off, but they probably get X amount of dollars per pound or whatever.
Right.
And there's also guys around, like, I don't take my beer bottles back or my wine bottles back because I put them out front, because there's a guy.
He'll get them.
He's you know, a little bit, I don't want to say,
yeah,
you know, but
we got it.
Yeah, he's there, and he's looking for a little bit extra income.
It's fair.
So he rolls around in his bike and everything like that, and we put the wine bottles out for him. Yeah, and so talk to him and all that stuff, and give him, you know, and actually,
Hey, man.
I give like the garbage guys that recycle, like we give them Christmas gifts and
you,
all that
bro.
kind of stuff.
Good for you,
so
man.
I've sort of befriended this guy, and so
People
the guy for the
relations,
sheet
baby.
metal, I've told him I'm going to put my barbecue out there, and it's an absolutely huge. It has the shelves and everything. So either he can clean it up because it still works fine. It does need new burners. That's part of the reason.
Shake my hand, man. That's fantastic.
Yeah. So
This
that's
guy, he's
stuff
taking
that
care
we're
of the
doing.
hood,
But
you know what I mean? Like,
that just came part of the story because we talked about cooking up some profits.
I love it.
Right there. But no, it's about that. So we do that, and he's going to come by because it's garbage day tomorrow. So I'm going to put it out, and he knows it's coming tonight or tomorrow. And then if it doesn't get picked up, I think the city eventually rolls around and picks up furniture and stuff.
They don't
like
do
that.
it all the time, though. It's like once every little bit. They'll let you know, though.
So I want to put it out at least a day in advance. So.
My condo takes it every Thursday, baby.
Right, okay.
Yeah, every Thursday we
have garbage and recycling. They rotate it every 2 weeks in Toronto.
Oh, yeah?
So you're lucky to have your condo. They probably pay for
condos
extra.
always, I have no idea.
At least in a residential, like a house, in my neighborhood, which is Etobicoke, they do, so this week is garbage.
West Side?
Yeah, West Side represent. I would never move to East Side.
No way?
No, because
I've
West
always
Side
been
for
East
life.
Side. I was Scarborough, then Markham, now I'm Midtown.
Okay.
Right? I've been
all
Midtown since 2011.
I have nothing
though.
bad to say about it.
Yeah.
I've never lived East Side. Never lived east side.
I know,
so
you
that's
were
a-
Brampton, then
Yep, I was
Etobicoke.
Brampton, and that was an easy one to get out of there. And then and then now Etobicoke, and we will stay in the city of Toronto. But I could retire somewhere else. But okay, let's hopefully still a while ways away.
OMH is open and it's dancing, by the way.
Okay,
41.
let's go over to OMH. I was going to talk about Alibaba, but 41. What is the high on OMH?
The high is 46 even, Sean. Bit of a double top there on the 1 minute chart. On 46, this wick is incorrect on my chart. It did not go to 51. The high, 46. Now it is above the halt down level, which was that 39.50-ish area. We at 41.90. Knocking on the door, 42 up 121%. Yeah, it fluctuates. So anytime I look at it, it will change. So,
Apple too, wow.
Yeah, well, there you go. Apple flushing at the moment, printing Sean on the short. Now, we were talking about the futures and these levels, 13,450. Let's take a guess what the high of day is here. 13,449.5, so half a point off the high of day. You know, the thing is, yeah, sure, we just made a newer low here on the 5 minute chart, sure. But I'm not 100% convinced, you know, this is the trade to take to the south side and, you know, we get a VWAP retracement or maybe a Friday close test. So that's at 13,400. It's a little lower than that. 13,396 technically is Friday's close, but just assume that 13,400 retracement, which is, you know, 31 points off where we are now. It's a good little move down. Anyway, we'll see a little bit more about how this trades at these levels, or do we consolidate here? See what happens.
I love that OMH trade, but I was just seeing what Adam put in there. Shout out to Euthanasia too. No, I know those guys, those metal guys make good money. The story was basically, would rather give it to them than our local government. But maybe I shouldn't say,
there's no question about that.
But yeah, help out your fellow
They
man.
take enough, Sean,
Help out
from
your fellow
us.
man.
Yeah.
That's all.
The government takes enough of our money and misspends it. All right. So I'd rather give it directly to people.
And running for the city of Toronto, new mayoral.
Are you following?
Yeah, 130 people are running. You know the problem with this world.
You're gonna get into the
No,
controversial.
I'll say whatever I want. Is just that you know there's a dog running for mayor of Toronto. Did you know that? Like an
so there is a
actual dog?
guy who is
and
using his dog. It's the son of a former city councilor, apparently.
I mean.
Yeah,
what?
and technically it's his owner who has to be on the ballot because you have to be a human. But
no, I don't think. I think the dog is on the ballot.
He's not. I promise you.
Okay, because if I go to vote and see that.
Hold on. Now,
I know who I'm voting for at least. But
I think what he was able to do was he was able to name the party that he's representing on the name of the dog, but the human that is running on behalf of that
wait a minute,
party.
when you run for mayor, you don't
actually, but you don't have to, but you can.
Oh, you
but
can.
usually
You
you
can
run
say,
as
like,
an
I'm running as a
independent.
liberal.
Yeah,
Okay.
which is how our municipal elections.
So what is
here
our
work,
dog
guys.
running as? He's running as.
I don't know what the name of the party that he's assigned was, but yeah,
Anyway.
it's an interesting look. Anyway, we're not mocking it, but the whole point is
someone
there's
said
a
his
lot
dog
of people.
identifies as human? No, that's please. Please. I better cut my mic before something happens around
getting
here.
into that.
Because I'm not getting into that. Okay, right now, this just in 9 minutes ago. Real is the stock Real. I guess that's the Real. They IPO'd not too long ago. And guess who's trying to make real money off of this?
Pump it.
What a surprise. Michael Burry coming into the building here with the Real and talking about this. I don't know too much about the story. It happened 9 minutes ago. You could definitely see an increase in shares there. It's his 13F, showing a position of roughly 700,000 shares in the Real right now for Michael Burry. So, you know, this is something, what was that? He was in that, it was the private jails.
Yep, he was.
GVO?
Geo.
GO, yeah, not GVO. We could have a
GO?
look. Yeah, call that up and
Geo
find.
Group?
See if that's the right one. It's a private. They're a private jail cell. At GO, yeah, Darwin remembers that. Good memory, Darwin. I'm surprised I did, but I'm glad that you did.
GEO.
So let's have a look to see how that would
On
work
the
out.
NYSE.
Can anyone find out when he tweeted out that this was his? This is a REIT, of course, but that this was his only short position, or was it long? Oh, I can't do the story if I don't know what it is.
Long. He was long.
It was long. Okay, so that was all right. So, you know, This is what the chart looks like. So
Which
guess
I found
where you
interesting.
Think, no, but let's just play a game here. Guess where you think he announced most likely that he was long? I'm going to say somewhere in the summer. Okay? And then let's try to play the game of guessing where he may have got out. He still could be in.
Yeah, that chart pretty much, yeah.
But let's just stop. I have no idea.
Bit of a double top
No
there.
idea, but
That's nice double top, yeah.
You know, let's just keep that real
Yeah.
and go back over to real right now and find out why he may
I can't see a news item
be
here,
in
but
this name. So I would say, you know, this looks like a pretty decent oops. Again, sorry, Mahad. I'll have to do this again. This is good, fine. This looks like a pretty good bottom, right? So it would make sense that if you're going to be in a position and you make sure that when you file your 13F that everybody sees it, he probably even tweeted it out. So right here down near $1, and what is surprise, a spike up to $1.40. You know, if a stock's not going, there's a couple ways to make it go. And one of them is just to simply say, you are Michael Burry and you are long the stock.
Yeah.
So there's a nice little move to the upside. And hey, without throwing too much shade when this kind of stuff happens, we have to read what's going on. He could be long from up here.
we don't know.
We have no idea. But
You know, it'd be great, full transparency on these things.
That's
allowing you to do it, but you have to actually be completely transparent about it, what you're short, where you're short, what your cost base is. Full transparency on everything. Maybe it sounds like a pipe dream.
That's actually based on that discussion, which is why very, very soon coming up on the show, we're even going to have red or green. Are Neil and I
love
red
that.
on Google, green? Well, I can tell you, well, I'll save it for Neil. I'm sure he discussed this, but both of us made a little bit of a mistake shorting that name too early. So that will be the only red name on the board. But there's been days when I've had traded 6 names and 4 or 5 of them red.
Yeah, but
Today we flip the script and we go the other way. So
Right.
we're going to be doing that and showing you guys if we're green or red on a name. And then you guys can just say, okay, well, hey, you know, whatever share size they're using, if you are sort of following the trades, regardless of share size,
Yes.
you would be green or red.
Right, exactly.
And that's the whole point of it,
I think
right?
that makes sense.
Because like if you take OMH and you make $5, but you had 10 shares, great trade. But then if you lost $1 on 500 shares,
Well, that's the
then
thing.
you would be red on that
Exactly,
name.
exactly.
But it might look like, because we're taking those profits, that we made money on that. So trying to figure out ways to do that so it's all good in the hood. While
I just need to get some super chats. We can
hey,
cover those.
we're for them.
South MC, $5 super chat. Thank you very much. Will you please provide the official spelling for Quadunk? Also, where can we buy the merch? The
Wait a
people
minute,
have spoken, Sean. There needs to be Quadunk.
Stop Trader Talk to just define what a quadunk is.
Hold
I already
on.
defined this last
Ronald Medina, $1.99 super chat. Thank you very much, Ronald. FCell, $14 price target. George Soros is loading up. Apparently.
Is he though?
I don't
mean,
know.
this is what I
don't
say
know.
that rhetorically because
Yeah.
I
Is
know
he, though?
me and Neil joke about
Neil
that all the
does that.
time, but
Is he though?
I don't. We'll read the super chats and we will say that generally our audience is right. But please don't load up on anything until something.
Here is the chart.
confirmed.
Can we come to the daily real quick here,
I mean, I wish we
Mahad,
had
on
George
FCell?
Soros,
Yeah, be
sense,
nice.
But
Well, to be honest with you, Sean, here's what I see immediately. What stands out to me on
go.
this chart
Let's go.
is you have an immediate rejection of the 200 on every single retracement to it. The blue is a 200 EMA, a rejection in March 2022, a rejection in August, and another subsequent rejection this past Feb. So, I mean, it's a repeatable trade. FCell was, a pandemic darling. It ran with the EVs and clean energies in late 2020, early 2021. You see the peak there at that $30 top, Sean. Didn't quite make it to $30, $29.50 or so, but it has been stair-stepping down and stair-stepping down
one.
aggressively.
what's that top there? Those double tops?
$29.50.
Yeah, okay. I'll have to wait to see what's going on with that. But Sharif, meanwhile,
Yes, Sean.
we just put Apple on as we sat here. We're down. We're 25 cents in the money. We took a little piece out on that one. Our NVIDIA still making the move. And then this was the trade of the day that I was talking about before we got a little sidetracked with some talk there.
Yes.
Alibaba. I mean, how strong. We identified this early on today that this was a name that we definitely wanted to be involved with. Alibaba. And again, for me, man, I mean, this is, like, I'm staying back pretty much every night.
I know,
You
I
don't
see
know
that.
this.
No, I do see you because actually I came to pick up my stuff and I always see you here
Right.
late into like
Okay.
almost 5 o'clock.
Next time, say what's up. Okay, so no, but what I'm doing is actually.
I just like set myself up for that.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, nice of you, asshole.
Yeah,
No, because I know that you like to go work out a little bit in the
Yeah,
afternoon,
come
so
back.
that's great. And I think that's obviously a fantastic thing. But I've been trying to study and trying to figure out what we're doing wrong. And honestly, man, like the charts are lining up. I'm making the trades I want to make, but I just feel like I'm in a lot of these names too early.
Okay.
And the only stock that I lost again today. So I may be a decent student, but I'm not good at following like what I'm instructed by
it's
myself.
tough.
Even.
Yeah.
Shout out to my wife. I love you as well. I got to follow better instructions all around. But for right now, we waited very, very patiently on Alibaba. We wrote it down here on today's sticky note that it was going to be a long, and look what happened. We waited, until this bottom was made at 85.85. So as soon as that, what am I doing here? Okay, just gotta make sure that I'm out of everything. Yeah, okay. All right, so wait until that bottom was made, and then we just took a long. And then we cashed out on that. Then we're like, okay,
That's
it's coming.
patience central right there.
Yeah,
man.
yeah. We didn't even cash out that much. That's at 86.11. We're defending off this 85.80 level. So it goes up. These are in the 40s, so this is 30 cents. And all of a sudden, what is this called, Sharif? Say it properly. What is this move called?
This?
A
Quadunk.
quadunk happens. And then we go down to the downside there. So technically, people are talking about quadunks. Quadunk has to be the largest red candle of the day.
Yeah.
So this, to me, although this right in here could be classified as that, but I think if we're going to really nail down, and I know we got a super chat about this, and there was some talk in the chat about what exactly a quadunk is, I think you almost have to discount the first 5 minutes of the day.
I would agree. There's just so much volatility.
Because, we have to settle out with our market on open orders. We have to settle down on like the big moves. And then when you get a move in the middle of the day, that's when you're like, wow, that's a ridiculous word. And that's where you came up with probably the most ridiculous word that we've ever said on the show.
And now the people want merch.
People are loving, it's not, I think
want
it's a
the
great
Quadunk
call.
merch.
We're here to entertain at the end of the day.
Oh, no question.
And that's part of trading and why we came up with this. And that's actually why, honestly, put on my producer hat. I know that Brendan is the one, organizing a lot in the background because we need to get our shit right. And I said, you know what? Let me do the show with Max.
Okay.
Okay? And you know why I said that?
Why'd you say that?
Because I love Max.
Max is a good dude.
Yeah. Max is a fantastic dude.
Yeah.
And so there's that. And then the other reason is that you and Arun.
I like trading with Arun.
Yeah.
But I like trading with all three
I
of
know,
you guys.
Right, but let's
and
just
for
do
you guys. I love trading with Max too.
Okay, good. Thanks, man. Yeah, we and I think that's another benefit of us being able to have such great opportunity to pick and choose, who we bring to everybody. But the idea is that I was watching the feedback when it was you in the room.
And it was good?
And it was more for Arun, but no.
Was there a slap? Give me the slap. But just pretend my face is on there.
This has nothing.
That's just my face.
That's about right. No. The problem is I never stop, so that's why, when that happens, no. Of course, it's for you. Look, your last name.
Man. People, Arun has a cult following. Let's call a spade, man. When he comes on.
Yeah, I think everyone besides me probably has a cult following.
No, I think,
No, but anyways.
Chief among them, homie.
The point doesn't matter. The point is that I feel like you guys are.
I think we do well,
But so I messaged that to Brendo, and he's like, "Let me ask Max." So I got to give a shout out to Max. I hope he's okay doing it with me. I'd actually. Where's Max? He's over there. Well, we'll talk.
Yeah. Remember the Google trade with Max? That's all I remember.
Max bottom, that was 104.50.
Yeah, Max held that all day. I think he held it to 3 p.m. Or no,
That's
I don't know
why
if
his
he held
name
it
should
to
be
3.
Max a multi-million. Because the guy had some banger trades on. He'll be back on with you guys very, very soon. And I just hope to repeat success of other hosts on this show. But there's one way to repeat success, and that is by holding AMD and creating a cash cow with that name. Because today, honestly, we hit the short and now we have the long. We have the long twice. We had it right here. We reversed into the long. That's why we go flip from purples to reds. Red on my, I think you have the same thing now.
Yes.
They're all shorts. So, or sorry, purples are shorts, reds
Purples
are
are
getting
shorts.
out
Yep.
of the long. So not only did we have the long there at 94.70 when it broke through VWAP, we also took the long on the break high of day when Meta was starting to scream a little bit, so on and so forth. We're able to take a nice advantage of that. So we're actually now that I look at my net at the highest spot we've been at all damn day because we're having some pretty we're having some pretty good success right now. With this Apple trade. And it is now breaking lower. So here's the Apple short early. Here's
Apple's
the
weak, man.
Yeah, no.
What is up with that? I mean,
How's Apple? Say weak.
weak. Bang. It is.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes it's, you just gotta. And this is what I mean about trusting what you do. Because last week, I'm here to tell everybody, and I was doing it last week. I talked about being red, talking about having those red days.
Yep.
And when I'm going to talk about relative strength versus weakness, when it doesn't pan out, those are opportunities I'm going to want to take.
Yeah.
I think Apple's weak. So let's see if it goes down. It's really just the recipe right there. Take the short, understand that when you're going to get out, and then when you get blown out, like your first trade doesn't work, then your second trade doesn't work, then your third trade doesn't work. But as long as you sit back and look and say, hey, is it a style of trading that I want to do? And was this a setup? And that's what I'm talking about with sitting back here and actually trying to figure stuff out. Did I panic?
Yeah.
Sometimes I'm so pissed off, that stock has to go up or that stock, and then I short it. Oh my God, I just got taken out at the top. Well, that was bad. They took me out. I'm going to get short again. And then you get short again, and then it still blasts up, right? So it's staying in your zone.
And you don't follow the plan. You end up making quick moves on the fly.
Right, it's like when Alibaba failed there, I could have switched and said, nah, I want to go short now. But you stick with it, you wait for the levels, and then boom goes, as they say.
Dynamite. Sean, I want to talk about Tesla a little bit here because the thing is, we're accumulating here on our friend Stresla at Friday's close. That's that 168 level. A lot of tops here and touches, rejections off that 168. We also danced around that level earlier. Can't see it on this chart because of the distortion.
We also had AI long, by the way, on the sticky note. The sticky note is 4 for 4 today.
It's at day's highs, by the way.
People talking about the sticky note.
23.24 days high on AI, just short of 20%, 19.72% on the day. But this Stresla, this is why I want to talk about this. Now, we have the NQ kind of hovering, I don't want to say at days highs. 13.449 is days high. We're at 13.431. We're lower. We're about 20 points low off the high, but we're definitely in the top end of the day range, okay? And now we're having accumulation on Stresla at that Friday close, 168. So if you feel, we're kind of strong on the NQ, we're definitely off lows, we're much nearer highs, and Tesla's accumulating at a key resistance level that we did dance with, by the way, in the pre-market. I'm looking here from a period of around 7 a.m. to about 7 a.m. to about 9:30. Yeah, just right before the open, we were dancing with this level. So this 168 level. So here we go. I'm not making any pronouncements on it yet, but let's see if we get market continuation and Tesla obliging maybe an upward move. It should be noted on the ES, this could not be a flatter day. I mean, look, you get that and move initially at the bell, you get it down, you go up 41.22, and look at this. You come right back up. This white line here, that's Friday's close. We have been holding Friday's close, 41.37, the majority of the day. We've been dancing around it between that and the 200 period here on the 5-minute chart, 41.42. So you've had a 5-point range, man, on the ES going back hours. So very, very tight range on the ES. The NASDAQ is the one that's been giving you possible opportunities there to the high side. Zion Lala, $2 super chat. Do you guys keep daily goals or trade as you go? I personally just trade as I go. I don't have a daily goal. I know Sean has a daily goal. I'll get to that in a second.
No, I don't anymore.
You don't anymore. Sean, GSIT, this is the one that we were in earlier. It is now halted to the high side, 695. The halt level, 716, is the HOD on this bad boy. Initially, we were in at 623. We got up as high as, high 50s there for a winner and then got out the rest a little bit above break even. It ends up holding the level. To be fair, it held $6 quite well. It held $6 in VWAP. You can't see VWAP on this chart, but the $6 level held very, very well. And if you held it, if you didn't paper hand it like me, you have been rewarded as you get a knock on there. $7 we're knocking on the door. I'll tell you real quick here what the tap is on this bad boy, GSIT. The tap, my friends, is 620. So sadly, it is lower than where we halted at. We halted at 695, so already slated to open lower. We'll see what the tap changes. There we go. Now taps up to 695. So bit of a volatile one there, Sean.
Got invited to a party, but I'm not sure if it's a secret party, so I'm not going to have to announce that after. Okay, so right now, nice move to the upside here for AMD as that continues to make that move here. Biden planning to leave Wednesday on a trip to Asia. That's pretty hot. That's a good idea to do that. Right now, okay, so shout out to Joe Biden going to Asia, but it was as scheduled, so that's not like out of the blue there, which is why I hope that they can get together. They're meeting tomorrow about the debt ceiling, so we'll do that. What's going on? What's up, Adam DeLuz? Okay, you want money. There you go, you get that. Yeah, all we're really doing is printing AMD right now, and that's what we're looking at. We're out of 60% of Apple, which I'm going to take another advantage of that at 15s. Print me at 15, I don't know. So what I do is I actually sit here. There it goes. So that like part filled me. See, that's so strange. I got like 50, like got a whole bunch of part fills on that one, okay? But anyways, that's what happens when you sit there on the bid, and that's why we talk about it. Although my fees today, because I'm removing liquidity a little bit more, are a little bit higher than normal today for me on the fee generation part of this. Okay, OMH is still going crazy. You guys want to talk about that? Sure, why not? Oh, he's going there for, is that G7 summit? I don't know, it didn't say that. It just says that he's leaving for Asia. So if that's, it says planned, so that would make sense that there's obviously an event there. Remember when we had the G7 here? We had, they're not called the Black Plague, they're called Black something. They were running around here, and our police department was like rallying these guys up and throwing them like in cages or something. It was ridiculous. That was wild. Okay, so all right, quickly there, Apple. So reason why we got out there, just got triggered a little bit. I get these updates. We just crossed the 50 period right there, so take a little piece out. It is tough to watch all of these trades as we go. Long BABA, short Apple, long AMD. What else, guys? OMH, that was a very popular name right now. Let's go have a quick look at that because this was the halter of all halters. So people asking, hey, dude, what's going on with OMH? So right now, still got to keep my eye on everything else, but we'll do this as Sharif here is maybe getting a spro. I don't know. There it is. So halts all day, every day there, and then right back up to that $46 mark. And I sort of said before that people often get a little bit caught up in this because you look at things with like rose-colored glasses. You always think that these stocks are going to just keep on going. But I think like if you're long anywhere in here and you're kind of now in the middle and get an opportunity to get out, it's not horrible. Look at the spread. If you're trading this and you don't have a live level 2, again, I feel like this is part of what we do here, man. And whenever you see ones, that's really, when you look up here, if you're ever trading an OMH or anything like that, that Neil and I are trading, or Sharif, or it doesn't matter, anybody here that happens to sit in these desks, these are the levels you want to look at, because when you're looking in here, these are all like look, 8 shares, 2 shares. If you're trading this with 8 and 2 shares, that's fine. I think that's actually probably not a bad thing to do. But that's where some of these prints are. If you're looking for board lots, which is 100 shares on the NASDAQ, on the NYSE, I don't want to speak for pink sheets, but probably the same thing as well there on the pink sheet. But, once you get a board lot, then that's when this spread will tighten up a little bit. So you're trying to get out of 100 shares. You're not going to guarantee to fill until you pay up to 40.73. Now, in this case, it's fine, 70 by 73. But often, like right now, there's 30 cents difference. Now there's 50 cents difference between that. So if you want 1 share, sure, play like this. But if you're going for a 100 board lot, sometimes you got to sit around and hope that you get run over and get the fill. That's why there's a lot of common strategies for day traders to alter the time in sales so that you are only actually viewing shares that go off greater than 100 shares, greater than 500 shares, something like that. That's a much better strategy, of course, if you're trading a stock like Apple, where you will have many board lots go through. And again, this level will always pretty much have 100 shares on it. And you can get rid of these 1s, 9s, 10s, 1s, 14s. Like, some of those aren't really heavily cared about, unfortunately, when you're trading bigger names to go through. So that's a good little trade right there for OMH. And, again, just something that, Sharif and I and everybody that sits here is really trying to do is understand how the level 2 operates, and then give you guys at home a good opportunity to say, hey, why didn't I get that fill? Or, what is an appropriate share size to trade with? Because we pay for all this data that's coming through, and that's an advantage for you guys to see live level 2 data. Because, Sharif, unless you pay for it, I don't know how IB is or whatever you're using.
Oh, no, they're free, but they're not readily available.
Right.
So,
am I allowed to have one of these, by the way?
Oh, of course. I brought them for you. I'm just going to put that in front of you like that and not offer. Are you kidding? Yeah, go for it. Neil, would you like one?
Man.
Would you like a protein treat? Yes. I'm going to hook up Neil.
The best part about this is the
damage the chair.
I mean, obviously, you've been making these for forever.
Oh, yeah.
But you've definitely mastered the agave and all that.
Oh, yeah.
The ratio.
And I was using syrup originally then. Like, I wanted to get like super OG. And I got like organic nectar.
Right.
Right?
That's the key, I guess.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
right.
thank you
so
so much for that.
trying.
Those are...
Again.
Then they got peanut butter.
They got peanut butter. They got protein, obviously chocolate protein. We got oats, rolled oats. I grind them. I completely powder them. And you have agave. You have cinnamon. You have a pinch of salt.
Oh, that's great. That's great. I'm not a huge fan of cinnamon, but this is perfect.
I love cinnamon.
Do you?
Mm-hmm.
My
favorite
I
gum.
like cinnamon too. Oh, really?
The dentine.
We talked about that before. Big Red?
Yeah, Big Red, baby. Big Red or dentine cinnamon.
See, for me, you had
Fire.
Big Red. Juicy fruit.
I know, they're so hard to eat with because they're very chewy.
you put it in there.
Sean's put it in work, baby. Yeah, Neil's like, you can't talk with those in your mouth, guys.
So, I don't know if people are in the chat here, but there was Juicy Fruit, Double Mint, Spearmint.
Yep.
Remember those commercials, like the guys riding the bikes and double your fun and all that?
You remember
crap?
Chiclets?
Oh, I love. Yeah, what happened to Chiclets?
I don't know. I don't see them anymore. Chiclets, baby.
I feel like Trident and all these guys came in and literally ate their lunch.
Oh, yeah.
They started making the chiclet form of gum.
Yeah. No, I think exactly what happened.
You know what? That's actually, now I'm getting excited. Like, were they bought out or something? Like, chiclet used to be hot fire.
You remember Fruit Stripes?
I think that was a lot of sugar on those.
Oh, yeah, there was no question.
They still have those, man. Fruit
Do
by
they?
the foot.
Oh, yo, Fruit by the foot is amazing.
You know what's a blast from the past? And my kids had it for the first time. They had
Which
no
one?
idea what it was. Nerds.
Love nerds. Love
Nerds, man.
Love
Nerds.
Of course.
I love the water.
Randy's
the
chiming
watermelon,
in.
Huh? Oh, the jumbo nerds. That's what she said. But no, there's lots of. I
Sean,
love
the
nerds.
ES is moving here, baby. The ES decided to wake up all of a sudden.
man.
The ES doesn't care about anybody's
We're just
lunch,
watching the next
lunchtime or
line,
not.
boy.
The ES doesn't care. And the ES was relatively weak today. I wanted to say that the
McCarthy.
NQ had been the big boy. But now the ES is looking here, holding VWAP at 41.37, looking to curl in a 41.47 and maybe that 41.50 touch. Likewise, you're getting another curl into the high a day on the NQ, 13.449.
Yes,
on the NQ, we're at 443, so we're curling in there. This is the chart on the ES. So again, there's been action at that 41.50 level for a while, whether it's been resistance or support. There's been dancing at the 41.50. Let's go to the half an hour here.
People
real
mentioning
quick.
stevia.
Stevia is like a
Sweetener.
sweetener.
Yeah.
Yeah, I get that at Starbucks. It's supposed to be natural.
I mean, would you?
It doesn't have aspartame. Well, I don't put sugar in this.
Because only the sugar that I get that's in the peanut
Then,
butter.
yeah, whatever's in the peanut butter, and I
Whatever.
get the natural peanut butter, so it's natural
I just
peanut.
thought the agave was the.
It's nectar.
But that's a sweetener.
No, nectar I think is a general extract. The syrup is the one that's sweetened because you add sugar to the syrup, right? That's why I insisted on the nectar.
Necktie. All right, $2 in the money, Baba. We're screaming right now. We can take out that 88, guys. Let's just keep on going with Alibaba.
Oh
and hit
my
the Oh my
God.
God right now as they report later on this week. I believe it's Thursday evening for a little Oh my God action on Alibaba. I think they're poised to beat right now. We have the IPOs coming through for Alibaba, and hopefully coming through, and hopefully some talk about that on Thursday. If we don't get anything like that, this is going to retrace, and it's not going to be nice. I have my opinion on that. If we do retrace down, I'm not super excited about that kind of a play. So we'll wait to see there if that comes through for Alibaba. I hope it does, and I think you could really see $100 again by Thursday if they have some nice things to say. AMD is really pumping to the upside now. That's 71 cents now in the money on a reloaded trade, man. We had it short. Why am I on this? We had it short, then we had it long, then we had it long again. So this is why this one's really the play for me today on a huge move up for the NASDAQ right now, to be honest with you. I mean, we were down. Now you're up. Taking out the day's high on the NASDAQ is probably evident. And then what's up to Adam? The only thing I keep saying what's up to Adam is because we were talking about going lower trading, taking out some quick profits. And I really feel like, although the market is starting to rally upside, we've done really well on some of our Apple outs. We'd love to have them all down here, but we got 172 flat there. We just took another piece out, and we're just trying to hold this until we possibly get down to the bottom. So, so far, AMD long, Baba long, and Apple short. And that's it, man. What's up to JR? Oh, that's enough of that. We'd like to say what's up. Thank you for keeping me informed while working and can't be present at the screen. So yes, thank you so much for all of that as well. And hey, look, man, I mean, that's why we're here. That's why Neil and I are putting in the extra time, and Max is going to come in just a couple minutes and take over one more time.
Yep. One more time.
Yeah, as we look to get, hosts of similar quality to you. And
Max is definitely, I think he's coming into his own, baby. He already had insightful stuff to say, and now in front of camera, he's just getting more comfortable every day.
We've had some in here, and it's like, okay, it's not as
Max is killing it lately. Someone was asking, where's the ES going? Well, I have no idea where it's going, but here are the levels. 41.56, that's a pre-market high. That happened around, I want to say, 4 a.m. this morning, obviously on much lesser volume. May 12th was Friday, so where we closed out at was that 41.37 area. We talked about that, but that's since come and gone. The next level, to me, 41.56, but you've got levels every which way here, man, on the 30-minute chart. You have 41.56, then above that, you've got 41.64, which was the peak out in the pre-market on Friday, and then above that, the pre-market high on Thursday was 41.70-ish area. Anyway, so there's a whole bunch of levels. The one that's more relevant for our purposes is the one that was made this morning, 41.56 and a quarter. So that's about 10 points from where we are here on the ES. No real opinion on this one. I'm just keeping my eye on the NQ, and just want to bring that to your attention because someone was asking where is the ES going, and not really sure. So Baba, Sean was talking about Baba, and this is what's coming up on my blotter. What's going on with Alibaba stock today? Shares of Alibaba Group and its Chinese peers are trading higher Monday as investors bet on policy easing and stimulus measures for the capital markets. They are talking about Chinese easing and stimulus measures as I believe inflation came in lower than expected and lower for
better Chinese numbers the last couple weeks.
Yeah, so the Chinese numbers have been coming in. But
I also noticed at the bottom of your note, it also says was also mentioned on Trader TV Live Sean's sticky note. So it says it right there at the bottom. And if you come over here, Randy, you will see there it is right there. Earnings this week, get in. Literally, get in. So there goes Alibaba right now, $2 in the money. So thank you to Reuters or Forever picking that up. And if you wanted to be part of Sticky Note Nation before Reuters gets
here we go.
Then you can sign up.
We're moving here on the future, Sean.
Yeah, we are, dude. I mean,
we're moving here on the future.
We're long, I think, two extremely strong names, AMD and Alibaba, and as we just continue to watch out for that.
All right.
What's up, Darwin?
We are at highs. I think we just actually made a new high. 13,451 and a quarter on the NQ, but essentially the same 13,450 level we've been talking about since we sat down. We're still dancing in and around it. We did retrace back into the 13,425, but ever so briefly. So about a 25-point range forming for the moment, unless we can really start to get going here. And let's have a look at the NQ. We looked at the ES. Now, let's look at half an hour on the NQ. Okay. So a bit of a local top there at around, it doesn't quite make it up to 13,50, 13,493, bit of a top. So, essentially 13,50, but not quite making it up there. And that is a level back, that is a high level, all the way back until mid-April. This is a 30-minute chart. What's the hour look like here? Get to the hourly. Yeah, man, that's the level. That is it. Okay, so this goes back well into March. 13,450. There's no question the NASDAQ has been stronger than the ES. Like we are at, I mean, this is the June contract, so it's not going to show you prior to a certain time frame because the trading will have been very light on it. But what we can do is we can load up the NDX. That's the index, and I'll show you kind of, no, they're not the same levels, but the chart action is the same. So we'll go to the index, NDX. There we go. And so look at this. All right, here we go. This is the level that everybody was looking at, the 12.9. That gets taken. Now the level everybody's looking at is there's 13.7. 13.7 on the NDX. That's the August high, right? And if you want a trend, you're looking for higher highs and higher lows. You've got the higher lows. There's no question about that. Look at these. Down here at 10.96 and another low at 11.7. And now we haven't even made, yeah, sorry, we did make a newer low. 12.72, and now we're looking to take 13.5 again. 13.7 though, that's the, the next major resistance level for me on the daily chart. So that's what I'm looking at there. Sean's taking off, so we're going to thank Sean for coming on. And Mad Max is in the background there. He's getting ready to come on, so we will have a change coming up shortly. But let me go back to the NQ here real quick, because we just made another newer high, 13,456. Oh, baby, we're printing up above that 50 level. Do we hold now 13,450 as the support level? Do we reclaim it and hold above it? We'll see what is in store for the NQ this afternoon. We already see the ES, which has been relatively weak, go green, reclaim VWAP, and now make a newer high, but not newer day high. So we shall see what happens there. We'll get rid of this NDX stock. And so the last little out, I'm still waiting for the last little out on the NQ. We're going to let this one run. I'm going to let this one run. I'm not going to take anything out. So we'll let this one go. Let's go to GSIT. We're going to get Max's opinion on that in a second, as he is a fellow small cap trader as well. This is up, dancing at 7, not quite at 7 at the moment, dancing a little bit above it, then a little bit below it, but holding that level now. It did halt at 695. So that 7 and the halt level, 5 pennies apart, kind of makes it, in my books, at least a bit more important of a level. We'll see how we trade. Up 35% now. It's been a good one. I'm positive on it. I'm pleased, but obviously, it could have been a lot greener. Is that a word? Greener or more green? What's the word?
Greener? Yeah, greener. That's a word.
Greener is a word. Right. Good. Yeah, we get that 6th break here. If we can have a look at the chart real quick. The 6th break does come in, but I had my stop. Come to the chart, Mahad, for a sec. I had my... Rob, can you come to my chart? Oh, there we go. Thank you. So we get that 6th break, but I actually had my stop a little bit below that. I was giving it a bit of a buffer. Anyway, I don't hold out for the 6th retracement. We let it go a couple of pennies before our entry in. Obviously, we were not rewarded for that. Initially, you felt rewarded because it did tank down there into 6. So you're like, oh, great, I got out. But short-sighted, I could not be more because I would have been printing on that one, Max. Fact is, I'm not.
Yep.
There's a little meta news, Sean, saying, let me have a look at my blog. They're adding another layer of security to WhatsApp. Again, I don't see that on my blotter, but I'm not surprised because it hasn't been working well. So yeah, a bit of meta news coming in. Meta should be noted, very close to day's highs. 239.65, the high on the day. 239.31 we're at right now. We have a low of day 235.33, but we are well off those lows that we made right there after the bell. It should be noted Friday's close, 233.79. So we are $6 removed off Friday's close, even though, yeah, almost $6, $5.50. So not too bad there. What's the chat up to? Michael Lloyd Sharif, do you like Thrills gum by Wonka? Remember this purple gum and its distinctive soap flavor? I actually don't remember that, Michael. I was all into like the Wonka stuff, like Goosebumps, and remember those? The everlasting gobstoppers, and they weren't really everlasting because you could just like.
Those were like the little hard candies.
Mm-hmm.
Wow,
Remember the Willy
OMH
Wonka
is at
ones?
$50.
You don't know this? We've been talking about
God.
this, baby. It's a runner.
Wow.
New high a day on OMH. Oh, I didn't even realize that it made new high
I know
a day.
that somebody was long this previously. I don't know if they still are long it in the back, but if they are, wow.
Oh, baby.
Wow.
Apparently, it was one of the worst stocks on the floor. Then it was like recovering, like yeah, good. Recover away, baby. 49.58 max. We're halted at the moment. I'll tell you the tap real quick on this bad boy. OMH, tell you the tap. The tap, my friends, is a solid 50. That's only, you know.
Not much of a gap.
No, it's like 42 pennies above.
Yeah.
But that changes quite quickly usually.
It seems that that's like the character of it today, right? Because it halted at 27, open flat, halted at 32.50, open flattish.
Yeah.
Halted at 43.50, open flattish, halts down, opens flat. Oh no, it opened down and then spiked up, eh? So, yeah, this is, I mean, room to infinity here, right? I don't think there's any levels.
168%.
Yeah, room to, you know, who knows what on this OMH. Wish I...
it's open, baby. There we go.
God,
51,
there.
52.
Wow.
52 is the top right now on my book.
52, kind of not wanting to break that price for
so
some
there's
reason?
definitely some icebergs in and around there. Here we go again with the 52 test. No, wow.
Wow.
That just did it. Just move a dollar.
There we go.
There it is,
There we
baby.
go. Blasting off.
Oh, baby.
A little bit of size at 54 there to take out.
Man, it's
This
moving
is
dollars
nuts.
in a second here. Like, this is, to me,
I mean, if you're getting long up here,
no.
yeah,
Look, you could do well on these. I mean,
You can definitely do well.
People do well on these, but can you do well consistently? If
But
you
I
take
guess,
them every time?
you know, you just risk everything, and then you're like, I'm going to risk $50 to try to make $2,450.
I don't know.
we go
Can
to
you risk 50
$2,500?
on this? This is moving a dollar at a time.
Yeah, no, you risk like $50 per share. Like, you risk everything, and then you're trying to get to $2,500 like HKD.
I was like listening to the side conversation. Yeah, it's to me, it's just madness.
Yeah, this is crazy. This is wild.
The futures trade is where it's at here for me anyway. I'm very pleased with this, so I'm probably going to ring the profit bell quite soon on this one. This we got in here, Max, at 13.4, and we've been holding this one.
All right, buddy.
13.4.
Wow.
So, yeah, we've been
okay.
running on this one, so I think it's going to be the end of this
Okay.
one coming up real soon here. And yeah, that's pardon me.
Meta?
Yeah, Meta is 239.91, guys. So here, Meta is moving, baby. Yeah, Sean's 70 cents in the money on this one. So it's up at, it's knocking on the door of 240 here. 239.95 is the top. Keep going. There we go. 239.95 the top. You got to assume, yeah, 240 is going to be that resistance level. Now, we talked about this one a little bit earlier with respect to the levels it had established after earnings. Let's look at that again. Let's pull up the daily on this one, because now we're getting to the point where the daily levels are going to be very important. So yeah, so we talked about this one being a 245 top. It hasn't been at 240 for a while. Last time it was up here was May 3rd, and that was a big candle of indecision. The high that day, 241.75. So if we can take 240 here, you got $1.75 upside if you're going to use that as your resistance level. But the best level, in my opinion, obviously the most obvious is going to be that 245. Whether, you probably don't make it up there today. Well, who knows? But 245, that's the after earnings top. Meta is going here, Max. And 240 may not hold it back for long.
Just shaking off that news there on Meta, I guess. Yeah, back up to that 240 level. So
Yep.
245, definitely interesting breakout level. Obviously, 240 itself is a nice round level. So if you were looking for a kind of reversal level, over-under kind of level, maybe 240 would be that level for you. But tough to step in front of a name like that when it starts to move. Obviously, Meta can do dollars at a time.
Oh, yeah.
Not quite as much as this OMH, which is now consolidating below $50. And my only name that I've traded today, AI, making new highs again. I got a little bamboozled on that one.
Oh, baby.
I just got here like an hour ago, so come in, see AI still trending up, find a spot to get in off the teal. Took 1L there, and then yeah, I was looking for that like real squeeze action. This really felt like it was about to go kind of parabolic, but didn't. Dumps down, gets me out, and now we're making new highs again. So AI is going to be on watch for me for the rest of the day. It is currently at, let me bring it up just for fun, 33% short float on AI. So that's approximately 30 million shares that are short on AI, and we've done 35 million on the day. And if you look at the daily chart on this one, you can see, hopefully this loads, it does. So we do all this consolidation above $20 for quite a long time, make the move up, bad news, consolidate. We finally break that 20 level, which was a great swing trade short, back down into like the 16, 17, 18 area. But now we have good news again today, and we're back up above those levels. So now everybody in here is trapped and has to cover, theoretically. And that's probably the action that you're seeing on this one today. So I'm looking for the volume on AI to continue into the close and see if we get one of those kind of exhaustion moves to the upside, which either you're playing long for the scalp or you play short after it turns around and begins to reverse.
All right, guys, in case you're just joining us, Meta has made a newer high, 240.26 high on Meta, looking to go almost 3% up on the day. Come to my screen. If you're wondering why, Meta Platforms announces chat lock on WhatsApp to increase security of sensitive conversations. So that is the headline there. And Meta, obviously, you know that it is the owner of WhatsApp in addition to Instagram, Facebook, and Oculus, and a number of other names. Max, so that is a news item on Meta, 240.26. We looked at this one with a level, possibly resistance level at that 241.75, and then next to 245. So that is the news item there. The futures just absolutely rocketing to the high side, 13,480 now, the high of day on the NQ, 41.56 and a quarter, the high of day on the ES. We come real close to that level on the ES. We come up to 41.55. So a lot of rocket shipping happening at the moment. Feels stupid taking this out here, and then you get another like 20 point move just as I get out. But I mean, yeah. Anyway, good trade, and yeah, reap the rewards of that. What else? News. Natalia. Sorry, kind of butchered your name. Yeah, the news could be Meta related because Meta is at day's highs. And, some of these big cappers have a way of lifting the others with them in sympathy. You also have NVIDIA at day's highs. This one's knocking on the door at 2%. We were looking at this one earlier, and it was red on the day when we sat down here on the show. It got green around 11 o'clock or so, and now it is up almost 2%, 288.79, the high on NVIDIA. Let's look at the chart on NVIDIA. This is the daily level, so we're very much at near day at all-time highs. Is this all-time highs? No, it's definitely not all-time highs. Very much recent highs, 52-week highs at 292 level, 290 level. Seems to be a bit of a top, a recent top, yeah, around 292. It's up from a 281.52 bottom, 288.79 top today. Max, what's that? I don't. I'm going to take these ones off today because I'm not supposed to be using black charts, but the other one won't load for some reason. I can do this. This is as good as I can do. Look, I can show you here. NV. This is what I did at the big desk this morning. Like this. No. Yeah, you know what I mean? Yeah, like this, I can go like that, and then it shows it like that. So it's as good as I can do. Yeah, I've been. They want me to make this bigger. Like, this is where it says the name right there. But if I make this bigger, then it distorts everything beside it. So it's kind of a hard fix. We'll get there, guys.
Upstart. I don't know if you were watching this one today, but breaks that 17 level, which has been a bit of a problem recently, and basically never looks back on the day. And now we make this crazy high up here on quite extended volume. So I'm not sure. I'm not seeing any news particularly related to this stock, but big move up through $20 up to $20.50 on Upstart. I did try to offer out short here in the 40s, but apparently we don't have free shorts, so got to prepare better for that. And now it is just way too far away to even bother getting the shorts on this. So yeah, Upstart doing a bit of a capitulation move, it looks like. Although if it holds 20 here, this could continue long. Really not sure why we're going up this aggressively. I mean, maybe it's just the breakout of high of day and shorts start to get squeezed, and then we hit the $20 level and lots of people are interested. But yeah, kind of missed that 20 break on Upstart. I did not think that was coming this soon. And yeah, now kind of coming back down. Too bad would be like 50 cents in the money on that short. But yeah, we'll see if this one decides to reload around the teal or if this is that final move and it's giving it up. We're going back down to VWAP around like that 1850 level. What was it earnings today on Upstart? I'm not super caught up today, sadly.
Bless you.
Oh yeah, they reported last week, so I guess just continuation. Castle Lake purchase agreement for $4 billion of consumer installment loans. I don't know what that means necessarily, but I don't know, some kind of financial news on the old Upstart. And obviously this one also highly shorted, 32% according to Trade Ideas. So, you know, squeeze potential on this name as well. Two technology names making similar moves today on short float. And Carvana is making new highs today. I don't know if you saw Carvana today, Sharif.
I didn't. No, I was trying to figure out this font thing over here. Bless you.
I'm always trying to kind of keep track of Carvana, see where it is, see what it's doing, because I know, you know, if this one does decide to get going, we can squeeze. But decent sized move today. Not, you know, anything crazy. I think we were trading at $13. Where's my 30-minute chart? Yeah, we were trading above like $13.50 last week. So still waiting for like that move to $14, $15 before, you know, people really start to get squeezed out. I believe the high was like $20 last time it squeezed. So if we get over 20, that's when you start to see the real squeeze action. But Carvana making a nice move today, always on a side chart for me.
AMD apparently is moving too.
AMD is.
5 minute on it. Let's have a look at AMD over here because we're getting days highs on a lot of these microchip names, semi names. We're very much near days highs on NVIDIA as well. Here's the 1 minute on NVIDIA. Guys, this is the 1 minute chart on NVIDIA. 288.79 is the high. We're at 288.44. Let's go to the 1 minute chart on AMD. This is the 1 minute chart on AMD. It's up to 96.71, and we're very much at days highs, 96.62. So we're 9 pennies from days highs, holding that 50 period quite well on the 1 minute chart. The semis look like they're one of the responsible groups here for the overall market pump as we move into 13.480 again on the NQ and 41.56 on the ES, both curling up at the moment. Meta has been strong. It got up to 240.26. Now it's dancing with 240 from the sell side, holding it on to 239.99 on Meta. But a lot of these big cap tech names, they're waking up, except if your name is Apple. Apple's been asleep.
Yeah, Apple.
Did you have a look at Apple today?
It felt like the
Holding
market
VWAP.
really liked their earnings on day one. And then we consolidate just above that 174 level and then nothing. And I mean, I guess like the whole earnings move was done on day one and we've just been consolidating for like a week below that 174 level. I mean, I don't know. I guess the market doesn't love their earnings so much. Everything else is kind of floating up and Apple's just sitting around doing nothing. 175 level is like the obvious probably spot if we're going to continue, but I don't know. It seems like Apple's kind of fading off after their earnings report. Tough to say. I guess the market just didn't like it that much.
Yeah. All right. Well,
is Amazon going now? People are talking about Amazon.
Amazon's curling up off that 110 as well. It kind of held 110.
I saw that 110 hold. It doesn't look great on this chart. But
gonna restart
it did
mine.
hold 110. Was it right here? Yeah, like 5 times. I think all of these wicks are fake. And yeah, just held 110 super clean for like, what is that? Almost 10 minutes. And then starts to blast off. Running into these highs right here, 110.75. So that's where you want it to break out from. Obviously, we had this very nice, clean up move off the open today. And I did see that this morning, and I was like, oh, crazy. Is Amazon going to 115 today? And I look back an hour later, and it's down into 109. So good to see us back up here. That like 110.75, 111 breakout kind of level would be, you know, a nice target for a potential long. Obviously missed that one because you would want to be long in here. I don't think that you necessarily want to be long up here above VWAP. I got to clean this chart up a little bit. But, yeah, I think you'd want like a dip into maybe the 50 period or something to get long if you're not already. If you are long already, looks pretty good. And where is that OMH at? Oh, we made a high of $57.
Only.
A mere $57.10 for OMH was trading at 14 and below earlier this morning. What a move. And yeah, like no targets on this one if you're long. I don't even know how you would manage this position. Just hold it.
I don't know, man.
Hold it until it
Punch and
halts
pray,
down
baby.
twice. I'm not sure.
That's
what I
have a
like
look
to
at
do.
coin. Someone was asking about coin here in the chat. We'll have a look. Someone asking about a double top. All right, so that's a weekly. Let's go to the 15. Look real quick. All right, so we're back at the levels that we were at May 12th, which was Friday. This was the after the bell open. We got up to 61.11. Yeah, so 61 is a recyclable level on coin. You heard Neil talk about 60 as the level this morning, earlier on in the show. It's at it's at an interesting level. So I like the fact that you were able to spot that, and you're already about 25 pennies in the money if you took that 61 short. But you know, crypto is up, so it is a counter trend trade. And by such, you know, be careful. Coin is up 6%, 5.98, having done 6.1 million shares of volume. So the level's good, but just because the level is good doesn't mean the trade is going to pan out. It is a counter trend trade, so keep that in mind when entering this one. Hope that works out for you. But yeah, good identification of that level. The NQ finding a bit of a top at 13,480. Now retracing a little bit into 13,463. Likewise with the ES as it dances with that 41.50. We get up to 41.55, and now we're down back at that 41.50 again. So both interesting levels here on the futures. Meta we talked about breaking through that 240 level. It's now below it at 239.68. It's doing that little dance on the back of news that it was shoring up the security on its WhatsApp platform.
That was a nice little fade there on Meta off of that 240, which we did discuss the potential of that trade. I didn't really necessarily like stepping in front of it, but I mean, if you like that trade, I mean, that's easily 40, 50 cents already. I was looking at AI, missed the little 50-period retracement here and liquidity grab below. This one looking like it does want to continue going. There's room to, I mean, I don't know, hard to say on AI. There's really room to like $30. I don't know that you're getting that today, but like this consolidation range was 20 to 30. Obviously some highs here at 25.15. You got highs like right here at 26 or 23.80. So I think like reasonable target for today is somewhere in the high 24s, maybe $25 range. Obviously if it like really starts to squeeze and people get super squeezed out of it, I mean, you could see like 27, 29, who knows, maybe it halts up. I don't know that AI is the kind of name that could do that, but yeah, definitely some shorts feeling the pain today on AI as it just grinds all day. Basically just holding the 50 period all day on this AI.
Apple is just, did Apple get the memo that everything is usually mostly green today? 'Cause I don't think it did. It's down. It's down almost 0.5%. Yeah, almost 0.5%, 0.38.
Is Apple the only reason we're not above 13.5 right now?
You gotta assume, yeah, given that it's so heavily weighted and it's doing bupkis. But yeah, even Tesla just went green, albeit like by a very small amount, up 25 pennies above Friday's close. Again, Friday's close on our French Tesla 168. So we'll see if it makes its way higher. The high of day though, 169.76. That was made about half an hour after the open. Keeping my eye on OMH. I'm keeping my eye on GSIT. I don't have any trades on at the moment. I just feel like maybe the names are really extended to the high side here. NVIDIA and AMD, I'm looking at, they're both quite aggressively up, and I'm looking at the 5-minute charts, and wow, like it's just been one straight move up. Look at this on the NVIDIA chart here. I mean, it's been up since 10:15, and straight up. Likewise with AMD. Both these two kind of in cahoots together with how they've been moving. Very, very similar. We were looking at Micron though as a possible catalyst to that because it was up the most. Let me have a look here at semis real quick. Yeah, Micron 4.91, definitely leading their group on unusually amount. No, it's not an unusual amount of volume. Up on 12 million shares. I didn't see a catalyst on it. Neil, did you say there was a thing on Micron again? I forgot. No. So there's nothing. We don't know exactly what's going on. But yeah, it's up almost 5%. AMAT too should be noted. Sorry to interrupt, Max. AMAT also up 3.58. So the group is strong. Pi 3.81. Intel, even Intel, below 30 though, 2.18% for Intel. So strong day for chips.
Yeah, and like C3 AI's up, so it's probably AI related kind of thing. If the AI field is pumping, you know, so too does NVIDIA and now AMD, apparently, now that they're investing in these AI chips.
Yeah.
So probably something to do with that. Also, NASDAQ's ripping, so, you know.
Rip it.
Everything pulls each other up. A rising tide floats all boats. That's what I was looking for there. That's what I was looking for. Yeah, I'm not seeing any specific trades right now. Google's kind of flushing a little bit. Like Google and Apple are weak today.
Yeah, very weak today. Yeah. Well, Google caught that downgrade. Don't forget too.
Yeah.
Meta caught the upgrade from Loop, and Google caught the simultaneous downgrade.
Google held 116 like a champ on the open though. This was sorry for all these wicks on the chart, but this like hits 115.86 just before the open. Opens just above. Where did it open at? 116.11. So opens just above 116. Never looks back. You could have risked 30 cents on this and gotten, I mean, basically a $2 move up to 118.50. That's those 10 to 1s. That's what we like to trade around here. But yeah, I was not around for that one, sadly. But yeah, that's a great trade. So if we get back to 116 at some point this week, probably a decent trade to the long side again. Maybe not. Maybe the 116 breakdown is that level where it finally gives it up and decides to sell off the earnings gap. But I don't know. I don't think so. I think there's buyers on Google these days. That was a pretty. Oh, it wasn't earnings.
Okay, so here let's chat a little bit. Let's chat a little bit about that because it's the perfect segue. So I listened to a couple of podcasts, as viewers of the show know, and you and I have talked about prior. I listened to the Compound and All In, and this week All In was talking about Bard because Americans have access to it. It's bard.google.com. I haven't tried, but supposedly Canadians don't. I'm not sure. Don't quote me on that. Anyway, so they go in and they start doing a little bit of a comparison. How is it performing like compared to ChatGPT? And so because it is Google, Google has access to YouTube, obviously, same company. And by extension of that, it has access to videos transcripts, including podcast transcripts. So you ask it. So they basically ask it like, "Hey Bard, how are you? Do you have access to transcripts from the podcast on the All In podcast show?" And it's like, yes, I do.
Okay.
So it tells you that I have it, right? So you don't have to guess.
Yeah.
You ask it first, so it tells you yes. So then they started asking it. They're like, "What has David Sachs said about whatever issue, right?" And it got it like really, really wrong. It started like conflating things that other hosts had said and saying that he had said it, and it cited wrong papers that he had read. So, dude, the thing is flawed. And Brendan and I were talking about it this morning, and it was like, it gives it to you with such confidence
Yeah.
that you don't want to even question it, right?
So are they just rushing this thing out because they have so much pressure from Microsoft and
that's the thing. And we all heard the grumblings earlier that Sundar Pichai didn't want it released because it
Yeah.
had been making mistakes. And it's kind of like they were looking at it as actually disrupting their core brand, which was search. Not disrupting in a good way that's usually used, like the Uber way, but actually messing up like the reliability of their brand. They have goodwill. It's Google. They have a high threshold, a high standard. All of a sudden, their product is out there spitting out lies and making stuff up. It's not a good look, right?
Not a good look, for
yeah,
sure.
so that if you guys want to see what I'm talking about, go and watch it for yourself. But yeah, and test it out yourself. I mean, again, I don't think it's available in Canada, but I'm pretty sure Americans have access to it. Probably get that if I use a VPN, if I want.
yeah, for sure.
Right, no algos have heard. But yeah, Max, we're still dancing at OMH here near the highs.
We are looking to take out that 57 high. You know, I want to. One day, can I just get involved in one of these early on?
I just want to
Because
make
I
one
can't
quick
buy them
thing.
up here.
I just want to say one quick thing here. That yes, ChatGPT does make similar mistakes to Bard, but who is OpenAI? I mean, sorry, who is OpenAI? Yes, they were acquired by Microsoft, but they don't have the same type of name that Google does.
Yeah.
So if they drop something and it ends up sucking, well, then they suck. But when Google drops something, it's a much bigger hit, right, to their name if it sucks. So, I mean, you're not equating the two by saying, oh, OpenAI makes the same mistake. Sure they do, but it doesn't amount to the same in reality. Sorry to interrupt you.
Yes, as Google makes a break of that 116.65 level. So heading to the downside on Google. Market's kind of pulling back. Yeah, that 240 fade on Meta is looking absolutely money. I should have smashed that one.
Fantastic.
Sadly.
Sean said, is a Huadum coming?
Nah.
No.
I mean, we did make a giant move down this morning from these levels on ES. So, you know, if you look at the ES chart, this is exactly where we were when we started the move down at, 8 o'clock this morning and got back down to the lows. So, you know, possible that we just quadrunk all the way down for the rest of the day. After such a move up, you would hope not, but we shall see on that one as AI still holding up, hasn't done enough of a dip for me to get involved. I think at this point, like with this big top at 23.55, just sitting here, I'm thinking false breakout and short back down to VWAP area if that does occur. So we'll be looking for it to get it to like 65, 68 kind of thing, and then smash back down below 23.50, and just jump on that momentum all the way down into like the 23s, 22.80s, whatever it decides to go to, just to scalp on that one. If we just dip down now into a nice area, like a nice round 23 level, and hold it, then I'd be looking to go long for the move through that high and then potentially getting out on the failed breakout. But nothing yet on AI, can't really get in the middle. Yeah, and that upstart is just hanging out around 20. So clearly 20 being a level. Oh, where did it go?
I want to talk quickly about, someone asked me that. Oh yeah, Huadunk. Yes, apparently there is a prompt now for Huadunk that will take you to the Urban Dictionary site. I don't know, but Bears versus Bulls just put like exclamation point Huadunk, and then Streamlab comes out with a link there, so that's hilarious. Enphase. Shout out to Weaver Welder, $10 super chat. Thank you very much. Affirm and Enphase, please. Let's have a look. Why don't we look at both? So we'll start with the daily, obviously, AFRM. We're on the 15. Let's go to the daily real quick. Oh, that's the weekly. It's all good. All right, there's a whole discussion here about the spelling and word ownership and everything going on in the background. I'm trying to do an analysis of Affirm, and I have to hear this on my side here too. So I love this. I love working here, man. All right, here we go. Affirm. Rejected every retracement it has made since, let's say, November 2021, okay? Every single pop has been faded. initially had been rejecting off the 50 period. You could have held that one for about, good better part of 10 months. But then eventually the 50 period comes and goes, and the rejections don't quite make it up to the 200 period. Look, I don't know enough fundamentally about the company, recently. But what I do know is that they face stiff competition, especially in times where we're seeing default rates on auto loans go up. You have to assume that this is the buy now, pay later format. If auto loan defaults are up, I can only imagine that this type of loan will also suffer kind of the same fate. So I don't know how that bodes for their balance sheets, as they're probably going to have a lot more cash for bad loans. Anyway, so just from the macroeconomic perspective, looking at it that way, but to actually get my attention, you got to make a higher high here, Max. Yeah. And the higher high is going to have to come above that $23 area. Right, yeah. And then we're still a ways from that. I mean,
that like 14, 15 kind of like 15-ish area is a bit of an area on the chart. It looks like a bit of a breakout area potentially. They did, for what it's worth, buy up that earnings dip. So it got down into like the 1050s on the earnings day, and then they did buy it back up into the $12. So I guess just like mixed feelings on earnings on this one. Yeah. So whichever way it breaks is the way it breaks. I'd say below 10, it's going to 0. Above 14, we maybe get back into that like 18, 19 range.
Yeah. All right. Let's go to ENPH, because that was the other one that he wanted to look at. So Enphase. Again, I don't know too much about this company. I know that they specialize in some connector between the solar panel and the battery capacity pack that actually stores the used energy. That's, I believe, this company's claim to fame. The chart hasn't looked good lately. In fact, you could say, a bit of a double top-ish area. I mean, like you have multiple tops here, but you have a general 2 peaks and a trough area. Usually that's a double top, and then the break obviously would have been the neck, the V, the bottom of the V on the double top here, which was at 235, 240 area. Now, it had been holding the 200 period on the daily quite well, and then all of a sudden it started rejecting off it. So the 200 period, a respected level, I would have to say here on Enphase. So keep that in mind if you're trading this. Maybe you get a curl back to test the 200. So from where we are now, again, the chart is very, very hard to kind of interpret.
I mean, those all-time highs of 335 were only in December of last year.
Yeah.
I thought that was.
Yeah, it's been.
I figured
really
this was like one of those big tech stocks that got beat up since 2020, like May last year. But no, this is actually December, and we're really cut in half.
Completely against the trend of the market. The market's been up since January, and Enphase has been down. They want to know the tap real quick on OMH. I'll tell you guys super quick here. The tap on our friend OMH is $1.46 lower than the halt level. We're holding there at $45 is the tap, halted to the downside at $46.46. So we're $1.46 lower, Max, from where we held off.
So we were talking about this like 2 weeks ago, I think. Talking about top, I think. Like after, when we were having beers at the office, I think we were talking about this. And there's all these halts, and you were saying, well, just trade it like a normal stock and just ignore the halts.
Yeah.
So like, you get a halt up, and then it holds the 50, it holds the 21. Like right now, we're just getting that test of the 50, basically.
Yeah, we are.
And it's like, do we hold the 50 or do we break? Obviously, it's a lot riskier, but if we just come right back above the 50 here, we are open, making new lows.
Baby.
Decisions yet to be made. No volume has really come in yet. 45 has broken back up. So do we get back above that like 47 level? There's really no volume going off, though. The decision has not been made yet, it seems, on this stock. Where would the halt up level be? Probably somewhere around 48.50, I would say.
We could do that. So we're halted.
It could be 20% on this name, though.
How?
There's some new rule.
Like 5 minutes. There's a new rule.
Yeah. Some names are 20% for whatever reason, and if it's like an index name, then it's 7%. I want to say.
Okay, dude, I need to know this rule. How come I don't know this rule?
Yeah, I didn't know, and then I looked it up, and there's actually different rules for different stocks,
really?
apparently. Yeah, so some are 20%.
Fantastic. I did not know that. Okay, maybe
Like a
that's
$1 stock never halts up at $1.10, really.
No.
They halt up at $1.20.
Okay. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. We'll definitely check. What stock is this? Ali is asking. We're talking about OMH, which, no, we're not trolling, is Oh My Home. Oh My Home.
Oh my home.
It's on NASDAQ. OMH. It's got a market cap now of almost $1 billion. 894 million. I don't even know what the market cap was. It must have been sub 100 million today.
Well, this IPO'd at $3.80.
Oh my goodness. All right, guys. The float on this bad boy, I'm seeing here is 975,000. What do you have on Trade Ideas?
Classic. Where is this one?
The floatage. Seeing sub 1 million float, guys, on our friend.
Mine
OMH.
says 7.10 million.
7.1. Either way, they're both micro. They're both small. So a lot. And the reason that's important, we talk about float a lot, is because you can easily manipulate it through with a big account. You can just buy up all the different levels, and then, and then there's just not that much liquidity.
Yeah, and I mean, this name was trading at like $4, $4.50, $5 for a long time. Here, I'll pull up the day chart. So yeah, like 7 million float. It's not really that expensive to acquire that float in the $4 range. So yeah, if you own the entire float, you can just squeeze whoever you want to whatever price you want, basically. Assuming that there are people shorting it, which I don't know how they figure that one out. Because like the short float for me is 0.19%. I guess they just send it up one day and hope that people will short it back down, and then they send it above that high.
Yeah.
I don't know.
I have no idea.
Market manipulation.
Oh, it's real.
Very, very fun game,
Oh, yeah. It should also be noted, I believe, the Tesla annual shareholder meeting is, I believe, tomorrow or today or something like that, and Elon will be on TV tomorrow. So, yeah. When Elon's not on TV a lot, he does interviews, but he's not on live television a lot. So should be interesting to. I think he might be on after the bell, though. That's the thing.
Today?
No, tomorrow. Pretty sure, yeah.
Okay. Well, that's probably better for us trading because it's very hard to trade these events where they're going on at the same time.
Yeah.
Like that Google one last week was.
Yeah.
Unless you got long.
That I/O event was ridiculous.
Yeah. I got a little smoke trying to short that one back down.
11% Google went up last week.
Yeah. Huge move for a big company like that.
Yeah. Huge.
Probably worth noting, though, that like Tesla news has not been particularly good recently.
No,
and
not
we're
at
halted
all.
down again on OMH. So 2 halts down.
Baby.
That's probably, if I was long, enough for me to get out. I don't think we've had 2 down halts consecutively. I guess this one doesn't really count that much because it makes the move back up and then down halts again.
Right.
But yeah, now 2 down halts in a row within a couple minutes. I would be exiting on the open of this halt, I believe. But, do what you will. Obviously, still potential that this can just go right back up. I mean, maybe you'd be like stopping below VWAP. I don't know. If you're in at $14, like what? I don't know what the plan would be. That would be tough to manage that on the fly. But definitely, if we're gonna open higher, I would not be getting out. Now the tap is $48. Okay, if this opens at $48. I might just buy 10 shares on the open.
I love it. Yeah. Like getting your beak wet there. You never know.
Well, now $49.55. Like this halted down at $40, and now they're gonna send it $8 higher. That would be an absolute short squeeze. That would be crazy.
975,000 share float. That's just what's available to you, and that's why these low floaters are so dangerous. But they are also so rewarding in the fact that if you get it right, I mean, it just. You get a 100% move midday, and I know some people back there. They hold these, and they hold them with with a strong heart.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm holding. It's like you're still holding. What is happening? Yeah, no, everybody's different. It really trading does really bring out the deeper personality aspects that you may not be showing. I want to talk quickly about TCE PHY, which is 10-cent music. It trades on the pink sheets. Let's load that up over here. Where's our friend? Because this one is reporting tomorrow morning with Baidu. This one will be in the morning. Now, you know how these Chinese ADRs are. They report usually a little earlier. Now, you may get that 4 a.m. open and they've already reported, or maybe 5 a.m., something like that. But they are usually a little bit earlier than the ones that report pre-market, or in the pre-market, but are from North America. Those are usually like 6:30, 7, a little bit around there. So this one, if you're trading it, or if you're looking to take an execution on it pre-market, it might be right at that 4 a.m. Now it's up 7.63% today, Max. So it's been a big mover. The ADRs in general have been strong as a group. I'm looking at my watch list, my Chinese ADR watch list. For the exception of XPEV and Genco Solar, every single one of them is red, and I have like 30 names.
Green.
Green, excuse me, thank you. And I have like 30 names. So they're all very strong on the day. Baidu also reports tomorrow with Tencent. Baidu's also up 6.85% today. Very strong day. Look at that big green candle. This is the 15-minute chart on Baidu. Guys, this is the 15-minute chart on Baidu. This reports pre-market tomorrow, already a monster day with these ADRs. So, I'll be keeping an eye on that. Home Depot as well, Max. That reports tomorrow as well. What's Home Depot up to today? Done bupkis. So it's actually down the day.
Home Depot is always good for a good few dollar move, but very hard to execute on a quite thinly traded name like that. But if you're going to trade Home Depot, earnings day is the day to do it.
Yeah. Tomorrow.
And you can definitely get those like $10 per share kind of moves.
Yeah.
And you just hold them and watch it trend for you. But I'll be watching Home Depot tomorrow, but probably
retail
not likely.
up this week.
Yeah.
We got Target, Walmart. We got Home
Target,
Depot.
always good for a short on Target.
Yeah, lately, right?
Yeah.
It's like there's always, and they beat too. That's the funny thing. But they beat, and their guidance is bad. It's been that way. It's been the trend lately. But Walmart on deck. I was talking to Breno this morning. Like, I was hearing rumblings about Walmart getting into the banking business. I wouldn't be surprised there with the amount of regional banks that went belly up. There's probably a bit of a market void for some local banking. So we'll see what Walmart does.
And like big retailers in Canada have gotten into the banking game.
Oh yeah.
Before like BC and
BC with Loblaws.
Yeah.
They use CIBC though.
They sold it to CIBC.
They did. Okay, I didn't know that.
I think they sold it to CIBC. That's a new product.
Okay.
And now they have their own PC Financial again.
Get out of here.
I think so.
No way.
Don't quote me on that, but I'm pretty sure that's how it went.
Interesting. Okay.
Yeah, because they sold like the Simply or whatever.
I remember that.
Is that what it's called? Yeah, I think it's called Simply to CIBC. But now there's also PC Financial again.
Who else is there? There's another regional bank. There's a lot of credit unions around here too, like that are local credit unions, and those are kind of like the equivalent of the regional banks.
Yeah.
But not as big.
Yeah.
Usually a little bit smaller.
OMH
Apple.
now open.
OMH is open and it's up. It's holding 40. I want to talk about Apple quickly because we are at low of day on Apple, Max. 171.54. And just take a guess. Who is short that name? His first name starts with the S and his last name starts
the GOAT
with
himself.
C. Let's look at our friend Apple here. This is a 30-minute on Apple. So that 171 level has been a very obvious. Wow, look at this. Look at this level, dude. This 171 level is money. You get a touch on Friday. You get another touch back on the 10th. And then that's as a support. But it had acted as a resistance level going back into late April. Yeah, late April. That 171 had been a resistance. So I wonder if a nice swing, maybe an intraday swing here on Apple at 171 should it get down there. Maybe you'll have like a resting order there.
I think 171 will be good for a scalp either way.
Yeah.
Like, it breaks through it, does a little liquidity grab, comes back above, you get in, get 25 cents, get out, forget about it. That's been a level since earnings, and if it were to give that up and close below there, probably pretty bearish for Apple.
Yeah.
I don't know. Hard to say on that one, but I'll be watching that in the afternoon for a scalp. Going to continue watching AI, which is trying to make another new high. This OMH sadly didn't open at $48, so I didn't punch in, but Yeah, this, I mean, it's
Oh,
still holding
baby.
40. So, I mean, we make a new high here. We halt up again. Who knows where it could go? Obviously, we've seen HKD and top and
God.
others go nuts. So, can never really count them out as CRVS. Just flying.
CRVS. What is
Yeah.
this one? Oh, I see it there.
Trade Ideas brought
35%.
this one up for
Wow.
me. So, let's bring it up. CRVS. Potentially news here? Or just...
Corvus Pharmaceuticals, guys.
We were trading this one last week, I believe. So if I look at the daily, should
Float
be
is 41
some
million.
levels. Oh yeah, look at that daily chart. So we are just cruising up.
Oh, baby.
So now anyone who's short in this little, up move here is feeling the pressure now. Not a whole lot of levels as of late. 2022. February is the last at 220, and then 2021 kind of levels here at $3. So not a whole lot recently. Basically, everybody who's short in the last year is underwater on this CRVS now. So what's the short float on this? It says negligible, 0.5%. So maybe not a big deal.
40 level on
nice.
OMH. Seems to be interesting. Yeah, I know it's risky. It's 30 penny spread right now. But the 40 level holding up quite decently. And to be honest with you, it had been a highly traded level going from the period of 12.10 to about 12.55. A lot of action around the 40 level. Now, obviously a $5 range between 40 and 45, but the 40, definitely the lower end of that range. Yeah. Yeah, but here's the thing, though.
You're risking a down halt and an opening at $20.
Where is it
That's the
relative to
problem.
there? Well, the decision's been made for me because there it goes. 38.20 max.
Yeah.
38, well,
Also, like, the volume on this is so light, like, it's kind of hard to get involved on an OMH, especially when it's up here. Like, if people do finally start dumping it, like, $15
Yeah, here
is
it comes.
possible.
Here it
We've
comes.
seen
VWAP's at
$15
35.
today. Yeah.
the up's at 35, so it's another interesting level coming up, a random level. I mean, I don't assume that there's too many hedge funds piling in on this bad boy over here. Well, who knows? The reason I refer to hedge funds is because that's what we were speaking about with Michael Noss with respect to the importance of VWAP. It's used by hedge funds to determine whether the price acquisition was good or bad relative to the VWAP on the day. And so if that's the significance of it, and there's not a lot of hedge funds piling into OMH, then what is the significance of it, right? Other than the fact that maybe retail traders are all looking at it and it just becomes self-fulfilling. So, we'll see. We'll keep an eye on how it trades around 35. Should it make its way down there? It's still at 38 and really hasn't given up 40 quite yet. For this stock, they're going to have to give it a $5 range, right? It danced with 45 to 40 for a while. In fact, more. It broke 40 several times. So it can dance like $7-8 in a range, right? Based on how it's traded. So I ain't touching it, but we'll analyze it.
Me neither. What was that?
Fonzie wants to know what's the trade, Max.
Well, Viking Nomad says Baba looks like a short.
Okay.
I agree, but not yet.
Okay.
I like the idea of a short at 88.20 here. If we look at the daily chart on Baba, we lost it. You're going to have to trust me on this one, but daily chart on Baba, 88.20, big level. It is where it consolidated under before it had that news catalyst last time, and now we make a high here today and pretty much 2 days ago as well. So if Baba gets that 88.20 level, I would say pretty good idea for a fade there. If it continues much higher above, like 10, 15 cents above, you just bail out, or you wait for it to break and come back in, and then you are jumping on the momentum to the downside instead of trying to predict something happening. That's probably how I will play it if we do get there and I see what I like. Also, I still like the idea of a continuation move on AI. I think, I don't know, I think might have to pay up to like 23.20 kind of
That
area.
23.5 has been holding for a little bit of time now.
Yeah, yeah. I just like, I'm not going to take a breakout on it, right? So
Look at that top.
yeah, this 2360 kind of area is basically just holding like a champ right now. So I wonder if like we have to get above there and then kind of stop everybody out to the short side and then to the long side, and then we finally get the continuation move off of like $23 or something. So that's what I'd be looking for, like more down here. I just think the risk to reward when we're up here is not good, and we are kind of curling back down. So it looks more like a short, but sometimes when names like these look like a short, it's a better long. But yeah, we'll see. We'll see if we can come back into these levels so that I can get long. Not just going to pay up to there on AI.
All right. I want to look at the ES for a sec, Max, because we came into an interesting level. This is the chart. This is the 5-minute chart on the ES June contract, the 5-minute chart on the ES June contract. This line right here, 41.38. Sorry, not 41.36, excuse me. No, 38. 41.38. That is Friday's close. We danced with this level earlier, right? And we used it as the lower end of the range acting as support. You get that big move up to test 41.56, not quite. We get up to 55, and we V-shaped retracement right back down, right off that level, 41.38, and again, now bouncing into the 41.40s. See if this one makes its way back up, but that level ends up being a recyclable level if you were looking for that dip trade for a few points here and there on that. So ES trying to stay green. It is up 0.1% on the day. The NASDAQ has been the stronger one, up 0.35, a third of a percent to the high side with a 13,480 top.
All these people just want me to take a bad trade just so they can see me take a fill today for some reason.
Well, hold on. Amazon is pumping here. What's going on with our friend Amazon? Manuel Palma bringing my attention to that. Thank you very much, Manuel. Let's have a look at our friend Amazon here. We know Max is involved in this one. He's got skin in the game on our friend Amazon. Here's the 1 minute. Actually, the 1 minute's not that good. Let's go to the 3 minute, please. This is the chart on Amazon, guys. It is not at day's highs. The day's high came right after that bell, went up to 112.29, but we are breaking through that 110.70 range. For some reason, it was a level today, and we rejected off it multiple times, but here we go. Move into the high side is Amazon. I'm looking at my blotter, but I gotta let you know my blotter sucks, so it's not showing me anything at the moment. So we'll have to maybe wait for our friend Brendo, who will be coming up in a few minutes. If there's anything on that, he'll let us know. But Amazon making the move through $11. And here we go, looking to test that 11.25 level, but it's through the tops here. Again, 1070 was the top, and then you have to assume 11, the whole dollar being a top as well. We're getting a curl, a bit of a curl off that 13.425 level on the NQ, curling back in to touch 13.450. That's a level we were talking about a lot, 13.450. We broke it. We made a high of 13.480 and then basically retraced right into VWAP at 13.416. 416. Shout out to the 416, baby. I know that's the area code in Toronto, guys. That's why I got excited there for a second.
So I am short BABA now. It got up to that 88.20, there's size on 88.20, and it just wouldn't even print the size on 88.20. It wouldn't print anything on 88.20. So obviously, lots of sell interest here. I'll give it about 10 cents. We'll see what happens if it does break. Maybe I'll just punch out on the break. We'll see what the tape looks like. But yeah, looking for that retracement back into 88 for a little scalp, and then 87.80. Maybe we get VWAP today. Highly doubt it, but we'll see where this one goes. Gonna scalp like half out for that like 30-cent kind of winner, and then the rest we will let ride. Maybe 87.50 target on this one. I'm not really expecting like, some crazy move back to low of day, but I don't know. Baba's been weak lately. We'll see if there's some selling left in this name. Also tried to punch short on AI there, but again, no free shorts on that one.
Are you
strangely.
golfing with the guys today? I saw Wayne brought in his clubs. Are you guys going
Today?
golfing?
No.
How come Wayner's brought his clubs?
I believe the boys are going on Wednesday. I'm actually going tomorrow
Oh, you are.
with just a few of us.
Have you ever been to Don Valley?
That's where we're going.
Oh, yeah?
Yeah.
You know, that's where I live. I should probably
yeah.
not say that.
You shouldn't say that.
Yeah, there's a lot of places to live around
Yeah,
there.
that's
but,
fair. That's
yeah.
fair.
Yeah, that's. I remember Gregory goes there. That's what I was asking.
Yeah,
You
so
guys
we're
go
just
there.
going with Greg and Spencer and someone who used to trade on the
Nice,
floor.
yeah.
Little match, a big match actually.
Oh, big match.
Yeah,
I like it.
yeah. We're
So it's you and Gregory who are top. How's Spencer? He's pretty good too.
it's gonna be Spencer and I
Yeah.
versus Greg and the other guy. Yeah.
And who?
Scott. I don't know if you've met him before.
No. Oh, there's already chirping
Oh,
going
come
on in the
on.
background, baby.
No,
that they're gonna
no,
get
no.
crushed.
We're already in Greg's head. He's done.
I love this. I love this, baby. We don't take any time off, whether it's markets or golf. There's competition on the floor. Max, we are overtime, and the midday show is over. It's time to send it to the big kahunas, but you shall be on tomorrow again.
Of course.
Same time, bad time. And then to let you guys know, Max will be on the morning and close show next week with
Yes.
Sean every day, Monday to Friday, as Neil will be in Paris. So,
Ooh, Paris.
yeah, I know.
Nice.
All right, guys. Brino's at the big desk.
Hey guys, yeah, welcome in 2 o'clock on a Monday afternoon that's turning into a pretty productive one overall for the market. Tech specifically trying to lead us back to the upside. Once again, as we saw multiple days last week, it was the NASDAQ that showed all kinds of relative strength, all kinds of confusion a little bit today as far as what to do out of the gate this morning. We'll get into that a little bit coming up, but that's the S&P right now. We are green on the day up here, 0.18. Just green, but overall market is holding on to positive territory. Front and center tech shares, First Solar, the only one standing out there to the downside. Everything else, there is one here as well into it. In the software names, downside as well, but pretty much everything else, including Western Digital, one of their acquisition deals getting finalized today, so up about 10%. STX, HPE, NTAP, to name a few there in the hardware side. Moving quite nicely to the upside, 4.5%. Meanwhile, for Micron, we're going to hear this week from AMD. It's their annual investor day coming up. I believe it's Tuesday. I'll double check, but I think it's Tuesday for AMD. So maybe some more action to come as far as semiconductors are concerned this week. AMAT, LRCX, SEDG as well, also on watch. Some of the insurance companies pressuring the overall financial sector, but otherwise, a pretty good day here for individual banks and financial services companies. Travel names as well, also in positive territory here, led by CCL there, 5+ to the upside. NCLH, Caesars, Expedia, RCL, to name a few, all in pretty good shape. Tasco there standing out to the downside, Orly, GPC, and AZO. Some retail weakness ahead of what is to come later in the week with not only retail sales data for April, but we'll also get earnings coming through from some of the bigger names in the retail group. It just saw Meta popped up there in front of me. There it is, 2% for Meta. Pretty good day for communication stocks across the board. Match, Dish, Paramount as well, 4% to the upside for Paramount. Material stocks, energy, and real estate also all positive, but there's enough negativity built in here to just keep it to a 0.2% kind of a day as far as the overall S&P 500 is concerned. We were discussing big tech in general this morning. Here's AI. What a monster today. We'll get to that coming up. But we were discussing not only AI when it comes to Alphabet and Meta, but big tech in general as far as coming off of a big week with inflation data last week. They led the way. Were they going to continue to start off the brand new week, guys? And the answer so far, yeah, pretty good day so far.
Yeah, the market likes it, and I think, look, we say this every single time. It matters what you're looking at, because 0.4% on the NASDAQ and 0.2% on the ES doesn't necessarily sound exciting, but when you look at individual names, I mean, Nvidia's up 1.7%, AMD's up over 2%, Micron's up 4.5%, Meta's making some power moves here. You have some dogs out there, and dog in the bad sense, in the weak sense.
Dog.
Because sometimes you talk about the dogs, he's got that dog in him. And that can be a good thing. But yeah, Google's going to be down today. As a matter of fact, I'm actually just about to, let me just back underneath 117. Gimme, always gets. I know my manners. So I'm reloading Alphabet here. We always talk about this, and I say it over and over again, and I'll continue to say this until I actually do it 99.9% of the time. But if you're playing a resistance or support level and it's trending in the other direction into your level, there's two ways to get filled. You can either get filled on the front end, or you can get filled on the back end. And that just means as it's going up to said price, 118 was a double top. I'll just keep on the 3-minute here because it'll show you double top Thursday and Friday. As it ran to that price, I was shorting into it, got stopped out, and then jump back in on the backside. Now, you don't always get everything you want up here because